Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another episode of Super Old Games Saturday with...
Captain D-Track. I was like, wait a second, I'm not used to doing the intro yet, but I'm glad he's doing it. No, it's fine. Yeah, well, no, but you're the star, so it should be you first. So who is this, by the way?
And myself, Crochet's Nerd 64. We are diving back into the dark and macabre world of Shadow Hearts for Part 2. Last time we got through Zhaoyang Village, which was a village full of cannibalistic felines who were worshipping a dark god, Yamaraja.
Yeah.
And we made our way through the sewers. We met a couple new party members, Marguerite and Zhuzhen, which Zhuzhen split ways with us. Marguerite's still with us, flying a rickety old plane.
Yeah, I guess we're going to our next destination with...
which is Dalian. So, hop right into it.
Yeah, let's go. Looking forward to doing this, and thank you for coming back. Thank you for showing off. Yeah, Halloween's not over. Halloween's a few days ago, but yeah, we're having one last shot of Halloween for go on. And yeah, there is our friend again, Alice Elliott, but she's like, yeah.
That's not Alice.
Oh, Anne.
Yep.
Wait, who's Anne?
Oh, you'll find out.
Okay, there we go. Remember, I've never played this game. Oh, Joe Mama.
That's his mother.
All right. Yeah, because full disclosure once more, like with Part 1, which is on the YouTube site, if you missed Part 1, you can see everything he mentioned so far. I never played this game before, so I'm coming into this as a newbie, but I'm loving what I've seen in this game already, including, I guess, our flashback sequence. So yeah, go on. Shadow Hearts time. Hi, Chasm22. Welcome back for Shadow Hearts on PlayStation 2 for Part 2. Feel free to jump in on anything you have or any insights or anything you've got as we are continuing on with myself and Crochet Nerd 64. So yeah, good evening to you. Hope you're doing well. All right,
So I'm going to be completely honest. When I was first playing this game, if you look at the little portrait of young Yuri, I never realized that was a fox mask on the back of his head, so I always thought he was wearing a bow.
Yeah.
Just the way it was illustrated.
Yeah, or actually, Chasm22 is another way of saying it's actual Shadow Hearts time.
Yeah.
It is indeed. Yeah, we're not making you wait multiple weeks for the next month's part because we are in a new month. So, yeah, doing it 2 weeks. All right, let's go. We're definitely looking forward to this, and I as well.
All right, so Yuri is coming to get his father, which in this part they just call him Hyuga for now, which is the surname.
Okay.
And he's calling him for dinner. So you see a little bit more backstory. Yuri as a child, I believe he's about 10 here. So pretty much his father works the fields and is sowing seeds.
Okay.
Katsuragi, in Japan, he's saying that's where he was born. So.
All right, so yeah, this is also going to be the precursor to when we play Harvest Moon on the show. You don't want to be involved with that, am I right? You've never played them, have you?
Listen, I played the spiritual successors.
Well, there's also Harvestella that came out this week. Everybody's talking about that one, sort of, kind of, but it's also something that... when we play Harvest Moon, just to go on that, we're talking about the Super Nintendo version, and I'm going to do it very uniquely. I think I'm going to do that actually in season specifics, like once a season, and then I'll show the ending, I think. That's how I want to handle it. That'll be coming down the road eventually. I'll figure when, but...
Right.
Yeah, so go on, whatever else you got.
So, Yuri's asking his father if he has to go away again in the fall to work. So, Yuri's father is actually in the military.
Okay.
And he, I guess, is on leave right now.
Okay.
Japanese military, since Yuri is of Japanese descent.
Yes.
His father being he's Japanese and his mother is Russian.
Okay. Yeah, you said last time that that's what they're mixed of, or he's a mix of as far as the nationalities is concerned.
I'm going to say that now.
Okay.
And I'm leaving it at that.
All right.
There's so many secrets and little things to this game that I just need to kind of hold my cards close to my chest.
But you're good at that. I think Chasm22, who's the one who's a fan of this game and knows this as well, has an element of that too, so you can relate that way.
I love it though. Like Yuri's like, I'm a man. I'm gonna put on a brave face.
Well, hey, that's the idea. And actually, when you think about, we're talking about the fact this is historically elemented specific. The idea that usually that's kind of how it is as far as Japan is concerned. Sometimes when it comes to the idea of what does it mean as far as like being a soldier, and also how do children necessarily look at their parents that way.
Yeah, well, he's looking to be a protector in his father's stead. And I am going to correct myself from last time. I said Yuri's about 21. I looked it up, and I know that Captain D-Track put in the edit of the last episode, he's actually 24 in this game.
Yep.
So if he's 10 here, you figure 14 years ago, so it's approximately 1899.
Yeah.
Year-wise.
Okay.
if I did my math.
No, no, you're right. That's absolutely what it is. Because 1913 goes to 1899, and Captain 22 is with you, saying, yeah, there are lots of secrets to this. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them all and him, indicating it to us. So
I just want to see you figure them out, because there's certain ones that are going to click, and you're going to go, oh shit.
Yeah. And actually, here's another thing as well. Look after your mother when I leave, which usually I get the sense that seems to be something as far as Japanese culture as well. The idea that and not that it's not in other cultures exactly, but the idea of being the man of the house when it goes to, father going away to the military for some other element.
Absolutely. And this place that they're in, it's actually not the last time you're going to see it. It'll pop up later.
It's beautiful as far as how it looks, and also remember, since you're playing this game, thumbnail image is all your choice for the next 5 hours we run this.
We will see what pops up.
Yeah, take your pick. It is all yours as far as what you want to do with it.
There's that noise again. And our old friend, the mysterious voice.
Also, it's following that more this time in the sense of the fact of spacing of the words, the voice, also hearing the DualShock 2 rumbling in terms of that. Oh, hey, there's our plane. We see the full shot of it. And it's flying along. Almost looks like something out of Power Stone a little bit. The plane.
It is very reminiscent of that, yeah.
Another game we should do for the show.
I don't know if you picked up any more in that message.
Yeah, a little bit as far as the idea of secrets of, like, fate potential in connection with his father.
Did you see where she mentioned?
Shanghai.
Okay.
Yes, and that's the idea. It's almost like Wheel of Fortune a little bit, or Hangman or something. When you're looking at that, say like,
"I'd like to buy Val."
An egg.
No whammies.
Yeah, that's press your luck that way. Yeah, I love that too. But all right, so something happened. I'll say it. How could you possibly sleep when you're on this plane that's so rickety?
I can't. Time like what? We're gonna crash in about 2 seconds.
This is the Sonic Adventure thing. Like, remember Tails
made
the Tornado 2 and forgot to put the landing gear. I mean, he's 8, so fair enough. In this case,
but he's a genius. A Fox genius.
That's true. We showed that with Tails Adventure, actually, which kind of predecesses that, is the idea that, speaking of historical elements, it basically is a massive allegory of Japanese being firebombed, and Tails Island is firebombed, so he takes it to the bird creatures or the duck creatures that take his island. Have you ever played Tails Adventure on Game Gear?
No.
It is the best game on the Game Gear. We played it on the show. I'll have a link below as far as because it is fantastic. I'll definitely show you at some point. But yeah, a soliloquy.
Okay, so do you know what that means? Because I had to look it up.
I know what a soliloquy is.
Nope, soliloquy is sleep talk.
Oh.
They use such high-level vocabulary in this game, and I did not actually realize it when I was little playing this, because first of all, I was far too young to be playing this game.
Okay.
But as I got older, I played it the most recent time, and I realized it was like, there's some really, top-notch words used.
Right.
Yeah, no, sleep talk. So, because Yuri was talking to sleep, and Alice was commenting on it, saying, Dad, they're coming to kill Mom.
And remember the ideas you said last time, she can hear the voices too. And now she's saying, like...
Well, she heard him literally talking in his sleep.
Uh-huh.
So, and Marguerite's like, no, we're gonna crash. Like, brace yourselves.
Well, I'm thinking like Cruising USA, the idea of, we're gonna crash! I'll try to see if I can put, like, the voice of that from that game.
At least we had a water landing.
That's true. So that's like Tailspin, the Disney show. It's like, yeah, the sea duck going into the water down there, and then, you get running into Becky Cunningham. Of course, on the show is voiced by Sally Struthers.
Problem is, it wasn't a seaplane.
It's not supposed to be, but of course, Blue was saying about backers. Yeah, he's begging for help that way. It's like, or begging for forgiveness, and she might forgive him.
All right, so we made it in one piece to Dalian.
All right, which looks really nice. I'm loving the color palettes already.
The water's kind of green, but so is it. It is in Seaside too.
Yeah, true that.
Who'da thunk it?
Well, remember, she was so excited about the plane, but I think, remember, she was also saying, like, oh, I can fly this thing. She's like, yeah, fuck this plane. It's horrible.
Yeah, she goes, what a gutless plane that was. She's like, I'm a tough bitch. I love it.
That's one thing. I've never heard a plane called gutless before, but then again, for this character, for Marguerite, it makes total sense.
Marguerite's fantastic.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, you almost bought us a one-way ticket to hell. Forget being here.
Yeah. She's like, no, not me.
Yeah, Alice is like, I'm sticking out of this. Like, this is not my fight. You two, and she's probably saying, no, this is between you and Yuri. It's not nice to, do this, but we did get here safely.
Sort of.
Yeah,
I mean, we're in one piece. That's all that matters.
Yeah, physically they are.
So I'm gonna run up here, grab this chest, and inside we have a lottery ticket.
All right.
And oops, sorry. So there's this dude here who's standing in front of the gate. Man with turtle. Gosh darn it, my turtle's run away somewhere in this bush. Is there anything I can do? I'll help if we trade something.
Oh yeah, what are we gonna trade? You probably have to hit A or X button on here to find that.
Oops.
No.
Next.
Okay, so you have pressure points, I guess, to find where it might be.
Got it?
Yeah, there was the one in the corner, but I guess what? You're looking for a specific indicator, or just is going to appear after you do a couple
It's just
of them?
random, and honestly, if I made it within 2 shots, he would have given me a lottery ticket. Otherwise, he'll give me a random item.
So it's going to be random what happens?
Well, it's in one of these random spots.
So can you not control what that is?
No, it's just a random question mark wherever.
Okay.
Jesus, it's really hidden, this one. Most of the time, I do find it within the 2 tries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. I was going to say, you just had to say, no, we're not finding it, and I was just about to say recording curse, but I was like, no, it's not recording curse.
That's alright. I'm fine with a random item.
Okay. Could it randomly be the lottery ticket? Okay,
No. I couldn't be so lucky. That's alright. They do give you more lottery tickets in this game than you need, which is nice.
So it's not going to be a case that if you miss one, you're going to be screwed. Especially because in that case, it might be the RNG question. I mean, is there a lot of RNG elements in this one as far as getting of items or something like that?
Not really, because most of the stuff is based on the Judgment Ring.
I mean,
So...
Because, I mean, I always think, like, it could be Mega Man X5, which I don't know if you played that one.
No, and I don't think I played anything really after, like, X1.
Okay, because we're playing, Nocturne and I are playing X4 in about a month, but with X5, they make it so you have to get the sense of shooting the laser off, but the odds of getting it shot off are insanely low, but you have to get these items for it. But even then, it's still insanely low, and so you often are locked out of the good ending, potentially by no fault of your own. Unless you use the X Legacy Collection 2 and run the super easy mode, where I think it changes the odds of that happening to be more constant, thankfully. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dolly Finn. Good evening to you for part 2 of Shadow Hearts for PlayStation 2.
Hello!
As it always is, he's playing this one, but I'm loving the experience of it. Feel free to go into anything else you got on Shadow Hearts, other RPGs, other elements of Saknoth, which I mentioned to you, I mentioned this last week. They do listen to the show to a certain extent. The Neo Geo Pocket Selection Volume 2, I mentioned that's coming. Yeah, it's coming all right. It's coming out on November 9th, next week. So yeah, it's coming out. It's going to be a collection of 10 Neo Geo Pocket Color games, but weirdly enough, they haven't said what's in it. I'm thinking maybe Divalord will be in it, but they haven't confirmed, which is by the people who made this, and I don't think we're getting Fastlane, and I know, unfortunately, we're not getting Sonic Pocket Adventure, so maybe they'll make a third one, and they're going to physical that next year as well. Good evening, so Dollyfin says. So, yeah, right back at you. Thank you for joining the show tonight as we are going shopping.
Yes, I'm going shopping. So, they have the upgrades to, because I had Bandana, Marguerite, and Alice, so they have the leather cap. I bought that just to replace for added defense power, and then they have the leather belt that I have equipped on Yuri, but they also have the casual belt, which is the upgrade for him there. And honestly, I'm going to tell you, by the end of the game, nobody will have any items like that equipped on them because there's literally no need.
Yeah, definitely so.
At least the way I play.
Yeah, Dolphin has a quick question. Is this a game of Midway's? Yeah, as far as publishing it is, for this game and also for Shadow Hearts Covenant, its sequel. For the other games in this series, there was Kodelka, which is on the PlayStation. It was published by SNK, which is where that Neo Geo Pocket Color thing comes in a little bit. And the last one, which was from the New World, which came out in 2005, 6?
5.
Thank you. No, sure, no problem. It was Exceed who published that, who kind of is a little bit of a niche game publisher du jour, if you want to put it that way. Actually, we're mentioning Harvest Moon when the name split happened with the people who made it, and it went to Story of Seasons. Marvel's, the team who made that, went off, and they were being published by Exceed, and we also mentioned Marvel's, I guess, because we were playing a game of that.
No More Heroes!
No More Heroes!
Go figure!
Go figure, and it's another one that he's going to be involved in. We'll get to that. How many games in this series were there? There were 4.
So, okay.
Yeah, fine, you answer this. You're the expert.
So, if you're talking the actual, like, game name of Shadow Hearts, it's 3. Kudelka is actually the prequel to all the events that happens to Shadow Hearts 1. So, I personally consider there to be 4 in this series as a whole.
Right.
But, like I said, if you're talking just Shadow Hearts name alone, then 3.
Okay.
Because, it's never an easy answer.
The only other one I know is Covenant, and maybe I guess because that's the other one Midway published then.
Yeah, and honestly, that got the biggest reception in the U.S., I think.
It did, and I remember I was telling you this specific. I know I've kind of gotten back into falling in the rabbit hole of the X-Play program, G4s, maybe because new G4 crashed and burned. There have been archives of those online. I'm waiting for them to upload the episode where they reviewed Shadow Hearts Covenant. I have the one where they reviewed Shadow Hearts from the New World, and the most actually I found was we're talking about the representation of homosexuality in this game last time. Mm-hmm. They had an episode, or they had a skit they went into it, which is sort of mocking, but also sort of going the idea of, wait a minute, where's a depiction going? They did mention Shadow Hearts Covenant as far as that a little bit, but I know they also said specifically they loved that game. It was, I think, for their best RPG that year, it was Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne that they voted for as far as their best one, but that was on the short list because they said this is a great game. And another one that I think kind of came out of nowhere for them, and I guess for a lot of people. Actually, that was where I first heard of Shadow Hearts itself, because you're right. That was the one that got a lot of attention. Midway clearly believed in this franchise after this one game, this first one you're seeing, and they pushed when, actually, you want to go on the element of the split up of Sakanoth and the next developer name?
I don't know too much about when it comes to, like, publishers and developers and all that kind of stuff, just because it's not kind of the thing I really follow with it. My whole thing is, like, as long as they keep making games, I'm happy.
Right. What I was going to say is that actually, I think this might have been the last game Sakanoth developed, but then they formed into Nautilus.
Oh, yeah, well, Nautilus, and they had a hand in with Covenant as well.
Right, because they made Covenant and then from the New World, but as far as the naming convention, because I was looking that up saying, okay, who developed this one? It was Sakanoth. I thought, Sakanoth made all of them. I was like, no, they didn't, but the name of the company's different, but the people who made it were still the same.
Right. I'm sure most of them were, yeah. Because I'm sure there's still people who fell off the team.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Actually, that happened with Kodelka, from what I understand, because actually I think the guy who started Sakanoth to start, that was Hiroki Kikuta. I think after that game came out during development, he left the company.
Okay.
He was not involved with the making of Kodelka, as far as I understand. A little bit, but I mean, the developer he's involved in. Alright, do you want to go other stuff in story?
Okay, so we are in the inn.
Going in the inn.
In the inn. And we are about to meet a... what do I call her? She's a side character, but she still plays a pretty large role throughout this section. She just has the name of Sea Mother. Funny enough, she does have a voice actor, because we will see it's probably one of the funniest examples of voice acting in this game. And I don't think it's meant to be. It just kind of happens to be, because this woman puts her all into the performance. Who is that?
That is... Let me find the name. I know I took her down. It was Casey Rogers, whose background, a lot of stuff with 4Kids. She voiced Baroness on G.I. Joe Sigma 6. She was also Tough on Kirby Right Back At Ya, as well as Vanessa on Winx Club. In Pokemon, she also voiced Wobbuffet, interesting enough.
From, like, all the way from back in Johto?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
So yeah, remember, we mentioned the idea that James's voice actor is in this game, and then we got a story as far as where our confusion happened last time. We'll get into that later.
Yeah.
And also, the other thing is, she also is the voice of, I'll put a picture of this character, Todd from Ojimajo Doremi. I've mentioned this anime multiple times to you, I think.
Yeah, I still can't place it.
It was on 4Kids, I'll put it that way. It's a show, if you did a wall scroll that's in my room.
Oh, okay.
That's where that comes from. That's not, it's like this boy in the school they go to, that's kind of is tormenting the friends in the dub version are named Dory, Mirabelle, and Ryan.
Okay.
Because there's Do, Re, Mi, and the Japanese version goes into a little bit. Actually, one thing before we go into that, with Ojimajo Doremi, not exactly the same thing, but a couple weeks ago, remember we were talking about Legally Blonde, or you mentioned the idea of that, and I put the elements of Jennifer Coolidge in the edit.
Yes.
Actually, interesting enough, in connection with the Doremi show, Amanda Brown, she wrote the book of Legally Blonde.
Okay.
She also voiced one of the characters, Belinda, on Ojimajo Doremi's dub. I called it Magical Doremi for the US. It was interesting seeing her, like, she's always one about telling tall stories, to the point where she has, like, her own comic series, like the Bone Brothers taking everything over. It's almost like a take on One Piece a little bit, and then they make a Mirabelle as, like, the detective. It's kind of interesting as far as if I thought, like who's that voice actress? And I was like, wait, she wrote the book Legally Blonde. I was like, ooh, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Alright, so, yeah, what's going on?
Okay, so with Sea Mother, she is essentially like the, I want to say like the town healer, essentially. She's like the elder. Everyone kind of goes to her for all the issues that are going on. And the man laying on that bed his name was Yen Yen. He's now deceased.
Oh. He looks like he's still breathing, though.
Ignore that.
Okay.
Anyway, I can't help the animation. So.
Well, I was gonna say though. I was thinking when you say ignore that, I thought that maybe there's a story reason that I'm gonna.
No, it's literally just how the animation is.
Well, remember, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, no, he's dead.
Okay.
So what it is he fell victim to a curse that's befallen this town because, you know, what coastal Japanese town? Actually, sorry, Chinese. My bad. We are in China currently. What coastal Chinese town isn't you know, complete without a curse? And it's caused by this woman named Lily, which we'll meet her eventually.
Okay.
She's a cool gal, kinda. Nah, I'm lying.
Oh, I don't know. It'll be cool to see.
I'm lying. She's a bitch.
Yeah, but even then, Alice is like, "What the hell is this? They're cursed and killed by someone's hate."
Yeah. So, as we've seen, there's a lot of that going around.
Oh,
okay, so he wasn't dead yet, but he's dead now.
He has one more line and then he dies.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, there you go. That is like the death gurgle.
Yeah. Well, he did say gurgle, gurgle before.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so. Makes it sound like he's choking on water.
Maybe he is.
Or blood.
That's true, yeah.
So this is the send-off that they do. I don't really understand the cultural significance just because I'm not, you know.
I'll look into what that is because I did find some treasure trove of that last time. In fact, we were talking.
There's a lot of spiritual connection.
Was it Mariaja? Was the or Yamaraja?
Yamaraja.
That actually is based on. I put the edit last time. That is actually based on an actual god of, I believe, death and.
Does not
something. I put in the edit in the last part. By the way, one thing also I do want to mention, since the part with the Sea Mother is going to be voiced, we're going to mute the mic when we get to that. Just let me know when we get to that, so I'll get a sense of when to do that. And then also, in our case, like we'll do the couple second delay for us, so we'll cut off. It didn't cut off bad the only time we did it, and we're doing that by the way with any of the spoken cutscenes. But even though this one does have subtitles on it, I think we do want to have. Or you said you want to have this, you know, indicated. Actually, this was my sort of exposure to the game the first time. This one. Because you showed me this cutscene, and I was definitely really intrigued.
So what I can say about what Sea Mother just said, it's essentially to help guide them to whatever afterlife they believe in this culture.
Right.
I'm assuming it's a Taoist belief just based on kind of all the other stuff that goes on with like Zhuzhen, and we did meet Dehuai in the last at the last part, who is. For lack of a better term, I guess he practices like the dark aspect of Taoism.
Okay.
They called him a fallen sage. So this is, I guess, is part of that belief, and it's in order to help the dead, you know, guide them into the afterlife. Yeah. So cursing Lily.
Yeah, based on what you're saying, there's probably a reason to do that outside of just the idea of your description of the fact that, you know, his brother's dead.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's out of respect. I mean, that's a given. So she turns, looks at Alice, and is like, "What a curious girl. Let me walk away."
Okay.
So without saying anything, she pretty much tells you to follow her. One burial after another. So this has been happening for a while.
What if we need a room?
Too bad.
Okay, fine, fair enough. There's a Motel 6 down the street. Oh, fine, not in 1913.
We have to take a plane. It's old and decrepit and falling apart, but we have to take a plane.
I mean, we did stay at the haunted shrine last time where they're eating people.
That's true.
Although we did have a smart way of handling that.
I don't think we actually slept, though.
Well, we pretended to sleep, and then it was like, fine, as soon as they went away, then they probably went to sleep.
Yep. Okay, so before we leave here, we are going to come downstairs because there is a shop here that sells weapons. And I have that. I'm gonna buy this just as an insurance thing.
The hexagonal staff.
Well, yeah, so. I like to have the most recent weapons for characters, even if they're not in my party currently.
Okay.
Have that. Do I need it for. Yeah, let's buy one. like I said, by the end, money is literally not a problem, so I don't mind kind of throwing it around a little bit.
Yeah, the things I was seeing as far as the test play, just as far as, or the audio checks today that I saw, is that you had tons of money.
Yeah, it's like 300k.
Okay.
So Seal of War in the pile here, and there's this kid here who blocks the way.
Can't go in there.
It's the innkeeper's son's son.
Okay.
So the innkeeper upstairs, this guy wearing green is his son, and then this is the guy in green's son.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know that. I know I was saying to you at one point that I like the fact of all the characters being named to some degree, but yeah, that's kind of a wait. Okay, it seems like it's the
I think they did it on purpose just to mess with people.
Probably. It's like the innkeeper's son's son. It's like, okay,
yeah.
Like, all right, fine. It makes sense now. I'll just have to stop and think about it for a second.
But you saw there was a chest behind him, right?
Yeah, so you want to get that.
Yeah, well, we can't get it right now. We will get it eventually.
I would think usually Yuri's case would be like, just punch the child out of the way, but then he's like, yeah, we don't want to deal with it. But it is now nighttime.
Oh, whoops. I don't want to be out here just yet. Sorry.
It's dangerous?
It's dangerous going on. Yes, but that's not why. Because the mourners, the Yen Yen and his brother were here, I couldn't go in and get that 10.
Okay.
So I want to get that. Mind you, I know last week I said that I normally follow a guide with this, and I didn't have it, but I am using it this week.
Question to you then, do you think that when, for part 1, you not following a guide was something of a concern?
No.
Yeah, I don't think it was. It seemed like you knew this game, you know this game so well anyway.
Yeah.
In some ways, it's more just of an insurance policy. I mean, we've done that with some of the games we played too, so it makes sense
Exactly
too.
that's exactly what it is an insurance policy, just because I like to make sure that I get everything, and honestly, I'd rather be over-prepared than not.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because as you saw, it really didn't affect me one bit.
No.
So, what we are going to do is go out into the open here. And we have a save point here. So I'm going to save. I did take all the accessories off of Alice. And you will see why in a moment. I went from 9 grand to 2.
Well, we had to go shopping.
My favorite part.
Shopping?
Yes. Guess who? So, he's showing concern, which...
Yeah, should you decide which is this change for Yuri?
From the beginning, yeah.
But hey, it makes sense what you showed. So actually, this is kind of the perfect place to start because hey, him as a child. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, look at her. Look at the face in her, her picture. I love that.
I'm sure you can guess who this is.
Lily.
That's Lily.
And that was before Alice said who it was.
Yep, that's Lily.
I guess maybe in this case, I guess I'm the Alice Elliot of this play, as far as in the chat or in the show or on the show, and that I'm kind of just reacting to things as I see them. Except I can't understand. Well, fine. I had to build my understanding of Yuri's voices, I guess.
Yeah. So Lily makes a comment on Alice's pretty voice, and saying hers used to be like that too, maybe even prettier.
I was gonna.
So
yeah, my mind's going off in multiple directions just thinking that. But all right, she's like, yeah, no, get away from us.
Yeah. I thought I smelled a monster.
Yeah.
Beyond a monster.
Yeah, so he's like ready to jump into action. Hey everybody, hey ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight. We're playing part 2 of Shadow Hearts for the PlayStation 2. The Crusader 64 is playing this one for us. I've never played this game before, so he's laying it all out for me and everybody fresh. Hope you're doing well. Let us know if you've ever played this game. I'd love to hear other people who played this specific, and also any experiences you have with elements of RPG.
I love that.
Of PlayStation 2 era, and flashing light warnings, sort of, they'll put on when we do this. Because it's not gotten a modern port. I guess maybe that's the hidden element here. Can we get a modern port of this? Please. Somebody.
Please?
Yeah, we're begging.
Plot
she's
twist.
cursed.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what happens.
Yeah, at sundown tomorrow, she dies. All we can do is sit back and watch. No, we're gonna figure something.
Should be in agony until the very moment of her death.
I haven't played this. That being said, that's the idea. We're gonna get some exposure to this. I'm glad we're getting exposure. This is really interesting from what I've gotten shown so far of what we had with part 1.
Gotta love that cult following.
The cult following of game, and we were mentioning earlier before we jumped on, the idea of other games in this franchise. God damn it all to hell. So he's saying it's definitely more of a mature RPG in an interesting way, in a very
He's so pissed
unique
that
element.
Alice just
Yeah, this
got
is
picked out.
by the way, this is Yuri, our main character. He's definitely a bit of a hard ass a little bit, but yeah, he does
He's
have
a hothead.
He's a hothead, but he has an element as far as Alice there and Marguerite, who met last time, and yeah, we gotta figure what's going on. My wife is out, but I have unlimited data, so I'm watching this on my phone. Well, thank you. We appreciate that element, and hope you're enjoying the show for sure. And this is an interesting one to show off. It is one that costs a bit of money. It's about $150 on the PlayStation 2, but looking at this, I would think I would want to pay money for this, honestly, just myself.
I'm glad I got him when I did, though.
This week's been kind of tough, though. No, I'm sorry for that. I get elements of that. I mean, I've run into cases of that with people I know. I mean, I was mentioned to you, I actually found out today of somebody I know. Her brother died, I think, very suddenly today, and I feel absolutely awful from hearing that. I guess maybe fitting, our talk with this game, the idea of the element of the potential loss that way. So I get that idea of the toughness. But thank you, of course, for coming onto our show. Like, we appreciate your input every time you come on, for sure. You have a lot to offer. Everybody in chat has a lot to offer, and everybody who's been on the show as well. He's offering us a game I've never seen. I appreciate that. My wife's COVID, but she's better now. I am sorry to hear that as well. I'm glad she's doing better.
She's better.
Because actually was a great part of actually a couple games she played. She was in the chat on Wario's Woods on Super Nintendo. She said, okay, I love this game, and also saying that I want to see Tetris 2. And we did both of those. Those were great plays we had. That made them happen.
I just want to call out, so Yuri, in true Yuri fashion, how everyone calls her sea mother and gives her that respect. Yuri, of course, cannot do that. He gives her respect, but in his own twisted way, and calls her sea mama.
Well, at the same
entire time.
At the same time, though, at least give him this much. He was like, yeah, she's like, screw you, old woman. But in this case, he's like, no, I want to do something right. But he's like, please help.
Yeah. She's like, calm your ass down.
Also, apparently Aaron Carter died this week. He did? I did not hear that.
Who's that?
Aaron's Party. Remember that song from the 90s, 2000s?
I never listened to it.
Man, okay, I did not hear that. That's awful. I did not hear that element. All right, I'll put a link as far as this. I'm kind of bummed because I loved the song as a kid. And I get that idea of, especially because it's so sunny. He probably was not old. He probably was really young. Now I'm thinking about that. I would think. I'll have an element to that. It's like, this is going to be the...
Wait, you said Aaron Carter? Oh, I didn't even hear... Oh, wow.
That must have just happened then. All right, so I guess we're breaking news on the show. Is that the idea?
He was into some shady stuff, though.
I don't know if that was what it was. It's trending on YouTube now. Okay, so... Yeah, I didn't hear about that, but thank you for letting us know. As I said, the idea of that element, I guess, sometimes, I'm glad we mentioned this. Actually, last time we played a Midway game, we went into this. We went into the idea of element of loss. Actually, we played Midway Arcade Treasures 2. We went into that, and sometimes I thought of, is it going to be out of keeping for a game or something? But I don't think so, because first off, it goes with the game we're watching right now. It's something that as I said, it's kind of the element, it fits with the under element. He was 34 and he drowned in his pool. Oh my god, that is awful that way.
We're about to get into that cutscene, by the way.
Okay, by the way, one thing before we go to that, but I mean, the undercurrent of that, it makes sense, and as I say, it goes as a personal element of us and chat, and thank you for going into that. And yeah, I guess we're sending our care for everybody out this. But by the way, we do have cutscene. We are muting the cutscenes that do not have subtitles to them, but this next one is going to be an exception for the Sea Mother's dialogue. It is Casey Rogers going to speak as her.
It's pretty phenomenal.
It is phenomenal. We will be back in a few minutes for that. Whenever you know we're going to start it.
They're going to do a little like precursor talking about it, and then they're going to dive into it.
Yeah, you just tell us when, and then we'll mute the mic, and we'll be back.
Yep. So, talking about Lily lost her father. Fates dealt them both the terrible hand. As you know from the last part, if you didn't watch it, it'll be linked. Mm-hmm. Alice lost her father before the events of all this. So, talking about why she turned into a ghost, why is she menacing this town, and yeah, here it goes.
All right, we'll be back in a little bit.
Ah, yes, I understand. I'll make this short. Okay. By the mercy of the blue dragon. No, it may have been a curse. Lily's pretty voice was switched with her father's gruff voice. And the only way to get her own beautiful voice back was for her to kill her father. Having fallen in love with an actor in a traveling troupe, Lily took my ceremonial dagger to kill her father. That's where we left off, correct? That's right. Give me the sharpest knife so that my father won't suffer for too long. Horrible, isn't it? Just thinking about it gives me the shivers. I still remember the horror. Lily's pretty lips spoke those horrible words in the gruff voice of an old fisherman. She didn't kill her father right away, though. She couldn't. Every night, she would go to her father's bedroom and stand beside his bed. She would lay the dagger on her father's bearded throat. But still, she couldn't commit the final act. She would just stand there in silence for a while. Then she would leave the room with tears in her eyes. Every night, the same routine. But actually, her father was not asleep. He was ready to die if it meant that his daughter would have her beautiful voice back. The daughter, standing at her father's bedside. The father, pretending to be asleep while his daughter places a dagger to his throat. My heart aches every time I picture the scene. And finally, the troupe was ready to move out of the fishing village the next day. Lily made up her mind and entered her father's bedroom again. But the bedroom was empty. Her father knew she'd leave the village with the theater troupe, so he thought, I'll send her off with a little something. And he had gone out to sea in search of some fish you could catch only on the night of new moon. But irony of ironies, that very night, a storm rolled in and the seas raged wildly. The next day, the sun reappeared and rose high overhead, but there was still no sign of Lily's father. It was just like that night some while ago. Then, as the sun was going down again, the debris of a fishing boat washed ashore from the crimson red ocean. Everyone knew her father was dead. Lily cried and cried in despair. Now neither her voice nor her father would ever return. Her cries echoed all over the village, cries like a wounded beast. Oh! 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 The young man from the theater troupe went to Lily's house to console her, but she would not let him in. Of course, he never knew that the hideous cries coming from the other side of the wall were Lily's own. Late that evening, after the sun went down, the cries came again. Oh! 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 Lily's voice had grown hoarse from her endless wailing, making it sound even more fearsome. But then, another very strange sound joined in. Slurp, slurp, splat. Slurp, slurp, splat. It was like a wet, sloppy piece of meat slithering across the ground. The sound was coming from the harbor, and it was getting closer and closer. Slurp, 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 splat, slurp. And then the gulls started to screech too, perhaps because they wanted that meat. Sloop, shwee, shwee, sloop, sloop, splat, sloop, splat, sloop. The sound stopped right in front of Lily's house. Soon, the door began to open.
See, Mother! See, Mother!
And we're back. Yeah, we are having a little bit of story time. That part's so great, so Chasm22 says. And also, I turned 29 a little over a week ago. ElecVerse says, happy birthday to you, ElecVerse. It was October 26th. Hope you had a great time as far as your celebration of it. It is great. That's why we kept the mic muted. Specific.
She earned her paycheck.
Yeah, God bless Casey Rogers. Do you want to go into any other aspect as far as what we saw there? The story element that's going on, The Legend of Lulu, as it is.
Lily.
Or Lily. I don't know, I'm thinking Lulu, the game we played last time,
Yeah.
Majora's Mask. That's number one, but also because, I'll tell you what this is, and this is also why I really like this, as far as what we heard. And chat, feel free to go into any other reaction to that. Because I think what it really is the idea of telling a story. Casey Rogers as the sea mother, telling this story, and putting all into it. It was almost like when you're telling a bedtime story to your children or grandchildren, the idea of doing sound effects, other characters, pitching your voice differently. Mm-hmm. We're actually going to get a little bit of an indication of that when we play Super Mario Sunshine, actually.
Yeah, and welcome back to Zhuzhen.
Yes.
The adept is back. So, when we parted ways after Xiaoyang Village last time, Yuri's like, oh, I'm sure we'll never meet again. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the Quack Oracle, as he calls him. I don't know, at some point, do we want to talk about the idea of who voices this character?
Yeah, there was a little bit of back and forth.
The confusion was that I looked at IMDb for the voice performances, but they were... One is wrong for reasons that go to story that I don't know. He does. He's holding his cards close to the vest that way. One other one was wrong, period. And then, behind the voice actors, which we also used, had an element, behind the voice actors said it was Scotty Ray, or Scott Rayo, who voiced Zhuzhen, who, as far as who that is, was Shredder in the 4Kids Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series, as well as Otaki on Ah My Goddess, and actually was on episodes of Celebrity Deathmatch as John Cusack and Ernest Hemingway, and also as Ida on Bakuman. But that's what one source says. The other source says the late Matty Blaustein, who voiced Meowth on Pokemon, as well as the President in Shadow the Hedgehog, when we played that, and other stuff as well, including Cook Kawasaki on Kirby Right Back At You. And we heard her actually the opening cutscene for this game, Part 1, when it came to one of the guards. That's about Soji, whoever that is. We'll see this. But yeah, Zhuzhen sees Alice like, oh shit.
Yeah, he was saying before, he was like, oh, sorry it took so long to get here. Some idiot blew up the railway depot.
Yeah, that was Marguerite, wasn't it?
That was Marguerite.
Yeah.
She had the little sweat drop going down like, oops, my fault.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so he's assessing the damage.
But he says he's got the answer. See, Mother and Zhuzhen have the answer, I'm gonna assume.
Yeah, this is more on Zhuzhen at this point.
Yeah, because I guess in her case, she has a high body count.
She's done everything she can. She's limited in what she can do.
And Zhuzhen clearly realizes that.
Right, and he knows that this is all more puppetry, like we've been seeing. Somebody behind the scenes controlling others to do his bidding. And we learned last time that more likely than not, it's going to be Dei Huai pulling
I was
the
going to
strings.
say, I think it's Dei Huai if I go to make a guess.
You're absolutely right. Because he's a cowardly little bitch.
We're going to take care of him, clearly, I think. I guess? I don't know. Look, for all I know...
Time will tell.
For all I know about this story, feasibly he gets away at the end. I don't know. But, yeah, I think the idea is he's also loving just my reaction as far as me being totally in the dark, but that'd be interesting, too.
I want to see, like, how far your conclusions go.
Yeah, and chat, if you haven't played this game, feel free to do that, and I think also the other underlying element is not just do we want to re-release, but I think you would say... you want to buy this, I'm gonna assume. If you like RPGs and you have a PlayStation 2,
and want to drop $150.
Yeah, I mean, but even by that element, if you're gonna be spending $150 on a game, I would think this would be a game to spend $150 on.
How much did I drop on Kodalka?
$300.
Ah,
Oh, then,
worth every penny.
well, fair enough. Let's go into one element as we're also going into the story here, which is, you said that's the most expensive game that you purchased?
That I own, yeah.
That I own or that you purchased?
I'm pretty sure that I own.
Okay, I mean, because one other element to that, would that count games you buy a console for? I would say maybe no, because you're buying a console and the game is costing, like, the normal price, usually, if you're buying a console new.
Right.
Unless you get to the I'm trying to think. For me, the most expensive game I paid money for as far as the game itself.
Trombone?
The Misadventure Tronbun, yeah. Nocturne has a copy of that. I bought it for her when it was like a little under $300. Actually, it was less than Kodelka is. It now costs double the price of Kodelka, actually. But, and in that case, we're going to use that version. We play that, eventually. And I'll have to talk to her, because I know she wants to do Mega Man Legends 2 after we do Mega Man X4 in about a month. So we'll figure what that's going to go. Alright,
Alright, so we're going to help, Zhuzhen exercise the ghosts.
alright.
I don't know why he says ghosts plural, because it's really just Lily. Unless he's talking about all the little demons that come out as a result of her being around.
Maybe. I mean, he's the expert on this, and maybe that's what the idea is.
So we're gonna hold off on going there just yet. He's talking about going by the water. I do want to do something first, and so little disclaimer, I'm gonna try to avoid doing this as much as I possibly can.
What's that?
On-screen grinding.
That's fine for the show, because remember, we can just talk it over.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously we have plenty to talk about, but the reason why it may come up is because sometimes I can't do it off-screen all the time, because I don't want to step over certain story elements, which this is actually cutting to Lieutenant Colonel Kawashima, who we met last part, who is Lieutenant Colonel in the Japanese army that is currently invading China. So she sent out this guy to look for us, Cowardly Chen, who you just saw run in and say, "Hey, Zhuzhen's here."
Oh, the voice.
Yeah, that was the guy who was like, "See, Mother, the Adept's here."
Did I not take the name of who voices him?
I don't know if he's
Line.
credited.
Then it'd probably be Ted Lewis, because, well, fine, it might be Ted Lewis, it might not be, because...
Who knows? Ted Lewis is credited for everything in this game.
So IMDb says, but then you're saying, like, no, the one thing they don't credit for is the main character he voices. So,
Which he doesn't voice.
What?
He doesn't voice Shuri like it says.
Oh, fine. No, fine, then scratch that, reverse it. IMDb says, no, he does, but it's... No, it was the person who actually voices him they don't credit everywhere. That's, Eric Stewart, who's James on Pokemon, as well as other stuff. So in that case, it's that element. I mean, as I said, maybe that's the other thing. We, as we said before we came on tonight, the idea of fixing, getting the record straight of who voiced what character specific. And you said, I think you said something along the lines of like, I swear to God, if you get an IMDb Pro account, to pay money for that just for the purpose of fixing. Why not?
Don't do it. You can put your money towards better things, like, I don't know, if they put a Kickstarter for a remake.
Well, I mean, I put the Kickstarter money into Penny Blood, its spiritual successor.
That's as close as we're getting now.
And based on what I'm seeing of this, I think I've got something nice to look forward to when that game comes out in a couple of years.
So, okay, so let's talk a little bit about Penny Blood for a second.
Is there anything story-wise I'm stepping over have stepped over so far, except for the fact that
No.
Lieutenant Colonel Kawashima, we do have to say it entirely, sends Cowardly Chen out.
She just used him as a spy, paid him.
Actually, wait a minute. Then this went backwards in time, yes? Because she basically sent them out there, or he came back and said, "Oh, this is what I found."
I think it might be a concurrent.
Okay, so
in
yeah.
a way.
All right, so yeah, what did you want to talk about then that I stopped?
So with Penny Blood, I don't know how much you've actually looked into some of the stuff that they've released in terms of like potential gameplay trailers and stuff like that.
Yes.
But the battle system that they're employing, they call it the Psycho Sigil.
Okay.
And it's actually going to function, from what it looks like, similarly to the Judgment Ring, where you're going to have to hit certain hit areas. There's going to be certain abnormalities that may affect your little points on the grid.
Yeah.
It's actually very cool the way they're kind of taking something that's so unique, like the Judgment Ring from this game, and they're actually like transforming it into something that's different, but it almost feels similar.
Yeah, so basically, people like you who've played every single one of these and love that mechanic, and it's a great mechanic.
I'll pick it up fairly easily, but there's still a learning curve.
There's something else to it. It's not that, oh, they'll just take this as to be the same thing, or... Look, there's sometimes to be a challenge of doing that, because we've seen that, actually, I guess, when you think about this, of games that there have been spiritual successors to pre-established games, because either the publishers or developers don't want to do anything. In this case, publishers weird, because, man, Midway made the first two of these. But we had stuff like Mighty Number 9, which was taking off of Mega Man. We had stuff like the Bloodstained games were taking off of Castlevania by the people who made those, and then now with Penny Blood, and also Armed Fantasia, which was part of this, which was by the people who made Wild Arms. So the question of how do you have a mechanic like that's similar, and then also elevates it specific?
Okay, now we're getting into something important.
All right.
So she called in for soldiers, and there's this guy. She says, "I've never seen you before. This is Sergeant Kato." Sergeant Kato is important.
All right.
Because he is, essentially like, I don't know military rankings, but I'm obviously assuming by how he acts towards her that he is her subordinate.
He would be, yes.
Right. So, it's interesting the dynamic he has with her, because I don't feel like it's a spoiler. He does appear in the second game.
Okay.
I'm not going to say in what capacity, but
right.
he does appear in the second game.
I mean, I guess the idea of if military is going to be an overarching thing in all of them, which
he
showed me over. Actually, I think a couple weeks ago, off screen before we did this, showing me the other ones as far as like their openings, and I think it was from the New World that had the opening with like the German Panzer element. Oh no, it was Covenant.
That was Covenant.
But there was some military elements sort of with from the New World of what I saw, sort of kind of different for sure, but.
There's, if there is, it's very, very little, because it does take place in 1929, around the time of the Depression, start of the Depression.
Yep.
So I don't really think there's too much in terms of war.
Well, I mean, not yet.
No.
I'm wondering when we get to that game, we're eventually going to cover every game in this franchise, including Kodelka on PlayStation, which is that I'm wondering if maybe there's echoes to World War II potentially hinted that way. I don't know, but we'll see.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I'm due for another playthrough, for sure.
Okay.
But I don't believe so.
And that's going to be a ways down before we get to that one, but we will definitely get to all of these, don't you worry.
Yeah.
And he'll be on every damn one of these. And same with No More Heroes, we were saying that off screen as well. Every case of No More Heroes, he's going to be involved in this.
Captain D-Trag's got to be booked up for the next, 6 years.
He's not necessarily completely wrong, but that being said, it's also something that the reason I'm booked up, I can be booked up that way, as long as I go on this, is because chat wants to see certain games, you want to see certain games, other guests I have want to see certain games, and the idea
You're
is
in high demand.
We're gonna do them. We're definitely gonna make them happen, even to the point where, and I will talk to Edwack and Nikki about this. I'm kind of a little at odds of doing this a little bit, but I'll talk to them about this. Maybe doing the show twice a week, and the reason I'm saying that is because
there's so much to get to.
Oh, there's so much to get to, number one, but also because the way they're scheduling, anytime Edwack and Nicky are going to be on the show, with a couple exceptions, it's usually going to be Friday programs. The first show they're going to be on is going to be for Guitar Man on PlayStation 2. That's going to be January 20th. Because of that, and since he's going to be playing Guitar Man for us, you play that?
No.
I haven't either, and it's another one that costs a lot of money. It actually costs more than this. It's almost $200. unless you get on the PSP, the Guitar Man Lives, which is a $70 game, and they didn't digitally release that except in Japan, so you can't get an easy way around. My thought was, oh, I'll download on PS3, there's an easier way to get it. Nope, there's not. But, in that case, since they have to do a Friday show and they'll be playing, or he'll be playing that, she'll be playing the Freddy Fish game. We're starting the first one for that one eventually. And she's like, let's figure when we're going to do that. And we will eventually. That'll be in the next couple months. We figure it. I'll ask them this because I said, I don't want to necessarily get a sense that we're playing a game that they're going to want to do. They're on Friday. And then it's like, oh, by the way, next day, people are going to forget about the show we just did with them.
Right.
So I'll ask them that way if that's something to it. And there's also some stuff I know they want to do specific outside of even those. I know I first announced we were going to do, at some point, Mickey Mouse Capade, him and I. But he said, I want to do Guitar Man first. I want to do Banjo-Kazooie first. She said with Freddy Fish, she wants to get through a bunch of those. I think we'll probably hit all of those up eventually. I think we're going to do the PC version of the first one, because it's also on the Wii. But as I said, that might be a case. I'll figure that. We'll see what happens. But of course, I'll let you know as far as how the scheduling is. But I said, right, hey, if you're saying you want to do a game, we're going to do this game, damn it. I don't care. I mean, and chat's asked for stuff as well. I have stuff I still have to buy for the purpose of shows I'm planning next year. And I got some big ones planned for things that chat and you and other people have asked me for. And I said, we're going to make it happen. I always say, ask you shall receive in this program. I mean it. And that shows exactly what it is.
Can't afford it.
The Brigand earrings?
Yeah, I have to buy a pair. If I can get a second pair, even better.
Can you do that with battling?
Yeah, I can get more money from that. What it is the Brigand earrings are really good, especially this at this early point in the game, because they raise your trophy money that you get from battles by 20%.
Perfect. So I remember you said money's not going to be an issue. That's probably part of the reason why it's going to start not being an issue.
If you start doing it early enough, you can kind of cheese it. So these are water creepers, and now that I have the guide up, it's going to make it a little bit easier to kind of get names and stuff quickly. They are air elementals, which is actually one of the elements, well, it's really the element that I want to build up, because I want to get the air summon for the next boss, because it is earth-based.
Okay.
So, air beats earth in the world of Shadow Hearts.
Yeah, because I mean, I guess that's another thing. It's like some other RPGs. We mentioned this stuff like Final Fantasy stuff, like I guess Pokemon to a little bit of extent, in the sense that there's like a behind-the-scenes,
It's rock paper scissors.
Rock paper scissors. There, yeah, he used Rock Slide or Stone Edge.
Flying stones, yeah.
Flying stones, however you want to do it. She's getting kicked in the foot. It's like, I have a gun, I can just put it at you.
They make the weirdest noises too.
I like it, but I like it though. And as I said, it also gives. Go back to what we were saying about KZ Rogers as the Sea Mother. The idea of, because you could look at this game. I think you were saying this to me when you first showed me that. You said.
Oh, I said how ridiculous it was.
You said how ridiculous it was. You could say that it looks like bad voice acting, but here's the other thing. I'll tell you the difference between bad voice acting in one way and another way is that for something like this, for something like Shenmue, for something like, I'm trying to think of another good example.
Shenmue.
Yeah.
Oof. You know how I feel about some of Shenmue stuff.
We mentioned the thing with the children last time, but that's one element. But the idea that what I think about all those games, and I think Shadow Hearts has this too, and tell me if you agree or not, that there's a difference when it comes to voice acting where it's really bad, the ones where you get the sense there's a lot of effort they put in. They clearly cared in the sense of giving it their all, including what we heard with the Sea Mother. The idea is that you could say that's bad voice acting, but you also say that, man, she put everything she had into it and be impressed.
She earned her paycheck for real.
Right. I mean, in that case, I don't know. What would you say is a case of really bad voice acting where you can't defend it that way?
Chaos Wars.
Which, okay, fine. We were wrong a little bit in the sense that there are technically 4.5 games.
Yeah. I'll count that as a half game, because that's about all it deserves.
That's why I said half specific. It's on PlayStation 2. It is a strategy RPG, kind of the way Kodelka was in terms of how it operates a little bit, but it's a mixture of, I looked this up when I did the edit, it's a mixture of characters from Shadow Hearts, from Grow Lancer, I don't know if you ever played that, it was on PlayStation 2. They're very rare games, once you download them on PS3, and there's something else. I put the edit in part 1 for it. It basically is two Idea Factory, who's involved with that company.
Oh, okay. Those are the people who made Hyperdimension Neptunia.
Hyperdimension Neptunia, which actually...
I actually knew one.
Well, I first mentioned that too, because that game was developed by Compile Heart, which is actually the people who made Puyo Puyo and Musha.
Okay.
And I just showed you Robolust on the
yeah, I could use some
on the Sega CD on that Genesis Mini 2 the other day. It was like, there's that opening that looks like it's Romance of the Four Kingdoms, like, this is a fight cheer. It's like, what? That's crazy. Chasm,
Oh yeah, that was weird.
Actually, Chasm 22 has one as far as, like, one where the voice acting is so bad it's good or bad, and you can't defend it. He's saying Resident Evil. The original.
The first one?
The original, yes. Well, we have to do Resident Evil.
You were almost a Jill sandwich! And then they changed it to, a few seconds later, you would have fit nicely into a sandwich. I'm sorry, but I don't consider that better by any means.
Well, that's the remake.
Yeah.
We have the remake that was on the GameCube, and that's the one they ported, and actually...
That's not better.
Well, okay, well, we brought that up too, because I'll give you another one. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I love the voice acting that so much. They then redubbed it when it came on the Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles and the Castlevania Requiem collection.
Okay.
That has it. They are better in terms of how it is, but also that cheesiness is there. And actually, when we get to Symphony of the Night, we will sort of show both ways. That way, one thing I'm also going to do is... I know ElecVerse wanted to see Dracula X Chronicles. I know he also wanted to see Rondo of Blood. We're actually doing Rondo of Blood. We're doing that, and talking about, you said planning the show out. I'm planning that for next October, and you're wondering, I know I'm making you wait. That sounds like I'm being mean that way, but I realized that the 30th anniversary of Rondo of Blood is going to be coinciding perfectly with one of the weekends we have.
There you go.
So what I'm going to do is... I will probably have... I'm trying to think about how I want to handle this. We're going to use the TurboGrafx 16 Mini to play Rondo of Blood itself. We gave a little bit of a preview when we did Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth a couple weeks ago. But I do want to show that PSP game off a little bit. So I'm going to probably do the download on the PS3. Because I can make that happen and then put it on my PSP the way I do. So we can show it. But as far as switching tech, I can't do it in the same show. So I can figure out how I want to handle that. But then again, I think it might be one of those cases where maybe I should just show up Dracula X Chronicles, the remake itself, alone. Because one of the games I know Nocturne wanted to do eventually is... She wanted to do Mega Man Maverick Hunter X on the PSP. You ever play that?
No.
And it's a remake of Mega Man X from the Super Nintendo. It's different enough that I think it justifies doing both. And she's going to control that one, because honestly it's one of those cases where it's also a remake she likes better than the original. She thinks Mega Man X original is kind of overrated compared to some of the other games in the franchise. She likes X4, which is why that's the next one we're doing. But she loves that remake on the PSP. It's a great remake. It's fantastic. And unfortunately, that's only been released on the PSP. But we have a way to show it, given my tech. And we do have to start showing off PSP stuff as it is, so
right.
That'll be one to do with.
Alright, so I just got the Soul of Tornado, which is the Wind Spirit fusion monster. Feeling of jealousy boils within me as I defeat him.
Mm-hmm.
And that is super important, like I said, for the next boss battle. Another one that I would want to get is the Light Fusion.
Okay.
Because it's good against dark enemies. But I am quite a ways away from light. So it's kind of one of those things where if I get it, I get it.
Okay.
If not, it's not a big deal.
Alright.
Because Alice, if I remember correctly, Alice should be getting her new move, which will be good for us. Within the next level.
But I guess the attention to detail that's good here is that since she's out potentially going to die tomorrow, if we don't do something about it, she's not in our party.
Right, but I don't remember. They might rubber band. These are the enemies that'll actually help with the light. So if they keep showing up in groups of 3, that'll actually be beneficial. These are frog gods. I don't know what's so godly about them.
Well, I was going to say, when I saw that name, I think of Frogog from Super Mario RPG.
Oh.
I just love, they're not gods either, but I always just like saying we're like Frogog. Just like that.
Sounds like a rejected Pokemon.
I'll have a picture of Frogog again, since we played Super Mario RPG already as our first RPG, and you can go back.
Is he the big green dude?
Yes.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
There's also an orange one called Ribite.
Yes.
Which honestly doesn't sound as nice as Frogog to say. Frogog is just fun to say. I think that's the idea of what that is.
I still think he sounds like a rejected Pokemon.
Well, remember,
but either way, it works.
Well, I was gonna say Pokemon didn't exist at the time, although I think I'll have an edit here saying what came out first, Pokemon or Super Mario RPG. And actually, you're thinking like, wait a second, we got Pokemon in 1998. That's true, but
Super Mario RPG came out before that, 95?
96.
96.
But here's the thing: in Japan, Pokemon did come out in 1996, I believe. So whether it was one first or not, I don't know. Chasm22 says, just grind it as I always do, and Dolphin is wishing a happy belated birthday to ElecVerse, and glad your mother's better. Yeah, that's the other thing, going back to what we had before, which I think, this has been the interesting thing I think about this show, and what it's really kind of become. This idea that, as I said, I started because I wasn't seeing people I know or close with and we do this every day at work for an hour before we have to go to actual work time, as it is, which is Chasm22's catchphrase that way. To the point where I got him a gift last year for Christmas. He's like, you didn't have to get me. I was like, yes, I did. I got him an embroidered mug that says it's actual work time. I was like, oh my god, I love this. But anyway, the idea that this has kind of become a personal thing of, because look, you're playing this game for us, and you're saying this is something that means a lot to me, saying that why do you want to show this? Why do you want to tell people that this game is worth $150, and why do you want to see that they're going to remake it specific, or re-release it, or something to get it back? Bring it into the conversation, and everybody in the chat has said that too. Yeah, best song of the day, so Chasm22 says, as far as, no, I get that idea, but I mean, well, maybe closer to the going home element, but this is the idea of, you know, maybe feeling up as far as that. It's like, fine, we had our break, and now we're ready to face the rest of the day that way. But, I mean, and actually, chat's come the same way. In fact, ElecVerse has said this a lot, Dolphin said this a lot too, Cavs22 said this to me as well, which is that they're games that they think nobody knows. And sometimes they mention I've never heard of them. I said, you know what, I wanted to do something different with the show.
This was one of the games like that for me. I was like, nobody really knows this game.
Yeah,
I remember talking about it one day at lunch, and Chasm22 was like, oh yeah, I know that. I was like, no. I was like, you actually know that game?
You don't believe it. I mean, I remember when Nocturne, I said this, she'd played Snowboard Kids 2 growing up, and I said, really? It's like my brother and I used to play. It's like, I went up to her brother, I said, did you really play this when you were growing up? I didn't believe her. And she said, like, yeah, he said, yeah, we did. But it was one of those cases where, and see, that's the other thing, which is, I said, I think what I want, as I said, what I wanted to do on the show is, fine, it's a Let's Play discussion program like some others I've seen. I mentioned the Super Gaming Brothers channel, I've mentioned other things. I know you're giving the middle finger to the Frog Gods.
No, I'm happy that I ran into them.
Okay, never mind.
I need them.
Or the Frog Gods, I say that right, it's not Mario RPG anymore.
Because the nice thing is, with Marguerite, one grenade takes all three out, so it'll be a quick battle if I can keep kind of cycling through them.
Yeah, because as you said last time, it's an area effect, so you hit them in the middle, they all go down. But yeah, but as I said, I didn't want to just be the idea of what some of those other shows or any other Let's Play you can watch on YouTube or on Twitch are. It's like, look, as I mentioned this before, the show's never going to be a massive case where you're going to get thousands and thousands of people watching it, but I don't really have a problem with that because the idea that it is going to be something niche. There are people who are going to come in. I mean, people have come in, like for saying that they're games that I feel like nobody remembers, or games that come in saying, like, I remember this game, I have these strong memories with it, and the idea of giving it more attention. I mean, it said, ElecVerse's mother. And we send your best to your mother, ElecVerse, of course, for that now. But also the idea that she said, we played Warriors Woods, I don't know if I told you this, she specifically was in chat on that saying, you know, I'm glad to see this game being played, number one, because I used to play it a lot. It was like one of her favorite games on the Super Nintendo, specific, but also saying that I'm glad to see this game, because I get the sense that maybe people don't remember this, and the idea that in a modern context, with so many games you could choose to play, which was not the case when that game was around. So it used to be the case, I don't know if you were like this, think that, okay, there's maybe a finite number of games. Nowadays, no, there aren't.
No, you're spoiled for choice.
You're spoiled for choice, but then the question is, if you want to go back into something, the idea of what that's going to be like, and what does that look like, and not necessarily even a case of, because look, you have a lot of nostalgia for this game because you grew up with it, but you're also someone who's going to explain specifically, why is this game important to me, and why is it still great, and why is it something that holds up, or maybe doesn't hold up depending on what it is, but for this one,
it holds up.
As what I'm seeing, this is a game that came out 21 years ago next month, and I'm looking at this and saying, this looks still really impressive. This seems like something that was ahead of the curve, a lot of things doing, especially in a genre that you had spoils of choices for on the PlayStation 2. I mean, this came out less than a week before Final Fantasy X, but then there are
got overshadowed.
And got overshadowed, but Midway saw this and said, we want to see another specific to the point. They were even in arguments with Aruze, who published this in Japan, and publishes all of them as far as Japan is concerned. But exactly that, the thought of, yeah, you can play Final Fantasy. I mean, look, here's the other thing. We have not touched a Final Fantasy game on this show yet at all. So maybe we're kind of doing the same thing, but the element that you have a lot of options, and the fact that a game like this can stand out so strongly against something like Final Fantasy X, and then the floodgates open with stuff like that, this, Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, a lot of these other big RPGs on the PlayStation 2, along with the Final Fantasy stuff like 10, 10-2, and 13, or no, 13 was PS4, PS3, and Xbox 360, 12 on PS2 specific. Also, by the way, I just finished Bayonetta 3, Peasant22 saying,
nice!
Yeah, what are your overall take on that?
Was it everything you hoped and dreamed for?
From what he was showing us, I was getting the sense that, yeah, this game looks awesome to the point where I have my Wii U copy of Bayonetta 1 and 2 out. You can play in the Switch version again.
And getting immensely frustrated with every second that I can't figure out how to do something.
Well, we sometimes said part of that is because of the lack of manual, although fine, even my Wii U copy doesn't have manual. And as I said, also the other thing is that it wasn't actually till Wii U that I kind of got into Bayonetta. I was like, on Xbox 360 and PS3's semi-disaster area a little bit.
Go into that for me for a little bit, because I don't quite understand why the PS3 was such a disaster.
Semi-disastrous. The frame rate was less at a time after a lot of third-party developers understood how to develop for the PS3. I mean, admittingly, Sony didn't give them help at any point during the PlayStation 3s. That's why the PlayStation 3 was the third-place console against the Xbox 360 and the Wii. It was insanely hard to develop for. It's like the Sega Saturn that way, in the sense it's so hard to develop for that Sony can't even emulate it themselves for PlayStation Plus Premium now. I mean, they're bringing the Ratchet and Clank games back in a few weeks, November 15th, but they don't have. I mean, they're running the PS3 versions, but they have to stream them direct that way. But with Bayonetta, the fact that Bayonetta had really long load times. It was 2010. This was not like a couple years after the system. I mean, early in the system's like fine, they don't get a sense of it, and Sony didn't really help them with dev kits, from what I understand. But just the idea that the PS3 is supposed to be a more powerful system than the other stuff, but it didn't show it. And with Bayonetta,
They couldn't open the door.
Bayonetta had stuff. Well, hey, finding that little thing. Bayonetta had elements of frame rate and loading that was less than was on 360. But it's like, I played the so-called good version, but even I was like, I didn't feel this the way I did with God of War or Ninja Gaiden. And I played that Wii U version, and it kind of then clicked. So in that case, I kind of got into a better element. But from what I understand, I think they did patch the PS3 version. It is also technically, if you want the most powerful system in Bayonetta 1, it is on Xbox One and PS4. There's a collection that has that, and I don't know if you ever played Vanquish.
No, but I've heard of it.
It's by the people, Platinum Games, who made it. It was an awesome game, Kazan22 saying with Bayonetta 3. Interesting implications for future games. I don't want to spoil anything, so I won't say more. Well,
okay.
Thank you for that. He said, eventually we can do stuff with Bayonetta on the show. The only thing I'm going to mention, and I know this isn't the case, and actually it was the Super Game Brothers play of it that made me realize this. They have a re-recording of Fly Me to the Moon by Frank Sinatra. It's not Sinatra's version.
So good.
It is really good, but it's also a question of, and this goes to one other thing, and this has always been a question for me when it comes to the show, the idea of, I mentioned the licensed content thing, and it is kind of, let's not lie here, it's arbitrary. In terms of what do I get flagged on, what would I get flagged on, what I wouldn't.
You're right.
Even to the point where we played Parasite Eve, or we're playing Parasite Eve still, and finale that is at the end of January. Part 3, I got content question on that for music we heard in Part 2, and they didn't flag me for it. I don't know why.
Random.
It's not even a licensed music case. It was that it's not a content flag for YouTube. They said it's not that. It's just that we noticed content is owned by somebody else, which is Yoko Shimomura, did the music. We're in a Chrysler building. We heard two pieces of music. We heard at other points of the game. We're in the same audio tech, same audio setting that we had.
And they're only questioning it at that point.
They only question it now, so I don't know if maybe there was some kind of a reestablishment. Actually, there is maybe a question that Square is thinking of reestablishing something with Parasite Eve. They didn't say anything specific, but there's kind of the thought that maybe that's why, but... And I said also with some of the Sega stuff, which is that we played Sonic Jam. I played a commercial from Sonic 1 from Japan. They said same thing, like with Parasite Eve, and the logo of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise when we did Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed. So it's like, alright, fine, certain things for that. But look, we can play stuff as far as some of the music in a game like this, some of the vocalized music in like Sonic Adventure. They didn't question that, even though there's famous people in the industry for that. I didn't get a Michael Jackson question when we played Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Or Space Channel 5.
Space Channel 5, I didn't get that way either, which I was concerned about. Katamari Damacy, I thought, I don't know, will Katamari Damacy be a question of that? No, that didn't happen either with that one.
You're right, it's absolutely arbitrary.
I mean, a little bit, but here's the other thing also is that, well, look, I mean, some people say, well, what about the fair use concept? Because that is like a law that way. So, like, fine, you're using it for context and not saying, like, oh, we're going to listen to Frank Sinatra and say, like, his estate's not getting in and we're going to, pirate his stuff. So it's not that. It's like, okay, fine, so we're doing it that way. But then here's the other thing. I mean, maybe this is also an idea for this, maybe. If there's maybe some way that something could, like a movie license. You pay, like, a ton of money or something and maybe get the rights to use it for a context like this. But look, I know why they do that. They don't want to necessarily have it where... I mean, fine, it's right. It's why you have a copyright law element. The idea of, like, hey, we mentioned last time that the person I thought was the voice actor of Roger Bacon, James Carter Cathcart, voiced in a hentai called Cool Devices. So they probably think like, well, we don't necessarily want to have an association with something like that, maybe.
Yeah.
If they want to do it, so okay. But then the question of, all right, then how do we balance that? And I guess for our show, we found the right way, which is handling the sound elements. Not many games saying, no, we can't do this, with a few exceptions. I know actually a lot of those Lord of the Rings games from EA are going to be a no-goes with that one, and I know that probably makes you sad with Lord of the Rings The Third Age, which I know you adore that game.
Good game.
And it's one that I think seems like a little divisive in terms of it, but of the people I know who loved it, they say they give really good reasons that they love it. And I never played it. I don't know if we could show that for that reason, and I'd hate to do that for, that showing of it. But as I said, maybe the thought of like being able to pay a license that way to it, but I mean, I don't know, I'd have to be like a millionaire or something for that.
Also, I don't know if you noticed the malice gauge.
That is going different color.
Did you see it's yellow right now?
That's bad, right?
We're getting there.
What's the color?
What's
the color?
the final color?
No, the color layout, because it goes from like blue to red.
So yeah, it goes from that like dark kind of navy blue all the way up to red, and it'll go kind of. It goes from like a blue to like a cyan, then it'll go to a green, then it'll go to like a light green, then it'll go to a yellow, and then it'll turn to like darker yellow, and then it'll go like red.
Gotcha.
And when it's red, you'll fucking know.
Well, you were saying that when it goes red, and you were questioning whether you'd actually show this, or maybe show this as far as something near the end of the game, as maybe an extra, showing the idea of what happens when it goes to
I can
red.
use some help here.
I'm gonna have to look it up first because I'm not gonna experience it myself.
Didn't you say? Oh, okay.
I know the Grim Reaper comes after you based on what they wrote in the FAQ
Okay.
and the fact.
Okay.
But I can only assume the Grim Reaper in this point in the game takes the place of Foxface.
Because you said in part 1 that there's an element you could easily fight him. Yes. Aside from what we saw.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can win.
Oh,
I think you might have to run because I think you're severely overpowered.
Okay.
So that's why I kind of don't want to do it, because I don't want to kind of lose for no reason.
We can get an answer as far as what it is, though. Which
Yeah,
I, think
I can look it up, and we can always, go into it
and explain what that is, which is, I think, a fair case for it.
I just don't see the point in, like, dying to show something off unless it's, like...
I mean...
I don't know. It's personal, I guess.
I mean, it depends on what it is. I'll tell you... Well,
I do very well with not dying in this game, and I kind of want to keep that record.
Which is fair enough to it. Actually, one thing I'll go into that, because it's actually for the RPGs, Super Mario RPG, there is one battle I did die at, and I did do that on purpose, and it was because... Since you played it, you probably know this part of the game. Remember Booster Tower?
Yeah.
Part 2, we played that. Look, the link of the whole play we did of that game is going to be below anyway, because I mentioned so many times tonight alone. But for that one... At the end of that...
Yeah, you see how it's a little orange now?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Booster
It's like,
Tower.
hey, I'm stepping over your play a
No,
little bit,
not at
but-
all. I just want to point it out to you. Booster Tower?
Yeah, Booster Tower, at the end of it, you know the part of it where you have to go behind the curtains?
I love that part.
I do
It's
too,
so, like, anxiety-riddling, though.
So when we played it, what happened was actually I had a save file... Fine, I saved right out because they put a save block right outside the door. So what I did was...
Oh, shit.
I let myself get caught on purpose.
Okay.
I showed off Booster's fight, but here's the thing I did. So I killed the Sniffets, because if you get caught in that game, as I showed when we played it, you fight Booster, and you don't get a nice item, the amulet. So I said, let me show the fight off. Let myself die. I was actually using the goodie bag each turn. It took forever for him to kill me, actually, because Bowser was too strong with his defense.
Yeah.
And then, so when I died, I went back to the save point, so at that point, fine, and then I did it the right way to get the amulet. So at that point, I showed both ways that way.
Heads up, magic attacks can miss, too.
Oh.
Well, enemy ones can. I don't know how, don't ask. It's very weird.
It's magic.
Yeah, it is exactly magic. Anyway, my bad.
No, but I mean, I'm saying that, you're bad for what?
Interrupting.
No, not really. I mean, look, I've been doing that to you all night that way. But I mean, so my point is that was the idea of showing off failure in RPG. And fine, we saw that with Parasite Eve in the sense that, fine, I got our ass killed when we were in the Chrysler building by like a haunted treasure chest. So it's like, I was thinking Box Boy from Super Mario RPG again. See, that's why I love this game. I can't stop talking about it. And then also, Emetics indicated the Mimic from Final Fantasy, which is probably more accurate. And the time I mentioned that, when that happens, like, I was starting to talk about 3D Sonic. I was like, yeah, that was a karma smacking my ass down for bringing that up in front of Emetics. But at the same time, I said, he needs to be involved in one of those 3D Sonic games so we can get, like, the calm element of the rage, or fine, in that case, and then I'll mention the Red Hot Chili Peppers as we had on part 2 of Parasite Eve as well. So I said that's also the other idea of like what the show is.
It needs to soothe the savage beast.
Soothing the savage beast in more ways than one, and then also chat saying stuff as well. They might go into certain things, mention certain things that wouldn't expect that way, and sometimes they all just fit in place. It feels like, and that's the other thing also about the show is that we'll take our notes. He has a walkthrough up on his iPad specific and a leather-bound book to the side of him for something else as far as like where levels are.
Yep.
But in a lot
I took my notes where I needed them.
But here's the thing: is that honestly, I kind of want, and this is the idea of like why I run the show while you're shaking your fist at those dudes.
They're not who I would need right now.
Yeah, but they'll die.
I'll build the energy, but they're not what I want right now.
All right, but anyway, for that, I kind of said like I want this to be totally natural, kind of off the cuff. The idea of all right, fine, what would it be like replicating the idea of sitting on the couch or in chairs or something with your friends or family, playing video games, experiencing video games, having fun with video games together as far as a multiplayer thing, or even just watching one like this. Mm-hmm. And that way, I think that's kind of where that idea is coming from. Yeah, you kicked him in the throat.
You know what? I was telling you earlier when I was playing No More Heroes, it's the kind of game that satiates that, like, if you're having a bad day, sometimes you want to, like, take out feelings of anger on something inanimate.
Sure.
And I know there's always been this big controversy about, like, oh, violent games cause violent acts. Like, no.
There could be the idea that, like, hey, if you get too deep and are not discerning certain things...
That's somebody who can't differentiate reality and fiction.
Sure, and I mean, fitting, we're talking about that with Midway publishing this, because remember, Midway was one of the companies at the forefront of that with Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Getting that attention and then getting a rating system, which is why we have a mature rating that a game like this runs.
But, like, I'm not gonna go out just because, like... I play a violent video game and like emulate what's in the video game.
Uh-huh.
But games like God of War, games like No More Heroes, where they're like specifically made to be gory and brutal and that kind of stuff, or Bayonetta actually is a good example as well, because there's torture attacks in that are just so satisfying to pull off.
And there's a difference between a game like that. I mentioned Manhunt, where Manhunt is made to make you feel bad or make you feel icky playing it because of the fact of how it is
realistic,
insanely so.
But I like my fantasy elements.
Right, you said specifically, I don't play my games for realism, goddammit.
No!
So you're right about that. But also, when it's done well, because like there could be a case of a game like that where it's not done well and you just feel off that way. But those who all mentioned are great ones. Although with God of War, for our show, we can't play any of them unless we do them off screen as a off-screen Let's Play.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of nudity, and granted, it is not nudity for the sake of nudity. Because
not in that one.
Yeah,
no.
because it is historically accurate. They didn't always wear clothes or tops.
Sure.
But, like, talking about realism in my video games, sometimes, I like stuff like that. That's why I do play The Sims a lot. Mm-hmm. Though there is a lot of unrealistic stuff in there. Like, the fact that I think my one file, I have like $30 million.
Okay.
That's not realistic.
Or 30 million simoleons, as it is.
That's not realistic by any stretch of the imagination for me.
Well, then again, also, you've been playing it so much, so at that point, building up a war chest.
Listen, at this point, I just know how to paint and make money off of masterpieces.
No,
but,
there you go.
Like Yakuza, that's pretty freaking realistic in terms of gameplay.
Yeah, in its ways, sure. And even Shadow Hearts in the sense that it's taking place in a historical period, but you said it last time. You said this is a mixture of historical element, the socio-political elements that go underneath that. You're mentioning the idea of...
But they have that magic, the Taoism.
The magic goes into that, and which is also based on something real, but also that blending of something realistic and not.
Exactly, because, that's what I mean. Like, exactly what you said. The magic is... It's magic, but it's based off of real-world religion and belief system.
Which also makes it stand out that on the PS2, there were not a lot of RPGs or many other games that were looking at that quite the same way this one is. That I don't even necessarily have had to play this game specifically, even like what I'm seeing, to know that of the landscape of RPGs on the PS2, they were not doing that much. I mean, even ones that kind of were like Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne and Digital Devil Saga and other ones like that. And Arts and Elko being another one that kind of mixed that with like a dating sim sort of.
Yeah.
Or you're kind of mind-jacking into like robots or girls' minds, and then it actually goes to the idea of like, are you necessarily deflowering them, potentially?
Why does that sound like Chobits?
Chobits?
It's an anime where they're like, I guess androids, but they look very realistic.
Uh-huh.
And they're female.
Okay.
And the way to turn them on, so to speak, is a button that's located in a certain location.
Okay. Or as we said when we played Space Channel 5, the one person who has a tattoo in a very private place. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but I mean, I was thinking like, well, something like Ghost in the Shell. Well, Ghost in the Shell is different. Okay, that's different in terms of what that is. Or actually, weirdly enough, and this is the other reason for this show is that there's these random things that never mentioned anywhere. Oh, you got a nourishing potion.
Yes.
Learn nourishing potion. What
So
is that?
nourishing potion is actually really beneficial right now because Alice, as I said in the last part, serves as a healer.
Yeah, but she's out.
She is out of commission currently. So Zhuzhen has a healing move.
Perfect.
It only heals one person at a time, which not the worst thing in the world, but it's great because we have a healer for the next boss battle.
Perfect.
I was just going to use items other than that because, we have that option, but
Sure.
if I have a healing move, I have a healing move. I'm happy with it.
No, you're in good shape.
Marguerite was supposed to learn a move at level 12. She didn't, so I'm wondering if the guide that I had followed had the information incorrect because I said she learned it at level 12. She is currently at level 12 and did not learn it. So I'm wondering if maybe it's level 13 instead.
Well, here's a question then, because we were saying that, hey, there's confusion as far as the internet, as far as who voices certain characters, but then again, also, I think maybe that's the idea of, because, okay, fine, this is a niche game, but even then, you'll usually run into cases of nice kill of
She's
all
getting
of them.
stronger. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's almost as like she threw a grenade out, but also, you're right, the idea that she's all set that way. But I would think, I don't know, I would think it's not the case with this game, especially because there's other games in it. Oh, and wait.
What?
That's the mouse change. Is that what that animation, that transition in was?
So whenever it reaches a new color, I guess family, whatever. Not family, but a new, start point, it'll flash that up on screen.
I like that attention to detail, so you can kind of get a sense of, how do you pay attention to your mouse aside from just going into the menu.
Yeah, no, it's like, it does give you a warning where it's like, okay, you're okay right now, but, just keep an eye on it, and then as it goes, and then when it turns red, it flashes up on screen, and you hear, a growling noise.
Uh-oh.
Where it's like, you're in danger if you don't clear this out right now.
So they give you a little hint of that. Chasm22 was mentioning Resident Evil before, because in Resident Evil, the idea is that most of those, especially the early ones, they give you the little EKG meter.
Yeah.
As far as your health bar, you have to go in the pause menu for it. So usually what you do is, well, not every time.
No.
I'll give you one example, but before we get to that, for that you get the way you can usually tell is if your character's limping or walking, holding their arm or walking slow or limping.
I forgot that there were visual cues.
There are visual cues, but actually there's one better, and this is going to be when we get to this one. Are you familiar with Resident Evil Code Veronica?
Yeah.
What'd you play that on?
Nope. I told you I never played a single Resident Evil game in my life.
I have it on the Dreamcast. On the Dreamcast, it uses the VMU. So they have
it shows you?
It shows you on the VMU screen
That's
what your
cool.
health is the whole time. Actually, the
love
ports
that.
of Resident Evil 2 and 3 to the Dreamcast also do that.
Okay.
Those are the only versions of the game that do that.
Yeah, no, I never played a Resident Evil game in my life, but I have watched Let's Plays of every Resident Evil game except for... I didn't finish 6, and I have not seen 8.
I've not even played 6. I know people are very divisive on 6.
Yeah, it kind of bored me, and that's why I stopped.
From what I understand, 6 kind of was a kitchen sink approach in the sense they took a lot of things, they split that out as far as story and characters a lot. It seemed like it was not, from what I've understood,
weird.
not cohesive.
It almost played, I feel like it was, I don't know the timeline. I'm not necessarily great with years and stuff like that and dates. But it kind of feels like how Outbreak was.
Resident Evil Outbreak.
Yeah, where you kind of split into teams of sorts.
Yeah.
And it was like a split story that almost intertwined at the end.
Yeah.
Very strange. I don't know.
Which doesn't sound like a bad idea, because Resident Evil 4 has that in the sense that the Ada Wong missions that were added to every version after the GameCube does that, but not the same.
Yeah, it's different. It was executed differently. And also, we got enough soul energy for our light spirit.
And see, here's the other thing, is that, look, it doesn't matter that we're doing stuff for this, because then we can kind of run conversation that way. And yeah, chat, go into anything else on Resident Evil if you have other elements or insights on some aspect of that franchise on top of it.
Yeah, Chasm22, good call on that. I'm glad that I grinded it out because it's going to help later.
But as I said, we can make it interesting. Because it's one thing to say, oh, look what's on screen here, but it's another thing, what are the people on? And this is a different creature I think we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, definitely. So this is the Light Fusion. I forget. I believe it's called Heaven's Fiend.
Okay.
Because, you know, even though it's light, it's still got to be fucked up. Yeah,
and I guess here's the other thing. Whenever you get a full-out element of any of your spirits that you see one of these things.
What, when you collect enough soul energy?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so whenever you collect enough soul energy up to, you know, whatever number it is, you can go and fight the fusion, and after you're defeating it, you can absorb the soul.
Yep, you gotta get this fusion, so Kazutoichin says.
Yeah, that is right.
And I guess here's the other thing, you're also doing your transform probably because you want to make sure that you don't... This is probably a harder, evil to cleanse.
They got a little bit more power, yeah. So it's using Wall of Resistance, which raises special defense, which doesn't matter because I'm physically attacking.
Right.
If I was using the actual, you know, magic attacks, then it would make more of a difference, but
okay.
I just kind of wail on them. So I fuse because I want to raise my attack power a little bit. It can also heal.
Oh, is that what Sacred Remedy is?
Yep, and I believe it's actually an AoE heal attack, so it's the first one that you get in the game. I might be wrong. I'll have to check the description.
Or if it isn't, we can also put an edit below. But I mean, if you're going to go into the menu anyway, that might not.
Yeah. Damn it. It's got high evasion. You can see it's already hurt because it's kind of slumped.
As you mentioned, visual cue.
Yeah,
that.
I have one too.
So as I said, this game is also doing a lot of interesting things
there
against other RPGs, as I mentioned, of that era, and on a system that had tons of them.
And I mean, I've seen other RPGs do that where they do the visual cues and stuff, but there weren't like a ton of them.
As I said, the only one I know off the top of my head is Skies of Arcadia.
Yeah, I know that I've seen a few, but I just don't know them off the top of my head. So because it's a light spirit, I get a feeling of compassion that fills my heart. Soul of Heaven's Fiend.
All right.
So what I'm gonna do, immediately go on and actually equip that, and I'm gonna replace Death Emperor. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Because I don't really use Death Emperor, to be honest.
What about Tornado? That's the
Tornado I need.
Okay.
Tornado's the wind spirit that I got. Tornado I need for the next boss battle.
Okay.
Which we're actually going to go do right now since I got what I needed from all this.
Okay.
So we're going to tent up. Fully heals HP and MP. Real quick. Oh, really?
What's up?
Can I not? Is it under special skills? Ah, yes it is.
Yeah, or is Kazutoichi saying you just need fire and water? I guess what, for the bosses coming up?
No, fire and water just in general.
Oh, as far as the...
Water I could have ground out in the sewers, but whatever. We'll get another opportunity soon.
Okay.
So Sacred Remedy, yes. Small amount of all allies HP.
Okay.
And also, those Brigand Earrings that I got, look at my cash.
Yeah, look at that. You're at 10,000.
So, small price to pay for some extra cash in my pocket.
You may as well. I mean, and here's the other thing. I mean, to go back to the grinding thing, because honestly, I mean, the question of like how much you have to do that in an RPG is that it doesn't matter for our show because we can just talk over.
Well, that didn't take long, right?
No, it didn't.
That was like a half hour, maybe.
If that, and even then, as I said, look, to people watching this, here's the other thing. They're not gonna say, because I always use the joke with The Simpsons of when are they going to get to the fireworks factory. But this is not the first time I've mentioned that. But
no, I love it though.
But still, the question is like, okay, so because it becomes a challenge of that. And here's the other thing: I mentioned you Metal Gear Solid at some point. I said if you like Bayonetta as well, you'd love Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, which plays a lot like it. It's by the same people. But the question of being able to tell. Wait, the River Phoenix Talon?
Red Phoenix.
Oh. Yeah, rest in peace, River Phoenix, I guess.
So, there's a lot. Are you familiar with the Four Gods of the Cardinal Directions? And that, like, lore?
In general? Not really, no.
Okay. So the Four Gods of the Cardinal Directions, they reference it in a lot of different media. Specifically, the first encounter that I ever had with it was actually with a manga called Fushigi Yugi.
Okay.
It's a shoujo manga. There's 12 volumes. Sorry, I have the omnibus edition, so I have 6 of those, and it's 2 volumes per. They made an anime out of it, and what they do is it focuses around this girl named Miyaka, who becomes a priestess of the gods of the the Red Phoenix. I want to say it was. So you have the Red Phoenix in the south, you have the Black Tortoise in the north, which you recognize that name from Zhaoyang Village.
Right.
The votive picture of the Black Tortoise, they said, the Black Tortoise has gone away.
Yeah, that's why.
Right. So you also have the blue dragon, which we're encountering in this area because you saw Lily prayed to called out to the blue dragon, right? And then you have the white tiger, I believe, in the west. I might be mixing up the blue dragon and the white tiger. I always do.
No, hey, you know more about it. I'll take that for sure. Also, Chasm22 has a question for you, which is, I forgot, do the earrings stack?
I think they do. And actually, I was gonna, you know what? I'm gonna go get another pair just for the fun of it. And
Yeah, we can put that to the test. That's the other thing. If Chad has a question, we can also answer the question.
yeah, I was thinking about getting another pair. I just didn't have the money at the time. Oh, I'm gonna kill these fuckers because I might as well.
All right, bye-bye, Toads. I mean, every RPG, I think we fought frogs, I think, in every single one.
Toad.
Hello! Oh, yeah, that... Or, okay! From Super Mario Advance. By the way, that is... you'd be surprised who voices Toad in that game. That's Jen Taylor.
Yeah, I can use some help here.
She's Cortana from Halo.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I mean... It could be, like, the opening of Halo 1, which is going to be the... All I need to know is, did we lose him? I think we all know the answer to that!
Oh, God. Which, talking about Toad real quick, I gotta give props to Keegan-Michael Key.
Oh, in the Super Mario Brothers movie.
I like what I heard.
Of what we heard so far, which is going to be interesting to hear, because it doesn't sound like a Keegan-Michael Key performance.
No!
Actually, wait, did you and I talk about the reaction on the trailer to that? I know Max and I did, but I don't know if you and I did, as far as on the show or in general. Yeah, go into that as far as it, because we mentioned that before on the show. Because I'm liking what I'm seeing. I think they might have something. It's out, I believe, when is it? It's out, I think, in April.
Okay. So this does down my item chance to get an item from battle.
Okay.
By 20%. But honestly, you find so many items out in the field that it doesn't even matter.
Okay.
So that's why I'm like, screw it. I'll get it and I'll stack the hell out of it, so I'll be rolling in that dough.
Yeah, show it off, and also answer the question, because sometimes that's always the question, because I'll ask questions, the chat will ask questions too, other guests I have on show, that's like, what happens if you do this? And sometimes that's the other thing, just finding something out unique, because how many times have we said on the show, it was just the 2 games you and I have played, or 3 games now with this one, but just the idea that we said, hey, we'd never seen this before, this is something that kind of took us both by surprise.
So I know
sometimes just because the chat will ask a question.
Right, and I know I was getting about 750 per battle, roughly.
Yes.
So just using that as a baseline, I can kind of figure out if it stacks.
Okay.
Because if we're rolling somewhere more in the ballpark of 1,400, then yes, it does.
Okay.
I believe it does, but it's just not at the... I can't remember it right at this second. We're gonna just experiment and put it to the test real quick.
No, that's the other thing as well.
These guys are simple enough. I mean, we've been fucking them up the whole time. So.
Yeah, you've been just kicking them in the throat, and they die. And that goes to the other thing you're saying about a visceral element for some of the games you've mentioned. I guess that looked like a visceral moment to me, the idea of saying that,
when they're gasping for air.
They're gasping for air, and as you mentioned, RPGs that have an element where they'll have characters reacting in a certain way. It's one thing to say that even my beloved Mario RPG, the idea that they'll get hit by something and they'll have like a little bit of a shake and then they'll explode, fine. But then something like this, where they'll have that element. I mentioned Skies of Arcadia, which, as I said, the other thing I was going to mention that I didn't mention is, unfortunately, that was going to get a PS2 version. It never did. It was canceled.
I heard it was a really, really good series.
Yeah, it should be a series. You're right, it should be a series. I love it. It's fantastic. We're going to play that at some point. I have it on the Dreamcast. I'll put a million seizure warnings up for it, because there's a lot of intense flashing lights. It's not as horrible as something like Wizard of War, but still. But the only other port of it is on the GameCube, and it costs a lot of money. It costs a lot of money either way, so maybe that's the idea. Sega, please re-release that.
I don't know if it stacks. Whatever, I'll keep a couple pair on anyway in case
How do you know
does.
how can you tell if it
That
would?
says 882. It says 20% up, so I would assume it's 20% in addition to my 20%.
Of what, experience?
No, my cash.
Okay, so you got how much cash on this battle? You got 882.
Yeah, so...
And it'd be 20% of what you took?
I'm not good at math.
I'll do a math crunch for the edit.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a unique case of an edit. I don't know if I've actually ever done a math crunch for an edit. The closest I think I came to was when we did Mischief Makers, where the only thing I did, and speaking of Resident Evil again, keep coming back to that, I was asking if there's a game where you actually have to understand a math problem, because we're playing Mischief Makers. You play that?
No.
You have to go to the, like the festival, like it's like track and field a little bit, but controlling in a different way and easier to control. ElecVerse was going into that saying like, hey, hitting those buttons rapidly. I said I was showing you the regular games, like, man, you're going nuts, but with that one you don't have to do it. But there's like doing math problems as far as like one of the events. But I was mentioning Resident Evil 0. Resident Evil 0 has, you actually have to do a math problem for something for a puzzle.
Oh, I think I told you about it. In Covenant and From the New World, there's actually math as part of the
Okay, so maybe that was what I was thinking of. Because
I don't know.
at the time when I did that stream, I'll tell you this, I think I said there was some game. It must have been that. Maybe it was you I was thinking of and didn't remember.
I don't know. So this is Yamaraja Wind.
All right.
Don't let the name fool you. He's not wind affiliated, just like Yamaraja Earth had nothing to do with Earth.
Right.
He was actually water. So Yamaraja Wind is actually Earth.
All right, and you're going to tornado
And he's
him.
weak to wind.
All right.
And it's super fucking confusing for no reason.
But you understand
it.
you understand the game as we're seeing like he's becoming the eagle, I guess, or whatever that is.
I guess he's supposed to be a falcon or something. I don't really know.
Or maybe he's a northern goshawk. Or as I said when I was in biology.
Don't know.
When I was saying in biology class, in fact, I'll tell you, I used to take notes as far as like the slides and things. Sometimes I get funny myself with it. I think I said northern goshawks, they'll fuck your shit up because apparently they're very deadly that way. If you get in contact with them.
Okay. So he's very weak if you know how to fight with him.
And you clearly do if he's getting 151 points off of him.
Okay, so besides being weak to wind, here's the thing. I'm gonna just pop him with some bullets, right?
You just shoot the thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything.
Nope.
Okay, well, sword did something.
Nope.
Fine, it did 2 points of damage.
Resistant to physical attacks.
Oh, it's resistant to physical attacks. All you get
Magic
bullets.
only.
Oh,
Magic only. That's it.
okay.
Yep. And he's slapping me around a bit.
Damn it! At first I thought, oh, she's gonna die that way.
Nope, but this is why Nourishing Potion comes in handy.
I was saying, Marguerite, you probably would just want to like have her hunker down in defense or something.
No, because she has Grenade, which functions as a magic attack,
Oh,
even though it's a grenade.
No, right, because it's water-based, as you showed last time.
Not even just that. It's because I think it falls under her special skills, so it's still considered.
Okay.
So she's not useless, which is good, but she's not as useful as this wind summon.
Well, yeah, so especially in getting the last part of it perfect.
I keep saying summon. I mean
It
fusion.
is a summon. It is a summon, but it's also fusion.
Yeah, it's... You know what? Semantics.
That's true, but as I said, also technically, I guess we're showing the disrespect. I don't. Okay, it's not disrespect to Final Fantasy because we haven't touched that franchise.
I try
yet.
to use proper terminology based on the game that I'm playing.
Sure, but I mean, at the same time, I don't know. Maybe your thought is, maybe this is also a thought behind the thing like this game is not something that maybe a whole lot of people play, and think like how do you explain it quickly that way? Saying like, if you play Final Fantasy, then maybe it's like summon, but then again, you're right as a fusion as far as what a name is.
Yeah, it's just the word that's in my head right now.
Fair enough. No, I get that.
All right, so Ogre Flame Dance because nobody really needs healing right now. So
Nice.
I swear that's the second time I feel like I didn't hit it and it says perfect. So I'm
You
gonna
mean-
roll with it.
You mean to think that there was like a button lag?
It looks like it rolls past.
Oh, as far as the wheel, it looked like it was a little more, but I'll put another picture of the wheel or look at the wheel again. Okay, because all right, perfect. Okay, here's the thing.
Wheel of
Perfect.
morality, turn. Tell us the lesson that we should learn.
And the moral of today's story is: if at first you don't succeed, blame it on your parents.
Dark.
That was in the show. And
Dark and very fitting for our theme.
Yeah, fitting for that. But I mean, going back to that perfect timing, it's basically anywhere that's in the red. is
But
what
I
the
feel like
perfect
I'm
time
going
is.
past the red, so that's why I'm not totally sure.
I can use some
Again,
help
I'm
here.
just gonna accept it. If it wants to give me a perfect, I'm not gonna fight it and say no, that was wrong.
No,
But,
you may as well take it as far as that. I guess go back to the Animaniacs thing.
he's shaking.
Yeah, he's
All right, so Shockwave is an AOE attack.
Uh-oh.
But that's all right.
I was just getting quiet and just putting his hand out. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna give like the psychic push or something.
I might not need to heal. Depends on how this next attack goes.
Oh, it might be going well.
I don't know why I keep managing that, but again, I'm not questioning a good
No,
thing.
you're good at it. I don't. It looked like it was on point for that one.
Yeah.
You don't think it was?
No, I don't know. It was fine. I am gonna...
You know this game well. Remember, we talk about the recording curse, the recording benefit. Good
Well,
job. You're
yeah,
doing great on this.
You know a few times I've kind of proven that curse wrong.
But I've said also, but I mean, every game you've shown some kind of skill of amazing feat that's on tape. So there you go.
Yeah, you have recordings of me saying and doing things that I don't remember.
But also at the same time, you also make it interesting. The idea is like, hey, you pull up that hard combination Space Channel 5, you get the bunny hood thing, or fine, you get the hard piece without the bunny hood in Majora's Mask, and then you're doing this with the perfect hits that way. I mean, it also goes to the other thing that you love this. You love this game, and you clearly understand how this is, and you love that Judgment Ring showing people why is it awesome, and what's the benefit of what it is.
He's gonna go down with this.
All right.
Yep.
There you go.
All right. So, I love how they die too.
It looks great.
This.
Yeah, just going into the glass.
Yeah. All right. So Yuri disembodies his fusion.
But yeah, he's all
We
right.
got 5,000 cash, 720 experience. Marguerite. Okay, so Marguerite learns her next move at 13. I need to change my notes.
Okay, and you get a seal of life.
And I got a Seal of Life, which, honestly, I don't use those items until the very end.
Okay.
What it does is you have Seal of Life, Seal of Aura, all different types of seals. And what it is, they permanently increase your stats. So I wait until I have all my party members and then just kind of sink them in.
Okay.
They're more effective if you use them in battle. Fuck it, I ain't got time to be using it in battle.
Well, you probably use it later when you get to, like, final boss take. Is that the idea?
Yeah, and even then I don't need them.
Well, because you know this game so well. Actually,
I break this game.
well, you said that, and the way you break it is because of what? The summons? The way you're good with the judgment rating or stuff we're going to see later?
You'll see.
All right, but yeah, that took care of that. But why was it targeted in the first place? Well, I mean...
Well, she's talking about why like, bring Lily here. So, okay, talking more about the four gods of the cardinal directions.
Okay.
Villagers have worshipped the blue dragon at an undersea shrine just offshore. So you know how we saw the shrine in Jiaoyang village that was in the back of the village?
That was it?
They're talking about a shrine here. So it's the same kind of premise.
Right.
It's just you don't see this actual shrine. But this village worships the blue dragon the same way the Jiaoyang village worshipped the black tortoise.
Okay.
So talking about when that lightning storm came, the dragon was sealed away, and that's why Lily ended up becoming a ghost, apparently. So,
And Yuri's saying what you said. That
he's
sounds
making
awful familiar.
connections, rather. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, which is a song at Jiaoyang Village.
Yep.
Mr.
Mr.
Smarty
Smarty
Stage,
Sage.
you know, the boss is, well, we know who is, Duhuai?
Dehua, yeah.
Dehuai. I just want to make sure I'm saying that right.
No, you're good. Yeah. So he's bringing up the fact that they were attacked in Fengtian by Tiny, which is, if you remember, that's what they call the dog.
Right, and Dehuai's voice was coming out of the dog.
It's just so funny.
Yeah, we already met him. Well, sort of met him.
In personality alone.
Yeah.
You're correct. He plays Puppet Master from his... Yeah, he's a coward.
Which is what we saw, and I guess that goes to what you're saying as far as the mysterious voice pointing to Shanghai for where Dehuai is, I would think. And he's using Taoist magic specific as far as his forbidden ways.
Like I said, he's like doing the dark side of Taoism. What does Dehuai want from us? He doesn't want us. He wants Alice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mean to do that. I played the game so much that I can like kind of predict what the next line is.
No, right. You exactly show the idea of why do you live and breathe this game? Why is this something that means so much to you?
It's such a good fucking series. No
Yeah,
matter
I
how
know.
you look at it. It's
Yeah,
so
I mean,
good.
I think that's the other thing, as I said, about exposing this out as far as the show, is the idea of getting that attention to this game. And I think the idea of people, because I had that with one of the Parasite parts. One of the YouTube comments I got was saying that I always wanted to play this game. I didn't, but looking at this, I'm saying I was always very curious about it, but this looks like something I'd absolutely want to play. I'd want to get this on the PS3. And it's like, okay. Yeah, if you can get one person going that way, that means, I mean, they'll tell two friends, and then they'll tell two friends, and that's like 10 people right there.
That's it. Word of mouth.
Yep.
All right,
Which I can
so
think is what happened with this franchise.
Alice is up and moving again.
All right, so we got her set.
Yep, she's recovered from her curse. See, Mother, I don't think Dalian will be having any more ghost trouble. However, the fact that Lily herself did not appear does concern me. So he's like, well, she didn't come out herself, so there might still be a problem somewhere.
Right.
That is you. On behalf of everyone in this village, I thank you.
Sure, of course.
I am not personally gifted to do her wonderful voice.
Well, as I said, that is, as I said, there'll also be in the tag list, whenever I do the upload on this, I put tags of things we talk about. If it's like random, when we did Majora's Mask for its finale, I put Tim Curry and Jennifer Coolidge in the tag list. So anybody's searching for Jennifer Coolidge or Tim Curry on that will finally find the show. Maybe it's like, why
I
the hell?
love that.
They're probably thinking, why the hell are we seeing Majora's Mask up for this? That's not what I was looking for. But,
I know I personally search Jennifer Coolidge on YouTube at least once a week.
hey, who doesn't?
I don't know. We're gonna find out when your video gets more hits.
Actually, to be fair, that is the most watched part of Majora's Mask.
Wow.
I think of all the parts of that's the one that's most watched. So,
all right.
And that's the one that's been up there the least amount of time.
Yeah.
So that might be part of what that is. So, yeah, maybe you're right. People were looking for Jennifer Coolidge and Tim Curry and found the show. So, there you go.
He says, okay, so he's giving some exposition.
All right.
We have the black tortoise in the north, blue dragon is east.
Was that what you said?
No, yes, I actually did. Yay, I got it right.
Okay.
Okay, so the white tiger is west.
Okay.
And then red phoenix is south.
Okay.
So, I've been so kind of immersed in this particular like set of lore.
Sure.
For however long, I'm telling you, when I first read Fushigi, I was like, I don't even think I was like 13 yet.
Okay, so that's another one that maybe kind of shaped yourself.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I've known about this legend for a long, long time.
I'm trying to think if there's a game based on that anime or that manga.
I don't know. If so,
Below
I don't know
here,
if it got released here.
Yeah, chat if you know, or below here, I'll say like, hey, there's this weird thing. Or actually, I remember when we played Sonic Mania, we were talking about Trigun. It was ElecVerse said he'd watched it. He said that he had some issues with it going back to it. Specifically, I said, is there a game based on it? That's always what happens. Whenever something's mentioned as far as on the medium, I always ask, is there a game based on this? And there was one I think Sega was making that never got released.
Okay.
So I was able to put an edit down below saying, oh, by the way, there's this one. But at that point, then give a kind of an element to what it is.
Yeah. So he's now giving Alice the down low that Daehua is after her.
And she's like, what?
What the fuck?
No, she'd be saying it either like, no, she'd probably be saying it in like a British element, or she'd be saying something else.
Poppycock.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that'll be what we do. I'll have to figure how we can do this license element thing. Jet Set Radio Future. Actually, even Jet Set Radio.
Oh,
regular.
yeah.
That,
You turn down the radio. I'm trying to get some sleep.
oh, yeah, the Let Mom Sleep.
Yeah.
Would you turn down that radio, Lord? I'm trying to get to sleep. And then in Jet Set Radio Future, there's the line of Happy Time saying, I'll start the melody and the organ. And they're saying, that's just plain poppycock.
I can't.
I do love the Hideki Naganuma stuff, and we mentioned that sort of when we played Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed. We have to do, so as I said, I had to dance around licensed stuff, especially for that second one.
Yeah.
But we'll figure it.
I love how Marguerite calls Daehua out as sickle perv with a Lolita complex.
Is that not Yuri, though? Well, fine, he doesn't, go that way.
Just the fact she called it as a Lolita complex, and I'm not gonna lie, when I first played this, I was like, what the hell does that mean? Not realizing that's the style of dress that Alice has on.
Yes.
With the skirt and everything, yeah.
Right, you can kind of see below there a little bit of her skin that way.
Oh, you see some animations. They're not gonna get you flagged or anything, but...
That being said, I do want to mention something, because we were mentioning with God of War. Chat, if you want to see that game, I'll tell you how we can make it happen. Well, fine. We can do the PS4 one, the God of War 4 I call it. I know it's not that, just call it God of War, because it doesn't have nudity in it.
Are you talking about the Norse one?
The Norse one.
Okay.
I don't think God of War Ragnarok, which just came out, I don't think that has nudity in it either.
Unless the Valkyries in the first God of War, before Ragnarok, unless they have stuff hanging out.
They do, and the other ones I know that for a fact. But I'll tell you, because I've always asked this question, how can we get around this? I'll tell you we'll do at some point, because I want to show Eleanor off at some point. I will pull in somebody who would want to be involved with any game like that we actually can't stream, so you would not actually see it here on Twitch. You'd see it on the YouTube site. We'll just spend a day, do recording specific of it. I will not probably do any game like that I can't show that way, and then we'll upload that to the YouTube site as a Let's Play. Although actually with Eleanor is a weird one, because with that one, there's parts of that game I can show. I know the parts I can't show, so I can show parts of that game on stream. The only thing is that I know that there is licensed stuff in terms of elements of the music, and you can't exactly control that easily.
Right.
I know the Super Game Brothers Play had some questions when they uploaded for that. I think it got flagged for Germany. They couldn't be viewed there. Yeah, I'll figure what we can do on that one eventually, but as I said, I know the stuff when you're in Homicide Desk and in Vice Desk, there's full nudity shown in the sense of dead bodies, because of takeoff on the Black Dahlia murders.
You can't do anything about that.
I can't, but I can't. But what we can do is, as I said, we can record it off screen, and then I'll do edits. I'll put on censor bars and things for the purpose of that. Because I mean, I also mentioned the time I accidentally sort of kind of showed it nudity on the show that it didn't catch. I was like, wait a second, but then when I uploaded it to YouTube, it was Dead or Alive 1. There's a cutscene, because if you go in the menu, you can sort of see something for like the options menu if it pulls randomly. But the opening cinematic has a shower scene. You can sort of kind of see something of Kasumi, but you can't quite. Okay. It was actually last year's showcase show. I said, oh shit, I don't know about that. I didn't get flagged. I was like, oh wait a minute, I gotta figure this. But that's how we'd handle a game with nudity. Anytime you want to see a game with nudity in it, we can do it that way. We'll do it off screen, but we can make it happen that way.
Yeah. All right. So the reason I stopped on this is because I want you to be able to read through this and everything.
Okay.
So
Zhujian
is asking if Alice knows anything about Daehua, and Alice is like, I don't know anything about him, don't know who the guy is, never met him. But now she's saying when Bacon murdered her father in France a month ago, the last thing he said to me was, there are dark warlocks trying to bring about the valorization. I won't let them make you their king.
So her father basically knew that they were going to be after her because of her gifts.
Bingo.
And that Day Huai and Roger Bacon were kind of doing this for the purpose of getting to her.
Bingo.
Okay.
So yeah, this is one of those story elements where I'm like, no, if you don't know this, it kind of like makes everything after like weirdly confusing.
Sure. No.
So I will draw your attention when you definitely need to.
Fair enough. You
Yeah.
know this game. You're leading us. You're doing a great job of leading us just because of the fact of fine. You know this game, but also just the idea of being a natural leader. And that's the other thing I think with people I've had on the show when they play it. Sometimes it's like, hey, I've never streamed in my life that way. I mean, you said you had never before we did this show.
Never.
Yeah, Nocturne was the same way. Proto was the same way. I don't know if Medics was. Edwack was, so he has the background, but even then, the idea of, hey, if you want to show this and run it, I know that I'll believe in what they want to do with that. So, in that case, giving that opportunity, too.
I asked you even before we started. I was like, do you want to take back the intro, or do you want me to do it?
No, it's all yours.
I'll do it.
Yeah, every part you want to intro, me as well. I like the way that I like the way we introed, because like your point to me is like, wait a second, that was me. He was like, all right, my line, I made the mistake. You did the intro,
You're
right?
so used to doing it a certain way, and I threw you off.
Well, I'll tell you, it also fits with our intro of Part 2 Majora's Mask.
Yes.
Remember, I said the game wrong.
Yep.
I was like, wait, that's not the game. It was the one we played a few months ago. All right,
okay. It makes
going
it
to
fun.
Shanghai, because remember, we know that Day Huai is there. We think... Fine. Well, okay, the voice in our head said he's there.
He is in Shanghai.
He is in Shanghai based on what we saw them last month.
So-
last week.
The tower that you saw where Roger Bacon showed up and talked to him,
That was Shanghai.
that was in Shanghai. It's
Right.
like on the outskirts of the city or whatever. You'll see on the map.
But if he wants to do another valorization, that means he's going to want Alice to make sure it works, and it's not going to have that happen. And it will go with the nightmare we lived through 15 years ago. That's a tie back to Kotelka, yes?
No.
No?
No.
All right.
You'll see.
See, that's why, because I know you also said the nightmare 15 years ago, the valorization. Because the reason I mentioned Kotelka is because...
I think it might take place concurrently.
So there's something that might be going on in element with that, but we'll learn in this game what it is.
I don't think Kudelka mentions it at all.
Okay.
I don't believe so. I haven't played through the entire game so of Kudelka, so I don't actually know. But timeline-wise, yes, it might take place concurrently.
Okay.
So the valorization, Zhujian explains, is a ritual that in effect turns the entire world upside down. Daehuai attempted the valorization once before. Countless people lost their lives, and catastrophic earthquakes and disasters have followed. I don't know if that ties into any real-life, like, earthquakes during the time period.
I'll see what I can find.
Yeah, there's certain history things that I kind of never really thought to look up.
But see, in this case, I'll think to look it up because you're saying, like, hey, what is that about? I don't know, but I'd like to know.
Yeah.
But 15 years ago, saying, what did you talk?
So 15 years ago, that brings us to, what did I say, 1899?
You said 1899 for,
Because this is 1913, so that would
Well, you said
be...
1899 for, they said 14 years ago, but it would be 1898.
Okay.
So, yeah, about that. So he's like, wait a second, this didn't work back then?
Okay. Yeah, so
But-
like I said, I'm not that great with dates.
No, you sound like you're doing okay with
Especially with math.
it.
If he succeeded, it would have meant the end of the world. As I recall, a certain man stood in Daehuai's way, foreshadowing, and gave his legs to stop the process of the valorization. Having lost half his body in that battle, Daehuai went underground. I don't know if you noticed on Daehuai's character model, you might not have gotten a good look at it, but he is actually missing half his body.
Okay. We'll see him later, probably, so I'll get
yes,
a sense of that.
he's got prosthetics.
Okay. Find secretly carry out the valorization rite that's known as Demon's Gate Invocation.
Yeah. You're going to see that mentioned a lot in the next, like, parts.
Okay.
Like, the next couple parts.
All right.
So if we don't, like, stop it, this battle will go on forever, right?
Well, he would probably be okay with it, but he's like, well, yeah, in fact, he's saying, I like the idea of
I
being in a
like
fight. But then at the same time, he's also saying, like, fine, I want to protect everybody here. And Alice wants to go to Shanghai with us, because, yeah, I'm not gonna. She's taking her. We talked actually. Dolly Finson's at the end of the last part. Good for her for standing up for herself to Yuri, but also good for her now saying like, you know what? I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna go with them. We're all gonna go. It was like, fine, okay. I would have not. Yeah, Marguerite would have not gone. I guess she would have like, fine, I'll go set another bomb off or something. But
she's
like,
kind
fine,
of a
I'll
free
go.
agent, honestly, and the fact that she kind of joins you through all this is really, it's interesting how she comes about like joining your party.
Right.
But
It seems like it's by circumstance a little bit, but then
Yeah.
again, the idea of how, and it goes to what you're saying, because you're like, hey, shading of character, and you said you're going to see this as you go along. I'm seeing this already, even in terms of Yuri, I'm getting the growth of him just from each of the dialogues that I'm seeing, the idea that, fine, I'm excited to do the battling, but he's like, not even necessarily in a case of, Fine. He doesn't want to fly. That hasn't changed.
Well, he said, and he doesn't want to go overland because the Japanese army will spot them.
That's also it. So it's like, hey, I don't want to do this, but it's also the idea of thinking smartly. In some ways, not perving on Alice, but at the same time getting the sense that, you know what, fine, he's at least willing to care enough to help. He's like, fine, we got a boat.
Oh.
By somebody.
Who's the female voice? Who is it?
Oh
my God.
see.
Drum roll. Ah!
Did it? This
What?
is the smuggler boss. Oh, wait a minute. It's
What?
Kawashima?
Yes! But
So-
they don't know that.
Well, we do. And the game is kind of giving a hint, a hide of it, saying like smuggler boss. Like, wait a second, what the hell are you doing listening to us? Yeah, you were overhearing us. I was like, yeah, don't worry about this. I just happened to overhear. Yeah.
Bullshit!
I was gonna say, he's like, yeah, she basically just reinforced their point right there, but like, I didn't expect to see this late, but there's something going on with monsters, and that's all I could do to prep my goods.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, but even she's just like, what are you
What business are you in, miss?
Are you honest, really? Because, like, why would you be running at night? Well, yeah, perhaps the same could be said of,
Yeah.
jeez.
She's like, I'm a courier, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, of course. I love that
Courier's
she's
a bit euphemistic.
I love that she's doing the hand specific as far as like, yeah, don't
she's
worry
like,
about it.
don't pay any attention to what I actually am.
Alright, I'm a smuggler and I've already heard we want to go to Shanghai and I can get you there with the boat.
And that means sneaking past the Japanese army, right?
And she has the
Little
hookup.
do we know.
She has the hookup. As we know.
Yeah.
They don't, but they'll find out soon. He's like, yeah, don't worry. You got a boat?
It takes a little bit for them to figure it out, to be honest. I don't know why it takes them so long. It's all the army thinks it's a fishing boat and they let it right through the checkpoints. Even if it's human.
Okay.
Smuggling bodies.
It depends on how big a ship is, but even he's saying, no, wait a
it's
minute.
enough.
But wait a minute, yeah, what's the cost?
Exactly. We're not.
So, okay.
Not up to those earrings.
So I'll pay you 2,000 now and 15 once we reach Alderaan. I mean, Shanghai.
Alright, it's a deal. Excellent. I'll go ahead to the boat and make your preparations and meet you there at first light.
Yeah, Docking Bay 94. Okay, fine. No, it's not Star Wars.
Alright, so we're gonna get some rest, I guess.
Yeah, but she's like, wait, I don't like her.
Yeah, Marguerite's definitely a suspicious one, or skeptical one, and rightfully so. Based on what we know about Kawashima so far, she's a pretty brutal individual who kind of is. I mean, I'll go as far to say self-serving.
We saw that last time.
Yeah, she's definitely self-serving, but I think with good reason. That we'll see coming up.
Sure.
So, going along with that. Yeah, Zhuzhen kind of like tries to.
Yeah, it's hard out there, so they're gonna do what they have to do. He's like, is that who you think this is? Someone who's just gonna be innocent doing this?
Most likely. Yeah, he's pretty much like, well, this is our only option, so it's take it or leave it.
Alright.
So.
Alright, call tonight and then get some rest. Let's get going.
Our nice little sleepover music.
I do like hearing that.
Okay, so before we leave, we have a couple things to take care of.
I think I know one of them.
What, with Mei Wan?
No, downstairs.
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna get that chest.
Where'd you go?
Marguerite already left.
Did she leave our party? We'll find out, I guess.
I hope not.
Yeah, you were dead asleep. You're like, yeah. But even he's saying, like, yeah, I didn't sleep very well.
I sincerely hope she didn't, like, leave our party. I don't think... No, she didn't. I
would say you probably would know when the party switches happen.
I know she didn't because I know she's in the next area that we're in, so...
Okay.
Yeah, so we have Wanderer Mei Wan who showed up here. I have no need to talk to him because I'm not gonna upgrade my weapons or anything. Like I said, it's kind of pointless to do that until you get like your final stuff.
It sounds like the way you're running this, it seems like you're in good shape. Yeah, kid, get out of the way.
Yeah. He's like, I want you to have my treasure.
Oh yeah, so that's everyone. Your bonus for killing everything.
Alright, so this item.
The flare brooch.
Holy shit! I'm so happy you get this as early as you do.
Why is that?
Okay, so what the flare brooch is, immediately equip this shit on Yuri.
Why is that?
Because the flare brooch actually reduces the SP needed to fuse by 20%.
Oh, yeah.
And it boosts your stats like fucking crazy.
Oh, you're right. It looks like your attack, defense, special attack, and special defense are bumped up pretty
Yep.
significantly.
So real quick, before I put it on, I am going to show you the difference. So you see how it takes 16 to fuse?
Okay.
Okay, so the way that fusion works, I don't know if I really went into it too much. It takes 16 to fuse with a spirit initially.
Okay.
And then it takes 1 point each turn.
Okay.
Okay, so if you were to fuse and then disembody a spirit, and then fuse into another one, that's 16. Say it takes a turn, for example, before you disembody. That's another 1, so that's 17 points total. You disembody, takes another point away from you because your SP decreases 1 every turn regardless of who you are. And then you fuse again. That's another 17 points.
Okay.
Okay, so if you equip the flare brooch... Oops.
There is one thing about this I'm thinking based on your description. You're saying if it's a 20% reduction, does that mean that gets rid of the 1 point from from after that goes? Why? What's up?
It still says 16.
Does it?
I think
why?
it'll show you in battle. I'll show you in battle. It does reduce it though. I think it brings it down to maybe like 12. I don't know what 20% of 16 is. I'm gonna be honest.
It is
I'm not good at math. I told you.
Well, no, 12 is 25%, so it's probably go to 13.
Okay. They might round it down then. I don't know.
We'll see. As I said, we'll find out.
All right. So there's a couple things outside that we need to take care of. So first things first, talk to this woman in green down here.
And it's a new day and it looks beautiful out here.
She's the fish drying woman. Yeah, you get to see it like in the daylight again and not creepy.
We got to see it at sunset, we got to see it at nightfall, and now at day.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Look at that. So she asked me to bring this dried fish to Sea Mother, who is in the restaurant.
Here she is.
Greetings. Did you leave? Leaving already? Be careful out there. The spirits are gone from the harbor, but they still roam the ocean. I will pray for your safety.
But
Oh, is this fish for me?
Okay, so this is an optional thing you can do for this, but you probably want to do this.
Yeah. A man from who died from Lily's curse left a strange message. It's about where he kept an extra stash of money.
Okay.
So it's some extra cash. I didn't look into it too much, but maybe you'll find something useful. I don't understand what he means. He said, where the turtle looks, take 3 steps.
Okay.
What does that mean? Okay.
Alright, so yeah, you know how it handles.
So, it's a bit of a riddle, but if you know what you're looking for, then you'll be able to find it. So, the turtle that this riddle refers to is actually the restaurant, because the restaurant is called the Sea Turtle.
Okay.
So where the turtle looks, take 3 steps. And honestly, it's right there.
Okay, so yeah, give me 3 steps, mister, give me 3 steps towards the door.
So, I got
the normal ring?
a ring.
Alright.
And for that, I get, I forget how much. $2,000.
$2,000 or 2,000 cash.
Yeah, so it's an extra two grand.
Alright.
Which brings us up to 14K, which is nice.
Is that less if you miss the the judgment ring there?
Don't know. I don't think I've ever missed.
Good.
Okay, so the other thing I want to do, save really quick, because, god damn it,
Well, it's the wheelbarrow.
got in my way.
That always happens, I guess, to the best of us.
I want to save here.
Also, this is a tiny save on the card at least, so yeah, if you have a memory card for this, it's not going to be massive.
And I have, as you see, 6 save files for this one game.
As I said, it's not like one of the Madden games where it takes up the whole thing. And remember,
Okay.
this is an 8 megabyte.
We're gonna talk to Filthy Samo.
Is that racist potentially?
No, that's his name is Samo.
Oh, there's one letter. It will be. But,
I know what you're talking about. No, his name is Samo, and he's dirty. And he's actually a lottery member.
Okay, so
Now-
he's not that filthy.
Right. So, lottery members will only reveal themselves to you if you have lottery tickets in your inventory,
Right.
as we discovered last part. So asks if you want to play, and the reason I saved, obviously, in case I miss, I can just reload. So it is a normal ring, but we want this item.
All right.
He has a pocket watch. Pocket watches are great because they actually eliminate ring abnormalities from enemies.
Awesome.
Yeah, so any sort of tiny rings, blind rings, anything, it eliminates it. That's the hit area, though, in
boy.
red. So it's okay, we can do it.
All right, got it. Good job.
Yep. But I saved just in case.
Here's Doc Goods.
Here's the goods.
Don't blab your mouth about me.
Me being so filthy. All right, so we got that.
As I've noticed what you said about the kids walking, they have the same walk cycle as the kids in the village.
Yes. Yeah, that's going to be for all kids throughout the entire game.
So it's like the Shenmue thing with the voices that are the kids as well. For that one, and actually then with 2, they changed it, so it's totally different.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you have something to look forward to and get to Shenmue 2 that way.
Alright, so now we want to go back up here to the docks. And there's one other thing that you can do that is not... it's kind of random, but it's worth trying. So, you get to play in the field for 300 cash.
Alright, how's it work?
He gives you a hoe.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I was gonna say
I'm
it's
very immature that way.
Well, remember, I said 2 things: precursor to Harvest Moon, and also I was thinking that episode of Jeopardy when someone said, "What's a hoe?" and then even
It's a rake. To be fair, I thought the answer was a hoe.
Well,
because it's a he says it's a long-handled gardening tool. What am I supposed to think?
well, no, technically it's like, well, no, hoe means 2 things. Fair enough, but yeah, you're getting your digging on.
Fuck.
Alright, so you're working at the fields.
That was awful.
Yeah, he's getting a little tired, but...
So I don't get anything from that, but I get 2 more tries, and the reason why I want to do this is because you can get a really good item that I can, like, I can save until the end of the game. Damn it. I'm not doing that well. It's that last, like, that last little sliver. It's, not easy. And you could always pay him 300 cash to do it again, but... which I'm going to.
Okay.
That was fucking ridiculous.
Here's a question. When you, if you do miss on that, does it change what item you can potentially get?
I think it's random based on the spot.
Okay. I return the hoe.
I don't want to return the hoe. I want to get the hoe back.
She's nice. She helps us find things under the ground.
Oh, you made the joke, not me.
I know, and that's the reason why, is that also goes, so we say, like, look, that's why we'll go to that.
So, I think there might be only 3 spots, honestly. I don't know. Ah, beautiful.
Alright. And basically, for getting that right, you get an item off of that.
I got a mana leaf. Okay. Let's see what else. Here's hoping I can get it. Okay. Doing much better so far. Mana leaf. Hello?
Yeah, it was right over there.
There we go.
Okay.
You bitch.
Well, I said she was nice, but I mean, not the last hit.
Yeah. I do want to try to get this item.
Okay.
It's worth it. So what it is I'll explain what it is. The item I'm looking to get is called a third key.
Okay.
And what it is there's items throughout this game that are called keys. You have a third key, a 5th key, a 7th key, and there's also an item called an eternal key.
Okay.
And what that does is it affects your ring in battle. So the third key, for example, you know how with your physical attack you do 1 rotation and then that's it?
Oh, you get more than 1?
Your third key rotates it. After you do your first rotation, it does it 2 more times.
Okay.
5th key does it 4, and then the 7th key will do it 6. The eternal key supposedly just keeps going until you miss, but I break it a little bit to where I think I make it so it doesn't work at all.
I was gonna say, this is probably where the busting the game comes from.
Part of it.
Also, is it set that when you get all 3 of them, that it'll always give you one of those?
I don't know.
And every other one you get like Thera leaves or mana leaves.
I guess you get, yeah, I guess those are like the chintzy items, but the third key is definitely the one you want to go for, and I think it might be randomized where it sits.
You mean where on the field that you hit it?
Yeah, I don't know if it's in the same spot every time.
Yeah, Chad, if you know, or Chasm22, if you know, feel free to let us know.
I mean, there's plenty of others in the game, so it's not a big deal if they don't get it, but I would like to get some stuff early on.
Sure.
Yeah, damn.
Okay, so it is a random hit where you go.
It's fine. I didn't have much luck with him in this entire village, so whatever.
Even when you like did test play of this?
No, like for the turtles and stuff. No, I got it on my test play.
Okay.
And then the one thing... Oh, Alice is back in my party. She's only level 10.
We just said they rubber band it quick.
They didn't, though. She was on level 10 when I left her. I think because this area was so short. So she's actually like 3 levels behind. But
Here's the question: when you get into battle, does that mean that she'll level up quicker? Probably.
She'll need less experience, yeah.
So I guess is that how they rubber band it?
Yes.
You know, I would say, okay, you're saying that fine, it's not as much of a concern to that the way it was when we did Sailor Moon of the story. Although even that game does the same thing in that when you get to a later area, if you have one of the Sailor Scouts that's at a lower level, if you go into battle with them and just basically keep her from getting killed, then you get more experience, and then they will level up quickly.
Okay, so now we're going to the smuggler's boat.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. I love the music in this area. This area, it's literally just a boat, but it's so good. I want to shut up for a minute.
We could also mute the mic if you want to. Yeah, you're right. It does sound really nice.
It gets better. It picks up.
Yeah, you're right.
Fucking Yuri.
Yeah, no, I'm not alright.
He didn't want to fly. He didn't want to go over land because of the Japanese soldiers.
Which is smart.
But he can't fucking handle being on a boat either. This dude is this, like... He's a tough guy and he can fucking fuse with monsters, but he can't handle it.
So he's sick? Is that the idea?
He is seasick.
I was gonna say, the wood is broken off enough that, I don't know, is he just let it go into the water or something?
I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, but at least, yeah, Alice is there, and this also shows that element, like, hey, she sees the idea of, like, the good in him.
She cares about him.
Like, oh god, this isn't right. Do they always rock like this?
Here, this is where it picks up. It's such a good track.
Oh, this music is awesome.
Oh,
Hearing
I
of
love
it.
the music.
Even going back in the edit, I loved hearing what it was, and hearing it more than even what we're hearing. Yeah, once again, just to remind, it was Yoshitaka Hirota and Yasunori Mitsuda who did the music for this, and it is good stuff. And they've done a lot of really good music in other games, as we mentioned last time. And yeah, this is definitely a winner.
Okay, so you get control of Yuri again. This is how he moves.
Oh!
Yep, that's how he moves.
So yeah, he's like, not feeling so good.
Nope.
Here's a question, is it the kind of thing that if he can keep walking, he'll just throw up or something?
No, he just moves very slowly.
I was gonna say, wait till we play Conker's Bad Fur Day, because that actually happens that way. And he's walking around with, like, his head. It'll just randomly do that when you're walking around from being drunk, and then put his head on when he's, you know, hungover state, and he'll say something like, my head feels like a badger's ass. We'll have to play that game, and if you want to be in on that, feel free to let me know.
Okay, so there is a chest. Oh.
Behind the camera a little bit.
Literally hidden. Alright, rosewood bracelet. That's good for guarding against paralysis.
Yeah, but not guarding against the seasickness, apparently.
No.
And this is the only time in the game where you have a status, I guess, showing of a character whilst on the field.
Yeah, because it's not really like a status per se. It's literally just a character trait of
But it sets up something like that. Actually, it's funny. The only other RPG I can think of at the top of my head that does this is, you said, had you played Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga?
No, that's one I didn't.
There's a part in that game where actually, Luigi gets so scared of something, you actually are walking in a scared state and you can't jump.
Oh, shit.
But although they point you to one specific area to kind of get your confidence up that way, and it is, so that's kind of another case where they have something with the movement, I guess, being affected on the field that way, which I thought was neat in that game. We'll definitely get to that game, although we're not doing that until after you and I do Paper Mario.
Yeah. So, Marguerite is making notes on her travel companions, talking about Alice and Yuri possessing extraordinary abilities, and in the future our country must, and then realizes Yuri's standing there.
Yeah, so Captain's Log, put that away.
Yeah, what about my future?
Yeah, you're gonna fall off the boat.
She's like, oh shit! This exchange is hysterical.
Alright.
What are you doing there? It's not polite to try to find out the lady's secret, sonny boy. What's with the memo? What does it say? What? Oh, you mean this? This whole thing? It's just my diary.
At that point, you think like, oh, he's not gonna listen to what it is.
Yeah, I thought I'd better write down each and every detail of this exciting adventure. Good idea, no?
I guess the question is, does he buy that, or is he too sick to think about it? Yeah, he doesn't
care less.
Not now. Well, maybe. I was gonna say so. Okay, he does sort of do that thing, except it's part of the cinematic.
I can't. I'm kind of really good at making that noise.
Well, as I said, every time.
An excuse to do it.
It's probably because of me mentioning Mario Golf so many times, so that made it work. And then every time that name comes up, it's just gonna be named except for the idea of when you saw the cartridge.
And she goes, ew, gross! I love it.
One thing I noticed though is that there was no actual visual of him throwing up.
That's because he didn't.
Oh. Oh! That son of a bitch. Oh! Oh my god.
She goes, oh my god, no, don't swallow it!
Okay, even Conker's Bad Fur Day didn't do that, and actually that came out the same year as this, so I figured it out.
Oh god, I'm so glad that you led right into that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fantastic.
He tried to lie down, didn't work. It was like he was gonna come up and do that.
Alright, here we go, travel along.
Wait, that didn't help him? Oh.
No, we're still...
Actually, fair, that's never happened to me, so I don't know.
Still plodding along. I've gotten, like, motion sickness from a boat before, but not, like, to the point of this.
Okay, fair enough. I think there it is right there.
No.
No?
I don't know what that is, to be honest. I never found out. I thought it was... I know it's, like, set dressing, but...
I don't know. Let's see what Zhujian's saying.
The sun's gone down, the fog's rolling on, and...
Wait, he's deflecting now.
Oh, absolutely he is.
Yeah,
That would be you.
if I'm not mistaken. So you're feeling better now?
No.
Yo, yeah, I mean, he literally threw up into his mouth. Was like, no, it didn't happen.
And then he's still talking about, oh, this unearthly aura. Yuri's like, I don't fucking care.
He's also probably saying the words that are,
I'm dealing with some pretty earthly problems right now.
I would say also probably the fact is, Zhujian is probably saying, oh, he's doing it again.
He's doing it again.
And he probably threw up in his mouth again, right? Because again, it wasn't there. Oh.
Don't soil my robes.
Okay, so I guess he actually did this time.
I don't really know.
No, he had to have then in this case.
No.
Oh, no, he did it again. So wait a second, damn, now I'm just dry heaving. Oh boy. I mentioned that actually with Majora's Mask for the last part, like, yeah, it's a bad case.
Now he's whining. How long will it take?
Well, then again, if he's feeling that way, that would be the idea. I guess Zhujian is basically trying to, rub it in that way. Because, I don't know if you've ever been in a case where you're feeling nauseous or sick that way, and then somebody says that one word that's going to set you off. Mm-hmm. So it's like, oh no.
Like, can't they just,
He's probably doing this on purpose. Zhujian probably, because...
Oh, he's enjoying this.
I know, but I'm
If you're going to kick the bucket, do it over there, will you?
Kick it.
Yeah.
He's trying to do something in a bucket. I could have bought some medicine the one time he's saying, bring the medicine in.
You must buy genius from business. He's such a child at this point, I love it. You big meanies.
Or I guess since you're saying he's voiced by,
Alice is the only one who really cares about me.
Or say, Alice is the only one who really cares about me. And then you get Jesse saying, James, shut up.
Oh, God.
And then since Matty Bob's cheating this game, you say like, you two quit your yakking.
Oh, God.
Oh, man.
Alright, so...
Oh, wait, there's something there.
Yeah. So there's a witch's broth here.
Oh, you have to put together your cure.
No, it's literally, that's an actual regular item.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just
That would
a
make
hidden
sense,
item.
given the item what it was.
Alright, so we're gonna go to the wheelhouse. Hello? Why
Yeah,
is
what's
this locked?
locked?
What are they up to in there?
You don't want to know. Oh, right, they're just,
Kato's driving.
Yeah, not to worry, the boat's sailing smoothly. Well, for them it is.
You're right.
Except that's probably why they locked the door.
Already singing her praises. They really think we're their own personal couriers. All we have to do is get them on the special charter and rush them off to Japan. Yeah, he's trying to literally self-serving.
Uh-huh. Okay, for a minute there when she moved, I thought, wait, you're controlling her now.
No,
wait,
I
no.
know.
Yeah, they butchered soldiers on the Trans-Siberian Express, but...
She still thinks that that's the case.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we saw what really happened.
I heard about that incident too, but I can't imagine that the girl could be capable of such a thing. She seems so sweet. I mean, just look at how she takes care of the young man who's been sick ever since we left port.
He's like, eh.
It could have been him, that Yuri, that did the butchery.
There's only one case of butchering we saw. Or two, technically, given the battle we were in.
Kato. Eat yo's. I wanted to see for myself. I wanted to see the girl and her friends with my own eyes. I assume you've heard about the old man in Shanghai who continues to plot against our army?
Alright, so this is going to be a question of, does she actually think we're the bad guys compared to, Dehuai?
I don't know if she's sure yet. I think she still needs to kind of figure certain things out. But Kato seems to be pretty up on the situation. Thanks, Tim. We're having great difficulty getting an American power shot.
Alright.
So, pretty much right there, she's saying the Japanese army is legit just trying to gain control.
Of the region.
Right. He's a sharp old scoundrel that day. Why?
So it sounds like she might have heard him before.
Yeah. Well, she's aware of the
what happened before.
Yeah, 15 years ago.
Yeah, it could be something exaggerated. Something my father slipped when he was drunk.
Colonel in Black Ops was just barely able to stop Dehuai's ritual at the last moment.
Okay.
Ooh. Getting juicy now. Colonel in the Japanese army.
Yeah, I was like, that's not right.
Loaded dash talkies.
Which I guess goes to the idea of what we were saying, the idea like she gets like she likes to get in there and get her hands dirty.
Absolutely.
And I think there's like, if I'm not wrong about this, I think this is the first time we see her front side this way, as far as like her face.
Yeah, that's about the closest.
I like the design as far as her, just as far as the idea of how much of a military person she looks like, but also the idea of even like her jacket, it kind of looks official that way, but also kind of very casual in that way, as far as how the look is.
So,
as far as like the costume design, because they can find different case of it of like how they design a model, but there seems like there's something very artistic to what they're running here.
I definitely enjoy the character models for what they were able to do with the software at the time.
Sure, but I mean,
Or
I
the
guess you're gonna
hardware.
say the other games do it better, which I think you'd expect, right?
Right, but that's why I love the fact that they do the portraits.
Yeah, it complements that very nicely. So the case like you can react to other stuff as well.
Because they make her like they draw her beautifully.
They draw all the characters beautifully. What I'm seeing. All the people want to do is get on with their lives. They don't want to deal with the political elements to this. But so it's no surprise then that Dehuai would be produced by.
These things interesting.
So it's the idea like, hey, job, because she's seen it all the darkest stuff, as we said last time. But the connection between Dehuai and Alice, she doesn't know.
It's just boring talk.
But yeah, she's like, no, I find it interesting.
Oh, what's all the stammering, Kato?
He's A, sucking up to her, and B, is more than interested in her. Yeah, or an element to that. I got it. Potentially. Or to go to the Shenmue thing, I got it. Please, your turn next.
Been tracking Dehuai for some time. Eventually, I learned of the girl who was so desperate to catch. Is this Alice? No shit!
Yeah, she has a unique spiritual power. Even Suji met his death when he encountered her. We'll figure out, I guess, who Suji is as we go along.
I'm trying to remember.
In this game, or maybe it's a Kotelka thing too?
It's this game.
Okay.
I'm just trying to remember. It's been a little bit. Should be an asset to the Shanghai offensive. So they're looking to use her for their own means.
Right, like have
As
Japan
a
win
weapon.
this element as well.
Help her in Japan's invasion of the mainland. Shanghai eventually so the Japanese army can take the mainland. Is that your real motivation, Lieutenant Colonel?
Yeah, he might have had the hots potentially be when he's like, wait a second, hold on.
I don't think that deterred him much.
Not completely, I guess.
He's got a thing for her for sure.
He can't hear it. I was
No.
gonna say, because my first thought was like, wait a second, he'll overhear what this is. Like, wait a minute, what's
No.
going on? But like, no.
And you still can't walk normally.
Yeah, I guess this will be temporary.
Okay, so nope, that's it. You gotta play the rest of the game like this.
I know that's a lie.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, imagine that.
Well, because you've seen the later parts that I've loaded up for practice. So.
That too. I didn't
Yeah.
even think about that specifically. It's like, yeah, you didn't come back. I was worried.
Yeah, I'm fine. How cold the rest of the... I love it. I love how he reacts in all this.
But it also shows one thing: the idea, like, why is why he maybe questioning the ideas like why is she so nice to him given the fact that everybody else is giving him shit.
And then he kind of sobers up a little bit and says, "Oh, Chushan and Marguerite say there's something wrong outside. I can't imagine what it is." So
Yeah, and he's not in a good health element to tell that right now.
No, but he kind of snaps back to reality a little bit. Seeing there being something wrong, Yuri, your disposition. Now she calls him out on it.
No, she observes it.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time it sounds like you're changing more and more all the time, which I guess is what I said. So I said, I guess I am the Alice Elliott as far as this. Yeah, I'm worried. It's like there's a dark shadow that hangs over you and it's getting stronger. Definitely there is. Well, yeah, for sure. They've gone a little while since I met up with you. I'm not confused with more spirits, but I say things fine the way they are. So you want to, I guess, give the tough guy act. You mentioned that before. I was like, wait a second, you sure? I mean, any headaches or mystery voice except the beginning of the part.
Yeah.
So if you're right about the voice, you want to tell me something and what's saying is true, and it did point out the Shanghai thing, I want to know who it is.
So Yuri's already made a sign. He's like, I'm going to follow you till the end.
Alright. Yeah, find things the way they are this way.
I love the music lightens up too.
Oh, yeah.
They do so well with mood with the music.
This game seems like it does mood terrifically.
Oh,
no
yeah.
matter what the mood
Environment
is.
Perfect.
Which, as I said, it's not always an easy thing to hit, and especially when you're jumping between different moods and tones. Yes, other games would collapse underneath that. It doesn't seem like this game is doing that whatsoever. If I get devoured by the spirits that I've fused with, they take over, I'm not myself, you have to take me out. So that is not a Yuri thing to say of what we've seen so far, but the idea is that, no, he's willing to confide in Alice, but he's like, no, that's not happening. But he's like, no, it could. But she's saying, yeah, you do have your skills with battle, that's true. And I'll be here for that.
You might, Rabbit, you might.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, I heard this, like, wait a minute, I know that, exactly. Yeah, if I was doing this, would I walk into this heated oven, and then he convinces him to go in there.
I love it.
He's like, wait a second, come back, something's going on.
Shit's going down!
Yeah, iceberg dead ahead. Wait, no, that was a couple years after this, and in a different country. Yeah, whoopsies, coming at a bad time.
Am I in the way, perhaps?
Now she's jealous. It's like, no.
I just love the emphasis.
She's like, get the hell out of here, man. Yeah, what is it?
What's going on? What's going on?
Or I'm thinking, because when we do, Metal Gear Solid 2, it's going to be, why were you late with your status report? What's going on? Respond! Communications with Cell C of Strut H have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately. Yeah, we're playing Metal Gear Solid 2, by the way, next year, as I've mentioned before.
Okay, so now I can run normally again.
Oh, I guess that was what got him.
Like I said, he sobered up.
He sobered up and he got better, I guess. The
Okay.
element of Alice helping.
So, lottery ticket there.
As you're standing on the chest. Oh no, okay. I thought, I don't know. I looked at that. I thought that looks like a checkers board. It's like, no, it's not. They're steering the ship there.
Maybe they're playing Pie Show. I don't fucking know.
Pie show?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is that? I don't even know if I know what
It's
that is.
mentioned a lot in Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Okay.
It's kind of like checkers, but like it doesn't function exactly the same.
There are games based on that we could play. Unfortunately, I'll tell you, there is one that is a digital-only game that this goes to what we were mentioning. You ever played the game based on The Legend of Korra? It was digital only,
No.
Unfortunately. It was on the PS3 and the Xbox 360. It was by the people who made Bayonetta. Platinum Games. I hear it's supposed to be amazing, and unfortunately it's one of those they never made a new one. And the only other ones... Actually, there's a bunch of those. There's the Burning Earth, which is on the 360.
Easiest platinum ever. Well, whatever.
Well, it is...
achievement-wise.
Well, that basically would be it. Yeah, just literally go into the training mode, hit the X button repeatedly, you get it within like 5 minutes.
Which is amazing.
I know. That was early achievements on 360, where they said, like, fine. I mean, Madden 2006 on that thing is like, get a touchdown, you get 100 points out of the 1,000. Like, okay, fine.
I'm very upset they never released Burning Earth for the PS3.
For the easy... Oh,
PS2 was the last system it was made for PlayStation.
which is weird also, because if it came on PS3, it wouldn't have trophies by that time anyway.
Sure.
Unless they patched in, although I don't know if... We were talking about this off screen. I don't think they patched in achievements for... or trophies for games that early on that system.
Sure. So,
We're going into circle, but we're not... Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, what's happening? Wait, hold on. They're running the ship. They're going to be taking us around, but...
They can't... They're stuck. Like in one spot. The motor's fine, but the boat won't move forward. Yep.
It's being held down. Uh-oh. Release the Kraken.
I'm just about to say that!
Or no, you have to do the Liam Neeson voice of it. Release the Kraken. Yeah, you should...
Haunted voice?
Uh-oh.
What?
You should die.
Who is that?
Yeah, there's like, what's happening here?
Yuri doesn't know either. Who is it?
Oh, she knows. It's Lily.
Dun dun dun.
Dramatic reverb.
Alright.
Lily.
Well, Zhuzhen said she didn't show up, so here she is.
Yeah, she's like, who the hell is that? Yeah, I was gonna say, he's not living long.
Here it comes. How does he know?
How's he know it's coming?
Oh,
because she's
okay.
up there.
She's chilling. Okay. Let the stinking salt water fill your lungs and die.
Yeah, she does have that look about her as far as the character profile, so an element to that.
Well, plus they said she has this really gruff voice, so...
Wait, did she voice it? Is she voiced in this game?
No.
Okay.
The closest you get to her voice is C-Mother doing the impression.
Oh, okay.
This is like... Okay, so I want to just give credit to this line of dialogue
Being
here.
very descriptive.
Yo, like, this is... They went hard with that.
Yeah, you want to go into this?
Well, I mean, I know there's a... So, later we're going to see a bunch of translation things.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, the fact that this is what it ended up being translated to... Holy hell.
Is this not what it is for the Japanese version?
I don't know, because I don't speak Japanese.
Or for that matter, just a question of, wait, this is more,
I'm just kind of impressed how dark it is.
Yeah, the mindless fish will pluck and poke at your rotting corpse at your bulging eyeballs.
Like, damn.
See, it's funny, this is a mature rated game, as we mentioned, but it's also that way of saying, like, fine, we're going to element that with the fact that they're being very descriptive on that. But here she comes, kid.
So, Jijun's saying to,
yeah, you go
Kawashima,
away.
Yeah, Kawashima, Kato, take cover.
Yeah, which is weird. Like, they don't know who they are, but still.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, as far as they're concerned, they're civilians, so...
Yeah.
He's like running away. Nope. Alright, so we are not... We're just gonna go through this. So nice you remembered. I've been waiting for you.
Okay. Yeah,
I've
but
been
please tell
waiting
us.
for you.
Yeah, what do you want? We want to... Oh, Alice, I guess, is the right idea, trying to talk her down a little bit.
She is constantly trying, and I give her so much credit for that.
Right.
She just wants the best. What do you want? What do you want from us?
Your souls. Also her suffering.
Mm-hmm. My friends are coming to greet you.
Friends?
I smell children.
Again? She still hasn't moved on yet?
Nah.
I mean, even Yuri's saying, like, fine, we gotta take care of this. Oh, they're speaking probably in Japanese here? Ante na kaizen shifu motsugaku.
Either that or Chinese.
Ote na onte na. Yeah, Chad, if you know if this is Chinese or Japanese.
I never looked it up.
Well, it says C-Mother's voice, so wait a minute. I was like, wait, she's here. And flashing light warning, I'll put a warning of that.
Where is she?
Master Juzhen, what's going on?
Where is she, though?
I should match your presence.
She's good like that.
You think I express my spirit with your feeble power in quotation marks?
Die.
Die! Oh, she was there. Oh, that's probably what the goop there was.
I don't know. I still think it's set dressing, but I don't know what
Maybe.
it's from. I just think it's an old,
Oh, did you
disgusting
see that
boat.
weird thing there? It looked like the text on screen was a little, like fuzzy.
Oh, I missed it.
I'll have a picture up. That seemed weird. I don't know if that's something we've seen before. But, yeah, she said, like, Lily's soul she wants to save. I'm gonna try and do it.
You'll not be made to suffer anymore, and I'll calm your spirit. Yeah, Lilu's like, fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
jeez.
Shit.
Yeah, and you feel that because of the rumble going off on you. See, it's funny. I'm just hearing that, like, just from your hand.
There's a part where it goes nuts, and I'm going to put it on the table so it can pick up.
Okay.
It goes nuts. She's still trying to chant.
All right. And I think it might be potentially working, but creatures of the deep, dragging them down to the bottom of the ocean.
Excuse me.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Gonna stand there to see whether there's incantations, but maybe not. Why'd you do that, though?
She was trying to help.
Yeah, she wants to. Clearly, the effort she put into her story said, I want to send her off to Nirvana.
Mm-hmm. So that's another thing why it's Buddhist.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's old-fashioned exorcism, though, but I'll help you out with it. Because he can do it. It's all the same, we can place seals all over this boat to help the spirit settle down. Mm-hmm. Which actually goes back to the fourth part of Majora's Mask. We played that. With, Pamela's father.
Yes, in the closet.
Yes.
All the ceiling talismans.
And then they say, like, wait a second, yeah, what's been going on?
Yeah, so we're stuck here, so might as well.
Might help her rest.
Alright, so monsters.
So there's basically enemies are going to be when we walk on the boat.
Right, but I'm not mad about that because the two... Sorry, train of thought went off the rails. The two elements we need, fire and water, that's what's showing up.
Gotcha.
So, perfect place to farm.
Okay.
Well, it's not really much farming because they show up in huge groups, so
They'll go really quick.
Yeah.
But she's saying, yeah, you knew this was going to happen, you came with us, but I didn't think she'd give up so easily. Yeah, I'd give my life to save her. She opened the door 14 years ago, which was, I guess, a year after the incident they talked about.
Yeah.
We were interrupted.
I think she just says it. Yes.
She opened the door that day, it's that you might have imagined. Her father's back from the dead in a terrible state. Her to let Lulu take his life and return to give her voice back. Okay, that's where the Lulu thing, I guess, came from, because Lulu lost her voice in Majora's Mask on top of that. Came back as a drowned corpse to be killed by his own daughter. Talk about the ironic element.
But he was already dead.
True. Did she kill her father, finally returned? Now she gave her the dagger, and then her father's drowned corpse on her back. She does, she's staggering under the weight.
She killed herself.
Oh.
Yeah.
Last time anyone ever saw them.
Sea took her.
No, so yeah, her spirit is in peace that way because she got washed away. And Sea Mother seems like she's regretful, saying that I wish I could do something, but something is happening to her.
She just needs a rest.
There's a bed over there, so feel free to take it.
So. Oh, beautiful. I'm so glad Marguerite's in the party. Alright, so remember I said with this pedometer?
Uh-huh.
You want this on somebody in your party at all freaking times.
And you've been doing that, yes.
Yeah, I've been doing alright with it. Yeah.
Well, actually, we had that happen when we were in the by the seaside town over there because didn't you have? Oh wait,
I had it on Alice, but I took it off of Alice because I knew she was going to be out of commission, so I put it on Marguerite.
Didn't they take it off though? Because I remember we had this last month when you when a character leaves party, the items are popped off, and did that not pop off of her?
Not necessarily. That was just a rare case.
Okay, so it
doesn't happen every time.
That's weird.
Mm-hmm. It sucks. All right, so I don't have a leather cap for Alice, but that's all right. We'll put the rosewood bracelet on her, the pocket watch. I don't need something, so it's fine. All right, so here.
Just save your stuff, yes.
Yeah, I told you. Whenever I see one, I save. Alright, so we saved our game. And we have the Kawashima and Kanto in trouble. They're screaming from the wheelhouse. So we're gonna run to the wheelhouse. Whoops. Locked from the inside. Yuri, as always, brute forces it. What else is new? Run inside. And we just battle some normal enemies. Alright, so here we have Ogre Flame. As you can probably tell, they are fire elementals. Which is good, since we need that element. The nice thing is, because they're fire elementals, Marguerite's grenade attack is going to come in super handy here, being an AoE attack and also being affiliated with water, because it'll do some extra damage to them. And I think it can actually take them out in one shot, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I can use some help here.
So, we will see if that's the case here. Yep, one shot. So, because they showed up in a group of 4, I can now get 4 fire energy. They normally show up in large groups like that, which is nice. And we want Alice to get to level 11 at least, because that's when she learns her next move, which is going to come in handy for the next battle. You can see already with the fire energy, we're up to 19. Water, we're halfway at 15. So, honestly, that's going to be a quick little cleanup on the boat, because we have those fire and water enemies that are going to help us with our soul energy.
Alright.
So.
Yeah, they'll lose a bunch, aren't they?
I don't really know who he's referring to.
Oh, wait, is he okay?
Yeah, he's just taken by surprise.
Yeah, you said you saw them. What's going on with that? Mia Kawashima's taken aback, it looks like. Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. More monsters.
Yeah, Seam always in on the action. Alright, always. This could be fun.
I think this is, it'll show you, like, the water enemies. I can't remember.
Okay.
Either way, whatever. Free fights. Free soul energy. I'm not mad.
I do like the look of the inside of the ship, too.
Right? With the wheel in the background?
Yeah, the white wolf things. You said these are,
water-based.
Water-based? Okay.
Yeah. So, Jujen would have been great here, but it's fine. I mean, I could still use Marguerite's AoE and it'll work. But you can see everyone's magic is starting to get up, their health is starting to get up. You can see they're starting to get their stats a little bit.
You see the growth, as you mentioned.
Oh, it's so exciting when they start getting stronger. They start taking shit out.
But also at the same time, it's not something that I get the sense of what I've seen so far with this that you're necessarily super deficient in the sense of, okay, fine, you are going early on, but not the case where you think, like, fine, it's worthless, and then later you realize, okay, fine, it's getting good that way.
It's nice when their stats start building and you see that difference where they can start fucking shit up.
Well, it's like you said, there's growth in this game, and I think that's something that
it's visible, too.
It's visible across multiple facets of this game.
Yeah.
There's
All
Blessed Light.
Alice on Blessed Light. Obviously, it is a light-based attack, but that's the thing with Alice. Because she is a white mage, she doesn't really get too many attacks. That is one of 2 magic attacks she gets in this entire game. Everything else is support.
Okay.
But super useful, especially for the boss fight coming up.
So it's at least one more than Princess Toad still gets in Super Mario RPG. She only has 1 magic attack in that game.
Sheep Bomb, right?
Yeah, a Psych Bomb.
Psych Bomb. Oh, I was thinking of Sleepy Sheep.
Oh, well, that's an item.
Yeah,
actually,
in Paper Mario.
Well, that's an item in that, but actually there is a sheep thing that, there's an item for that, the sheep attack or something that I believe, Mario...
She has a magic attack, though, that puts you to sleep.
Yes.
And it's sheep-based.
It's an item. Oh, it's Sleepy Time.
Yeah, that's it, and it's sheep-based.
Yes, that one is, but there's also an item, and I actually showed it when we played it, which is that you have to use a specific item. Actually, that's a weird one. You ever do the thing with the bathtub ring in that game?
What thing?
To
get it?
You buy the bathtub ring in Marrymore, and what you have to do is you have to be wearing that with Princess Toadstool. You have to buy this mystery egg from the guy who does the exploration in Moleville, and then when you do that, you have to use that while she's equipping that item, I think 10 times in battle, and then it becomes a sheep attack that'll take out an enemy on screen if it hits them. Sometimes it can miss, and it'll get rid of them, it'll just get rid of them instantly, but you lose any experience or coins you get for it. And if you use it 50 times successfully, it turns into one that hits everything on the screen.
Never did that.
I was gonna say,
that's real obscure.
It's real obscure. I showed as much as I could obscure with that game. I mean, even to the point where getting the the Star Egg, which you actually have to win the Great Guy Casino Look the Other Way thing 100 times. I did once on screen for one of the parts, and then I did 98 off screen, then showed the happening last.
Oh, I forgot he does have a store. Hell yeah!
Oh, the,
Oh,
Kato?
that's so exciting.
Kato is the store's
Kato
sorted.
has a store, so I can buy shit.
Okay, what are we looking to get here?
Okay, so I do need a leather cap for Alice.
Alright.
Oh, Lord knows I have plenty of money.
I was gonna say you didn't remember he had one, or you think like, hey, he's not.
I knew he was there for one purpose, but I forgot he had a store.
Okay.
Oh, this is very exciting. All right, rosewood bracelets, because paralysis is going to be a major factor in the next battle.
Okay, we haven't seen it yet, I think. Well, no, we sort of did once in one of the battles last time.
It sucks. Literally, all you can do is defend.
Okay.
It's just one of those things where, yeah. That's honestly the only accessory I needed. There was one in the sewers that I missed because I didn't realize that it was there. So that was my bad. But, like I said, it doesn't really matter in the long run because, like, alright, cool, I'll fix it later.
Well, you also know what you're doing on this, I think, as well.
It's nothing detrimental in the end.
Sure.
That's a lot of money for 7 times.
Oh, wait.
Okay, so I'm one of those people who likes to do things in even increments.
Okay. Well, I was wondering that if you're saying, like, why is it that much money? Is it that, was there something else affecting that?
No, that's just, they're 480 a piece. So
Although you could
I'll
still
just buy
discount
3
them.
more.
And it just counts for all 3 of the items, or just for, one?
Yeah, the total.
Okay.
So it does 10% for the total of 1296.
Okay.
Or, sorry.
1086 is the total of the
discount.
480 times 3.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So that's what I like about all that kind of stuff. But what I do...
Was that guild card, is that helping you here yet, or not?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's been helping me the entire time.
Okay.
That's what I'm using.
Okay.
Okay, so we're good there. I want to take that off because I have no need for that. And she already has one on, and she don't need that. Marguerite's balanced enough where like her defense can afford to be. She doesn't need to boost it, you know.
I would think Alice probably does then.
Alice, I do just as an insurance policy because
Also, she's
she is my healer.
Also, she's lower level, but that'll change soon enough.
I mean, she's at the level I kind of need her to be at, which is good. And I know I just saved when I'm doing that.
May as well, no.
I just don't want to have to rebuy items just in case.
No, absolutely. You're playing it safe. You really think this is going to be potentially that bad a battle?
No, it's not the battle. Kato's a lottery.
Oh, is that too?
I save more before lottery members than I do for battles.
Okay.
Because battles are not an issue. All right, so you say, what are you saying? And he shows himself as
So you
a
have to
lottery
basically
member.
speak in code that way to get a sense of what happens if you say the other thing.
He opens the shop.
Oh, okay, but you can't miss doing lottery as far as if by a dialogue choice.
Nah.
Okay, good.
Only if you don't have a lottery ticket in your in your inventory. So he has the iron clogs, which I'm not going to use, but I try to get the best item if I can for all of the lotteries. Call it a completionist thing.
Yeah, okay. Here's your
That
prize.
was nice. That was right on the edge. Yeah, he's like, don't tell Kawashima.
She's right there.
I know.
She overheard us saying the whole thing.
He was whispering. Okay, so... So honestly, now it's just fighting. I'm just gonna get the energy up, so we're free to kind of talk on whatever.
Okay, yeah, then what do you want to go into?
Well, what do you think so far? I'm curious
Of what I'm
about...
seeing in the game?
Yeah, what is your opinion so far? I know you've spoken pretty highly, but on all the events that you've seen?
I'm intrigued. I'm absolutely intrigued. I think this is
Yeah,
something
I can use some
that
help here.
is right. I'm thinking this would be right up my alley. It is one of those things also that you said it, I think, before, the idea of the word-of-mouth game, which is being able to expose something like that. And look, I'll tell you, that's kind of... I think that's why you and I got into this, as far as why I guess you and I know each other and grown so much over the years, is because of the idea that, well, if you put up with the random bullshit I put you forward, Mario Golf. I was gonna say you were gonna do that, right? But anyway, and the reason, but even with Mario Golf, just to go to that one more time, because like, why would I push that if it's like, hey, that's the idea? Because you saw when they dropped down Switch Online, along with me being enraged that the button lag was the case of that. Nice, perfect there.
I get it. Oh, and also you could see. Oh, damn
Die.
it. If she did a full 3 hits, you could actually see an upskirt shot.
Oh, yeah. I think we did show that a couple times. Though going back to the Bayonetta thing. But I said, look, why did I push that one so hard, and why, for that matter, do I push other games or give a sense of showing all this weird stuff? And like, what is this? Because I think it's one of those things that... Okay, fine. With Mario Golf, I know people played that because that game sold pretty well, considering. And some other stuff, yes. Some other stuff, no. But I think the reason I was indicating that and why you would indicate this game to people thought is like, look, it might be a case of people would look at this like, I don't know if this would be up my alley. I'm looking at this and saying, well, I think it would be because it is as unique as it is. It has the style and depth and ingenuity of some of the stuff it's doing, especially the Judgment Ring system, that you want to tell people this game. You want to, and feel free if I'm indicating this right. Or show off what Scout is.
Yeah, I've realized I'm just kind of playing how I would normally play instead of actually showing things.
Well, you're showing things.
I wanna show the new stuff. So, her moveset is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. I like that.
It's a scan ability.
I like just how that looks. Because we had that with Mario RPG again with the Psychopath, but even then, she takes out the big novelty glasses and wears them that way.
So, a regular ring. I have a pocket watch on Alice, so that's not going to do anything.
Okay.
A regular ring changes the speed of your arm.
To go really, really fast.
Or slow. It's irregular.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll show it just for...
Alright.
I mean, I'll show it on the next battle anyway, but...
Yeah, may as well run out. Run perfect.
I'm glad you're liking it. And honestly, I was curious, like, would
You're thinking I was gonna come in and hate it?
No, because you're pretty receptive and open to new ideas and things and all that kind of stuff, and you'll give anything a shot once, I think.
Right.
But would this have ever been on your radar had I never brought it up to you?
I'd heard of Covenant, yes, but I mean, because look, I guess it's also one of those questions of, I mentioned this with the PlayStation 2 because I got it a couple years after it came out. Like, it was 2004 for me. It was something that there were certain things I was picking up on the PS2 and even going back into the PS1 vault a little bit. It's one of those things that, it sometimes just this happens, the idea that, like, a game's slipping by you that way, but it would be something that I think with other people, I mean, well, what I heard of Covenant, it looked interesting, but then there was also a question of, I mean, look, I know you're the bigger one on RPGs as far as, like, you played tons and tons and tons of them. I played a decent amount of them, but it's also the kind of thing that there's a lot of gaps I've had. Obviously, and that's the other reason I think that I've indicated so much as far as the RPGs going into them, is that there's ones I haven't played. Either if I didn't play them, it's that I played them maybe later or kind of got an element. I mean, Parasite was a case like that. I didn't play that for the first time until just last year, and it actually was one saying, like, I'm having issues with this running, and that kind of got me to play it after I'd bought it. I only bought it because people told me this game's awesome. They wanted to see it. That's along with him. So that was one thing. It always looked interesting. So at that point, that was what it was. But I guess with that, it was the kind of thing that maybe that was where it was. And also maybe some of the other genres I was running to pick up stuff for quickly. So, I mean, I think maybe that was why I didn't get into it. But it also goes to the other thing we mentioned this, that some of this stuff goes for quite a bit of money now. So the sort of, you know, it's maybe more invaluable than ever to get a sense of somebody showing a game like this, whether it's this to me by you or me to you for something else, or however it might be, or chat saying, like, hey, something they know. It's a case of, I might not think that, oh, would I want to drop $150 on this without being done. And that goes back to, like, why was I pushing Mario Golf against you and others who were saying, like, I don't like golf games, why would I ever play a game like this? Is because with a game like that, that's the other thing I think about Mario Golf as one example, which is that under normal circumstances, I'm not a one against any genre of the game. You're right, I will try anything once, I will put anything to that. But it was also the kind of thing that, thinking about a game like that, I know a game like a Mario Golf is going to be a tough sell in a case like that. Saying, like, I don't like sports games, I don't like golf, even with the Mario element. Right. But then again, why did I adore that? I love that game so much. And the reason for that is that because of how policies. We all talk about great music. That's a game that has incredible music. I think it's one, if you're going to give me anything on that game, it'd probably be some of the elements of the music, especially the remix they have of, I don't know what that light is outside. But anyway, for that one, like, the music is terrific. There's this great remix, the credits music of that. I'll put a link to the credits music, because I don't know if when we get to doing that for the show, if I'll be able to show it specifically based on, because I have it completely 100%ed. But it was also that case of, it's not easy to 100% that game at all.
It doesn't surprise me that you did it, though.
But I think it shows that idea, the thought of, like, why do I love this, and the idea of, because I've always said this idea of, like, why would I beg people to take a chance on things? Like, look, and we mentioned this before, and you said, I guess, you're saying, like, sports games are not a genre that is of an appeal to you. You like racing, you've like never kind of jumped in. But I always am one of those people who sometimes think, and I'll go on this, when it comes to a game that is so good that it kind of transcends its genre.
Fair.
Which is, and I guess with a sports game, what would you say is, well, you said you like Mario Tennis quite a bit.
That's about...
That would be one of them.
Yeah,
that would be one of them.
And then if you really want to throw, like, a Mario Kart into, like, the sporting genre...
Okay.
I guess that would be another one, but really, that's kind of it for me.
That's true, but I mean, that goes to something interesting, which we've sometimes said this before in chat. Feel free to go on this. Any cases where genre, you're still like, you don't think you like a genre, you're like, I don't like this kind of game, but it's so good that you can't ignore it, and something that you still get kind of swept up into it. Actually, I'll tell you this story. My brother, he, one of his ex-girlfriends hated video games, specific, but she loved Age of Empires 2. And actually, I didn't mention this yet. Age of Empires 2 and 1, I think, and 4, and maybe with 3. They're coming to the Xbox systems. I believe it's Xbox One and Series S and X next year. I'm ecstatic because I love Age of Empires, that franchise. And it's another one. I haven't played a whole lot of real-time strategy games like that. I know you said that you were not big. You bought Civilization 6. And you were not big on that whatsoever.
I think I need to spend more time with it.
But see, that's the other thing. You're right. Like, what's going to attach you to that? And something like Age of Empires 2, where you think that, I love that game so much. I want to show that game for the show. Either show the PC version off, because I do have it on the PC, I have a way to run it modern, or just get that Xbox One version or Xbox system version. I think the one is getting it. I hope it is. I mean, if not, it gives me an excuse to buy a Series X. But that being said, the fact that it is a case of a genre you think, because I never played Warcraft really much, or StarCraft even, although I'm curious if some of those, like the Nintendo 64 version of StarCraft, so here's a great word of that. Protorov is a huge one on Warcraft and also StarCraft, amongst other things. And he loves Civilization, although he loves 4. That's the one he likes the most, as opposed to the 6th one. Oh, we're in red territory. So, I mean, I think to go back to, like, why that is, that idea of, and it always is a fascination to me, the idea of what is a game that's so good for a genre that you would think, oh, I would never play a game like this, but you can't help but totally fall head over heels and say that this is a game, because, I mean, I guess the question is, if you're going to get someone to a genre, you probably want to pick something that you think they would never normally play, or the kind of game that they would say, even though I would never play a game like this, I love this game. In fact, we mentioned that we played Star Fox 64. Because Star Fox 64 is a game that, when you really think about it, you think with like it's a flight game, you think it's a flight sim, you think something like Flight Simulator, a Microsoft franchise as well, and think that that's going to be too heavy, that's going to be too complicated, that's going to be something I'm not going to have fun. Pilot Wing 64, that's another one I adore with all my being. Would you necessarily want to play a game like that? So what is it that makes a game like that, whatever it is, any of those I mentioned, make people, because I know people who don't like flight games, like, I don't want a realism in a game, but they love, I'm fine, Star Fox is not a realistic game, it's the case that you think they'd never play a flight game, they love it.
Right.
So that's, I think, where I'm coming from for that. And you could say that a little with Shadow Hearts in the sense of what it's doing different, but I don't think this is necessarily a case of, like, well, you know, this is going to be something that, you know, it's going to be, it's different, I guess, as far as, like, the idea of, like, an RPG thing, but I think it could be a transcendent thing in the sense of, like, hey, if you haven't played a lot of them,
this is a good one to play.
It's a good one to play, but also maybe the horror one, you sometimes think, like, you want that cross-section. In fact, you said that. You said, like, hey, this is different in the sense of I have elements as far as horror when it comes to games, because you haven't played many or any of the Resident Evil games or stuff like that. Like, hey, that's an element to this. It's like, you like horror movies that way because it's an experience where you're watching it and it's acting on you. But then something like this, where it's taking that element of some of that fascination, putting it into a genre you love, and expressing it in a way that is very unique, because I can't think of many RPGs that kind of go into a horror direction quite the same way this does.
Right. And that's my whole thing. I think it was one of those things where I was like, I've never seen anything like this before.
And I think that's where my element is to this and why I'm kind of excited just when I'm looking at this, but also the thought of me. I mean, I do mean it when I say that I would pay $150 for this game. This game seems like this would be worth dropping $150, and the only reason I'd say I wouldn't is because I'd like to see either another re-release or something that can get going, because that's the other thing, like, hey, you know, it's going to be one thing to kind of see something like this and say that, is this going to be worth a lot of money, but also get it out to more people, because sometimes, remember, some of this stuff costs a lot of money, and it's not something that is easily available. People might have a new system, and they think, can I get this on that? But not always. Oh, and the door is closing.
You notice that that's the first time it's been open?
Is because of the fact that it was so high? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's a consequence of... So basically the door opens too much, so that comes out.
And I didn't get anything for that.
Because it's too high?
I don't know. But you notice they didn't give me an item.
Is that by intention?
They normally give you an item.
Okay, have you ever seen it happen before?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to point it out to you.
Well, I'm glad you did. But I mean, I guess to go back to this quick then, what would you say is another game as far as a genre that you usually would never play that really just said, like, this is maybe one of my favorite games?
Shit.
I know it's a heavy one, but still.
So the reason... Okay, so going back to Civilization 6, right?
Uh-huh.
Part of the reason why I bought it and why I wanted to get into it, I like the life sim type genre. I guess that's a genre.
Well, yeah, you like The Sims and stuff like that.
That's it. I love The Sims.
And it's a great game. That's another one that's awesome.
And it's one of those things where I was like, oh, well, if I like controlling, like, a single household, I was like, let me see about building a civilization from scratch. Let me see about them, like, slowly building up everything into, like, this modern-day futuristic whatever. Because I never played SimCity.
Oh, you didn't?
Never played any of the SimCity games. I've always stuck with The Sims where it's individual, isolated, whatever. But then I watch stuff on YouTube where I see all these amazing creators who have created, like, entire worlds out of their neighborhoods and stuff.
Sure.
And they've, like, downloaded stuff from the gallery that they have. And it's insane. It's insane what they do, what they're capable of. And granted, a lot of these people are playing on the computer. A lot of these people have, on PC specifically. And a lot of the people have access to, you know, the different mods and the custom content, all that kind of stuff. I play on console.
Uh-huh.
Fortunately, with console, it does support mouse and keyboard, which I didn't, you know, I never thought I would really do. But it does make it a lot easier, and I kind of understand the draw of playing on the computer.
Right.
And if I had a computer strong enough to support it, sure. But at this point, I bought all the DLC for, you know, my console. So I'm not about to go and drop... I don't want to think about how much I spent on DLC.
Does it cross over on PC and console? It doesn't?
Nope.
I'm surprised by that.
Nope, I would have to rebuy all of it.
I'm very surprised by that.
Well, I mean, it's one of those unfortunate side effects. So, I mean, they just released a trailer where they hinted at working on The Sims 5. Finally.
I was going to say, it's been a while, yeah.
Finally. So we'll see what happens with that. Maybe if I hit the lottery, I'll invest in, like, a good computer and I'll strictly use that as, like, the gaming console. But
right, but it seems like it's kind of close with the fact it's on console now, because, I mean, actually, in all honesty, the only Sims game I played massively was the first one, and in that case, I mostly played it on the PC, but I did play the console version, which is a good version, but you're right, it is a bit limiting. It's a different experience that way, a little bit, but with 4, it is kind of close as far as the PC.
It's pretty spot on. I'm not.
I mean, it didn't have. I mean, one on console did not have a mouse and keyboard support. It was on PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. They had to run that on console. And actually, like with real-time strategy games, sometimes the thought of, like when StarCraft was on Nintendo 64, people said, "How is this going to work? Seems like it's weird how the control is going to work if you don't have a mouse and a keyboard." And the Nintendo 64 does have a mouse that came on Japan only.
Oh wow!
But it doesn't work with that game as you would think it would.
Okay.
In fact, there's even SimCity 2000, which I love on the PC. That's on N64 Japan, and there's a version that came out here for stuff on the Saturn and the PlayStation, and Super Nintendo even has a version of that.
Right.
Specific. But so sometimes that idea that causes, and I guess, I don't know, with Civilization 6 is a question of maybe not being optimized for the console, or is it something that it's so much of an overwhelming thing? I've heard that.
It's very overwhelming. So I'm not... It's not that I don't like to read. It's just that when there is a large block of text, and when you're continuously assaulted by menus and you have to literally read every little detail in order to understand everything that's going on, I'm sorry, my attention span does not go that far.
But you're saying with certain things it might, I mean, if it, because look, there are probably games you play that have tons of text in it. Like, you can say that with RPGs, it comes to say like, hey, there's tons of reading in an RPG, but it is a different concept. It's broken up.
That's it. It's not a wall of text. And I know I'm not the only one who thinks that way.
No, I agree with that.
I know that there are people, like, honestly, I know that it's one of those things where when, you know how the teachers used to call on kids to read in class and they used to go down the line and everything? There are people nowadays who have anxiety that stems from that shit.
Probably.
You know, they would count how many kids were in front of them before it was their turn to read. And I know that that's why a lot of the teachers don't necessarily do that anymore, because they use more of like a popcorn method in order to kind of vary it a little bit.
Sure.
Granted, still anxiety inducing. But,
okay.
You know.
So maybe but also because that is something overwhelming. But actually, as I said, Protorov was that case because he loves Civilization, generally speaking. But there's something about how 4 handled it where he likes 6. He's played, I think, basically all of them. But in the case of 4, from what he was telling me, and I'll get with him at some point, because yeah, he's gonna be back on the show in March with the game we're doing. And he's doing the next RPG we're playing, which is another one that I don't have as much familiarity with, which is Lunar Silver Star. But that's one where the way 4 balances itself, he said that's one where it has more depth than some of the later ones. The other ones made it easier, but also in some ways it also seemed like, in that way it's alienating, but also in the other ways that even for that you're kind of proving one thing, which is that if 6 is the casual game, it doesn't seem like maybe it's as much of a casual game as even maybe 4 is, just because of the fact that it seems like it's overwhelming a little bit. Or even something like Age of Empires, which you think like, well, something like that, I don't know, what's your experience with real-time strategy games like something like that, or Warcraft? Do you have much of a background with
Never played Warcraft. I played a tiny little bit of StarCraft. I remember when Command and Conquer was out on the N64.
Is that the one you played?
Yeah, and even then, I didn't really play it that much. I watched it. And I was always, like, fascinated by the fact that you control, like, a number of units.
Okay.
And you kind of send them off to do their little missions and whatever. But I'm not great at games like that, so it was one of those things where I was like, alright, I don't know if this is the type of game for me. But it's weird because I've always kind of had a fascination with those types of games.
You're curious about what they are, and I think maybe that's the idea. And with Command and Conquer, that's something that, in some ways, they present it with a lot of, like, star power. A lot of those have, like, CG cutscene, or FMV stuff. Tim Curry's in one of those, actually.
Yes.
He's in, I believe, Red Alert 2 or Red Alert 3. He's in.
It was in one of the Red Alerts, for sure.
Yes, he was, and they've had like a lot of famous people in some of those. They had Michael Ironside from Splinter Cell was in one of those, and but sometimes the way of presenting a game like that, so that, as I said, an ex-girlfriend of my brother who hates games loved Age of Empires 2, and in his case, the reason we started playing Age of Empires 2, him and I, he loves like mythical elements. It's like this game a little bit, like Shadow Hearts, in that he loves the idea of like Roman centurions when the first one came out, the very first one. In 1997, so it's about 25 years old this year on that one, and then did The Rise of Rome, which is the expansion pack with it, and then 2 came out. 2 moved it up to the feudal era. At first it's like, I don't know if I'm liking that for the milieu as much as the other one. Then we played it, and it's just something that, it felt so smooth. It's also something that, it threads that line so effectively of saying that if you played games like this for years, you're gonna adore it, but it's also something that it gives enough of a lead in to give a sense of understanding how a game like that works, and basically kind of making you a fan of a genre like that, and getting a sense that when you see something like heavy, as far as like a bunch of things like that, you're better prepared.
Yeah.
So I almost mean that maybe that's where like the different genre gateway game comes in, the sense of if something like Civilization 6, and it's supposed to be the casual one from what I've understood, is that much of a turn off for someone who never played one before, then when you get a sense of one that really is able to thread that line effectively, that's where it really gets you. And it's like, oh, then you, like, if you played the other one, some of the other ones where they said, like, something that got hooks in you that way, and then you said, oh, by the way, I can be ready for these other ones. So at that point, it's like, oh, it's not as much of a, I'm going to back away case. I mean, actually, Dolly Finn mentioned that when we played Tetris Attack. She said, hey, this is a game that I always felt I could manage this in ways that maybe I couldn't with other games, because it seems like it's easy to approach, but it's also something that I've been playing that game for 26 years. We both have, actually, as far as it. and it's something that feels like I can manage other things because of the way this is operating. And she even said what you said, which is that feeling like I have to be reading a lot of instructions of understanding how is that game operating. So in that case, kind of being like the gateway for like a puzzle game that way.
Yeah, like I said, I think I just need to spend some more time with it.
Yeah, but I mean, I also get that sense of like what that's going to be, and then that's where the Mario Golf thing came in. It's like, look, if you're gonna play one golf game, well, I probably wouldn't say just play one. It's
I was gonna say there's been a couple that have released.
I mentioned Microsoft Golf on the PC, particularly the third one. Like that might be one. I mentioned Super Stickman Golf, which is a mobile game that's free that actually is simple, or something like a mini golf concept.
Right.
Something like that. That might be another thing as well. I mean, we'll do that whenever we get to playing Rugrats Search for Rapture on the PlayStation, because that has a mini golf game in it. Specific. That has a 4-player mode, which is pretty fun that way. But I mean, that exposure to like a different genre, and same I guess with RPG. Although with this, as far as RPG, this seems like this would be one to kind of get into if you'd never played one before, just because the fact that the milieu is interesting if that's what you're into, and I'm seeing that I think I would be into this just because of the layout of this, and then saying that it's something that you said, because I asked you difficulty, how's this operating difficulty-wise?
You can see it for yourself.
It's something that it seems like if you don't have a background in some of this stuff, you can manage it, and also he's getting pumped up. And was I skipping over story by doing this?
No.
Okay.
No.
He
was just setting up for the exorcism.
Alright, yeah, it's old-fashioned pentagram.
Which...
What's up?
I have thoughts.
About what?
So, you know that I go about and do my witchy thing and whatever. The fact that they call it a pentagram bugs me.
Because it's not accurate?
Do you see a 5-pointed star there? Because I don't.
I'm going to look because they're standing in the way, but I mean, maybe not.
There's no star there.
Okay.
That's a pentagram.
So it's basically that idea of understanding, like, that undercurrent and saying, like, where did they get something wrong?
I think it might have been a translation thing.
I mean, actually, you said that. You want to go into the translation of what you're seeing, like, might
That's
be...
just my thoughts. I don't know if
This is the first part of that you're seeing as far as translation of the game itself?
Well, I didn't think about it until right now.
Okay.
But it's just one of those things where I was like, it's not a... I mean, unless they use it in terms of saying, like, some sort of seal, but that's not inherently the definition of a pentagram.
Or if they're using it, or if they're wrong for a reason, because there's a detail that Life is Strange, the first one, uses.
I'm gonna say it again. Uh-huh.
That...
Which one?
The very first one.
Okay.
The first scene in the game, when you're in class, there's a question that's answered about something very specific that...
The daguerreotype.
I think.
Yeah, it was like who created the selfie.
Yeah, don't go any further, because we're going to play that game.
Yeah.
There's someone who pointed that out and said that this is a horrible game for getting that wrong, but then when you play through the game, you realize, wait a minute, no, there is a reason why they get that wrong. That is a very subtle thing that specifically I did not pick up on. Well, first up, she just tossed the game out completely on the back of that, which is, I've got issues with that. But
I feel that's a mistake.
Yeah, no kidding. Absolutely for that.
But
for that game.
Personal opinion.
No, I'm with you 100% on that one. But still, having said that, the thought that that's where they get it wrong for a reason for the story. And look, if you know that, you can say like, wait, that's wrong. But then you realize later, like, okay, why? In this case, I don't think it's that. You're saying like, well, this is just a question of translation.
It could simply be translation. Or like I said, it could just be something that they're using as like an overarching, like, just a general kind of catch-all term for like, the seal.
Maybe, and to be fair, I probably would make that mistake too, in the sense of, wait, fine, if I'm looking at that, I would say, oh, pentagram, that makes sense as far as like something like that, but not exactly the same thing.
You gotta think too, the type of stuff that I deal with, you know, my faith and all that kind of stuff.
Sure, yeah.
It's more based in like Celtic belief and like pagan and all that kind of stuff.
So it is going to be a different...
It could be different between that and Buddhist, for all I know.
Sure.
So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying like I'm right. That's it. No.
No.
Not at all. It just, with what I know based on my belief and my faith and whatever,
it sticks out.
It sticks out as a potentially erroneous translation.
Right, but
but it could not be.
You're also saying the questions about the translation of this game anyway, although outside of that, it seems like it's well translated from what I've gathered. I don't get the sense...
We'll see.
Well, we'll see.
You wait.
As I said, for now.
There's It's honestly, yes, it is. I will agree with you.
I mean,
it is
it's
translated overall very well, but there are little parts that definitely stick out. I was like, what the fuck are they saying?
Well, I was gonna say, it's not what we said as far as the unofficial translation of Tales of Fantasia, where it's vulgar for no reason. And
it's not Chaos Wars.
It's not Chaos Wars, apparently, what that is. It's not Yakuza, the first one on the PS2, where I know for a fact they went into much more vulgar direction.
You said for no reason.
Well, it comes off that way. I mean, see, it's funny, even the X-Play show went in that said, like, look, we've played games like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and things like that, where they're saying fuck literally every other word in it. And it's like, this is the most foul-mouthed game of all time compared even to stuff like that, because it's just relentless.
Yeah.
And well, fine. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas is relentless for a different reason. And at first, that took me back, because I was thinking, like, the first game of the franchise that actually says fuck specifically in the dialogue. But even then, it's like then playing a game like Yakuza, that one, you take back. And then when Kiwami, the remake of it, came out, you realize how the translation went. Like, yes, they are saying stuff like that in that game, but not quite to that degree in that case. Also because it fixed some of the gameplay problems. That's a case of a remake that's way better than the original.
Right.
And it costs a lot on the PS2, the original anyway, so you're probably better off getting Kiwami.
I like the $5 that I spent on Kiwami.
I like the $15 I spent downloading that specific, and the $5 I got on Yakuza 0.
So, real quick, I just want to make a note, because I didn't talk at all about the Fire fusion that I got.
Alright.
So, that's Inferno.
Alright.
I hold a Fire Summon with me through most of the game.
Because of that?
He has the highest attack power out of any fusion of the 6 main elements.
Right.
I'm not saying any more than that, because it's spoilers.
Yeah.
But he also has a special skill that increases his attack power by a certain percentage. If you do baseline, with this one specifically, it's 15%. If you get a perfect, it's 18%. So, with that, Marguerite's actually going to defend.
Okay.
Because she's kind of support role.
Yeah, so, yeah, we got Lily. I just want to make sure I said that right this time.
Yep, no, this is Lily in her ghosty form.
Ooh, death! Oh,
Yeah.
that's sudden death.
Yeah, she can do instant death, which...
I was going to say, that's the first time we're seeing that.
I fucking forgot, but whatever. It's not a big deal. We'll feel it in a minute.
Question, actually, for that. If they are dead on the field at the end of the battle and you win, they don't get an experience. Okay.
So, I use that Fighting Spirit attack, which boosts my attack, like...
Shit!
Shit! That's not what I wanted to do. I hit defend by accident. I meant to heal Alice. Because Alice is actually a really important attacker in this.
Okay. She has the light attack.
Yeah, and I don't want to kill Lily yet. So,
Which
I
is
have
you want
these
her back on.
Talismans of Luck, which does 30%.
Or,
You?
Are we going to do 30 now or going to do
Nope,
more?
more than 30. Okay. So, Alice can use her Blessed Light. That was
Yeah, it was nerve-wracking.
that was a big error. I did not mean to do that.
But it also shows one thing, which is sometimes you get so much into the moment of something like that.
Get off. Get off.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, she's pushing her against the walls. Like, no, that's not what she's doing.
So this is really the only instance I think of hearing voice acting ability. You can hear how she kind of like, ooh. And we're gonna use something's better than nothing at this point.
Yeah.
I just need to
well,
get her out
I
of
think
that.
she'll survive that unless it seems like she does another sudden death or instant death attack.
Well, that was actually that attack doesn't normally straight up do instant death all the time. That just happened to be bad luck.
Oh, okay, so it's basically a percentage in terms of whether it's going to do that or not.
Yeah. She also likes to paralyze, which is why I put those razor blade bracelets on.
Okay. Smart.
Yeah. It'll come in handy with this, and then there's there. Well, not dead, but
She's gone.
yeah.
Alright, good job.
We're not out of the woods yet.
No?
Nope.
Oh, there's another battle.
Mm-hmm. But I got dark energy for dealing with Lily.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we are not out of the woods yet.
Or just we thought it was safe to go back in the water.
I ain't going in that water.
Yeah, I was gonna say that looks like yeah, it's corroded.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you're. Oh, wait a minute.
Who dat?
Oh, a doll for De Huai. Yeah, show your face is I think the idea,
Be a
right?
puppet. Yeah, that's the first time that that Yuri and crew, besides Juzhen, has seen De Huai in his human form.
Oh right, that is him. Oh yeah, you're right. He has the peg leg.
Yeah, and you'll see when you see his hand, he's got like a claw. It's really cool.
Yeah, well apparently Juzhen and him go way back.
About 15 years.
All right.
Actually, I think a little longer. Oh yeah, you can see the claw here.
Yeah, more beautiful than I ever imagined. Like, yeah, no, it's
Reap.
my. Yeah, like that's my job.
Finally meet the real Tiny.
Yeah, you're the harmonixer, are you?
Sure, you the old man will make a lovely snack for Shanghai crabs. Really, shall unleash all of your power. Hate everything, devour them with your heat.
All right.
Hate.
All right. His I was gonna say his stance is pretty cool for that. Yeah, you're not gonna get away with this. But yeah, Alice is determined more than ever.
She's trying.
All right, so this is basically the last form here.
Part
the next
2.
form.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus!
Didn't expect that, did you?
I was saying it's like that is like Parasite Eve almost a little bit as far as how Eve was looking at the end of that game.
That's Lily.
Another case where it is technically nudity that is not showing anything.
They don't show anything in
I
terms of. Do I want to do that?
Well, what's it weak to?
It's weak to light, so I would do Heaven's Fiend, but I'm fine wailing on it
Okay.
as long as I set everything up correctly.
All right.
Which I'm off to a great start. Lily can't do the instant death attack anymore either.
So is this easier than the last battle then because of that?
It is because I'm prepared.
Okay.
We are going to do Holy Edge on Yuri, so he gets a light elemental on his physical attack.
All right.
So that'll help.
All right, so we're all ready to go.
Almost.
I can get why that would paralyze or paralyze.
So let's try this again. Good. I'll take 50%.
All right. There's our fighting spirit again with the fire. I do love that shot of him just like with the hands out that way.
Okay, so just to show a little bit more detail on
This, I mean, you can use this to get a sense of like what they're weak
that.
to.
It'll show her health.
And
Yeah,
health.
use some
Yeah.
help here.
Looks pretty good.
Let's see.
Nope.
No, oh, so it's like Parasite Eve. Parasite Eve did the same thing. When you use that scan, it just it tells you what the element is. So at that point,
Which I already knew.
well, you already know. But then
Yeah.
again, that's at least one benefit, which is that okay, like Parasite Eve, where it does for bosses, it doesn't actually show anything of like health they have. At least in this case, you just said, oh, she has dark element, so you understand
Well,
what to attack with.
I mean, it doesn't tell me here, but I know that she has approximately 720 HP.
Yeah, and you took a good amount of. Oh yeah, unleash your hate indeed with the hate storm. Oh wow.
Yeah, it's a fun one. It
Yeah.
damages everyone.
What?
It damages everyone.
I would say yeah, pull me under, and you're pulling under, but I'm not afraid.
So, because I did the Holy Elemental,
You punch her in the face.
and I have my attack up, that's definitely, I'm off to a better start than I would have been initially. So we're going to use a... So Witch's Breath is good for MP. Tia the Healer is good for both. Yeah, can't let Alex die in this one.
Okay.
I mean, I'll make do if she does, but like I would have rather she stay alive.
Okay, you're gonna run the Blessed Light.
Yeah. Yep, take her out with the power of God and anime on my side.
Damn right. It is a great attack as far as what it's doing.
It does a fuck ton.
And it looks nice as well as far as how they present it.
Yeah.
And actually, to go back, as I mentioned last week, the question of, and I put edit for this last time, but I'll enter it now. We're saying frame rate. This ran at 60 FPS. And Final Fantasy.
Did it really?
What?
This ran at 60?
It clearly does.
Wow.
Final Fantasy X didn't. It never has. And then no version has, in fact, to the point where the reason it can't ever, even when they did the HD version, is because apparently...
Blitzball.
What?
Blitzball.
Apparently break the game the way the physics, so you might not be wrong. They said there's like a physics thing that if it ran above that, I think people with PS2 emulators tried to overclock it, and apparently like broke the way the physics or some of the collision detection is working. So one benefit of that this has over Final Fantasy X is that it has a better frame rate. If you want a 60 FPS, I mean, I don't think it's a bad 30 of what I've seen of Final Fantasy X. I guess you can go on that because you played that game.
I mean, I never really saw any difference or anything. So you know that it's really only with the newer games that I can visibly tell.
I mean, this has to be 60 because you're seeing how smooth it is.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen any stutters or anything like that.
No, that's the other thing. It does not slow down either because you're thinking, like, wait, this looks really nice as far as how its artistry is concerned for when it came out, and it's still holding frame rate this way, which is very nice. I mean, and maybe with Final Fantasy X and Kingdom Hearts on the PS2 for that one specific, the reason it was that way is because they want to reflect the movie, and I know that's what Square's idea. And with Kingdom Hearts, the difference is with Kingdom Hearts, when they rebuilt that, that was something that they were able to make it run at 60 FPS. The later version. But not Final Fantasy X. That one they couldn't.
I mean, you think with Kingdom Hearts 1, the opening movie, and then Final Fantasy X, they have a bunch of different well, not FMVs, but like full-on. I mean, the stuff looks gorgeous, so. Yeah,
but even with that, I mean, the in-game stuff of FF10 could not run 60 ever, and Kingdom Hearts they could later. Although, I mean, what version of Final Fantasy X did you play? Did you play it on?
All of them, except for... Hold on. I have it on the PS2. I have it on the PS3. I have it on the PS4.
Wait, how was it on PS3? Was it downloadable on PS3?
No, it was the HD.
Oh, right. It was on PS3 as well.
Uh-huh.
And then 4 has it. And then Switch and Xbox One have it, obviously, too.
And then I have it on the Switch.
Perfect. No, you want your portable Final Fantasy X. I get that.
That was it. I was like, I want a portable, so I'll buy it.
Smart
reason.
reason.
So I think I have every version of it.
Except the Xbox One.
Wow.
Fine, that's going to be me eventually. Oh, actually, which version should I play? Should I play on the PS2 or get the HD on Xbox One?
I think the HD version's beautiful.
It's not a case where they fuck up the port or fuck up the rebuild or anything.
They actually cleaned it up a lot.
I was going to say, because, I mean, after Final Fantasy IX, I'm nervous about touching anything like that.
They cleaned it up a lot.
So we do Final Fantasy IX, it's PlayStation 1 or bust on that one. Not touching the other ones. Even though the Switch one is better, you're right. You got better off than I did because I bought on the Xbox One.
There's still lag. I mean,
not like on Xbox One. It's even worse than that.
But I'm not like foolish to that fact.
Oh, meanwhile, yeah, the Sea Mother has her problem.
This is one of the greatest tracks in this game. It's just called Alice.
Yeah. Give her realize some strength to save her.
Yeah, so she died trying to kind of save Lily in that last ditch effort.
Well, she said specifically, I would give my life for her. So it also shows the idea of like what the Sea Mother is and why, even though she's kind of a minor character, I got in the sense, even if characters are kind of small in this game, they're adding up to something.
I told you. I said even though she's a side character, she still plays a huge role.
Yes, and I think you were also saying you want elements of your lore and your depth in this game, you're getting it. Not a question as far as story.
So now what Sea Mother was doing for Yen Yen at the very beginning in Dalion, Alice is continuing that for, again, out of respect.
Sure.
Spirits in the heavens, our beloved magic user will be coming under your care. Our wonderful, wonderful magic user.
It also shows Alice's growth. They're seeing the growth of everybody in this game, which is really interesting. You think sometimes you think, oh, it's going to focus on certain characters as the main ones, but sounds to me, what I'm seeing here, clearly they're really went deep in on everything.
Yeah, no, there is the attention to detail is actually absolutely gorgeous.
I know. I'm feeling that for sure, absolutely.
And then Yuri even chimes in, "Yeah, spirits, be good to her for us, won't you?"
Yeah, I was like, yeah, he's.
It's really kind of heartbreaking.
It is kind of touching. I'm going to tell you, just looking at this, I'm definitely feeling that idea and why, because sometimes a question of where's your emotion in RPG that way, but still the idea that this is feel very natural, and because of the growth of the characters in this world, that's why you feel it.
Do you love it?
I do.
Do you really this is?
I'm really.
Please tell me this is more than what you expected.
It's absolutely more than I expected.
Honestly, that makes my heart feel so good.
Why is that? You thought I was going to be
no? I knew you would like it, but like with how much I love this game, it would break my heart for somebody to say they really despise it.
Yeah, I mean,
And I knew that wasn't going to be the case with you.
well,
But
I know. I mean, and remember, I'm also basing this on the idea of having not played the game, which is what I'm looking at. I'm saying, look, as I said, for you especially, I understand, absolutely adore this game. I completely get it. And it's also something that I was kind of feeling, I was like, wait, she's gone. I didn't know that. And even now, Lieutenant Colonel Kawashima, which we have to say that way.
she's like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, she's like, what in God's name did I bear witness to? Remember, she's the one who said, I'm going to send the body back to, make this young girl happy for grandfather who died. But even now, she's like, she's there seeing it.
That's what I'm saying.
And even she's kind of taken aback.
Literally everyone has a character arc.
Yeah, it is, and it's fantastic. So Dolly Finn is saying, so I think she's kind of getting the perspective of liking the idea of what she's seeing, and as I said, I'm getting that too from this too. And he said it also makes it unique because maybe the thought is that with RPGs coming out around this era, the idea of like pushing the emotional element. I know Final Fantasy was going that way, especially with 7, but still the idea of how are other games going to do it. This is definitely different than certain things. So he's like, fine, it's sad because a character dies. That's one thing, but because you can say that, wait a minute, this character who we had that dialogue, so that was a very vital part that we had playing earlier in this game and the show tonight. And then the idea of seeing the growth that intertwines with Alice and everybody else. Even Yuri saying that, usually you say something snide. I mean, fine, most he says is that, take care of C Mom, but like, even he's saying, be good to her, she did great.
It's heartfelt.
And I've been saying to you specifically, this is definitely to you, you've done a fabulous job sharing this, letting us see how amazing and emotional this game is.
Oh, thank you.
Which is, and I said, that's the other thing that, when you're showing a game, whether it's you showing this, whether it's been with Medics with Parasitive, whether it's been Nocturne with Mega Man Legends, the idea of, look, why do you love whatever game it is, whether it's any of these three specific or anything else, basically that idea of like coming from the heart for you saying like why you want to show people, why do you want to expose this game to other people, and going to that very well. And so I think that's the idea. That's why I guess when they say when you're going to do something like this, do something you love, because in that point you'll be able to express exactly why, and basically say to you, because I'll tell you, and you've said this specifically, like I've seen other plays of this game that felt like there's something missing, or that, fine, it's not my experience that way, it's like you're kind of telling your story with this game.
So, real talk, every time I watch a Let's Play of this, if they don't, like, I'll yell at the video.
If they don't have...
I will sit there and I will yell at the user, I'm like, you missed it! It's right there!
So it's one of those
it's
cases
so
that way.
stupid, but it's just one of those things where I was like, well, it's because I'm not playing it, and I play it the way that I want to play it because it's my playthrough.
Sure, absolutely. And that's the idea, it's your game that way. And,
but in this one, I wanted to share it with you because it's like, I know that, you always say like, oh yeah, you played a bunch more RPGs than I have, but like, it's not even about that.
What is about this one that makes you love it so much, and why is this the one that's so important to you as far as a gamer?
This just, the whole... I don't know. It's so hard to explain because...
But you're doing a great job explaining. In fact, even I've been saying this that way. Well, thank you to her. She's saying to you and to us. And then also, it's as evocative as a film. And even just as far as the look of this, I think it's kind of adding to that on top of all these little things. It's like, yeah, that's the other thing. Because sometimes the question of, can you necessarily be that expressive or think like, hey, we're going to have a lot to say when it comes to something, even something you love, but sometimes it just kind of comes out. I mean, I've heard you, as far as that, you and Kazum22 specifically, just talking philosophical about this game, saying just how much you love so many things. I could tell that. I knew that was genuine right there.
Yeah.
When you're saying that, even though it's like what's going on with the elements of the tower. In fact, yeah, Alice is still the key, and Yuri's in the way. It was like, yeah, Dehoi wants this taken care of.
And there's this new guy, Woogly of Kowloon.
Okay.
That's... Took me a while to like learn all the names too. And it was like, how do I pronounce this? So a lot of it is just kind of phonetic and reading it because I'd never hear it.
Or remember the if it's like the vowel pronunciations of a lot of Asian culture languages,
exactly
like Japan specific. There's a specific indication that in Metal Gear Solid 2 when we play it. Yeah. And when I'm thinking of the Kowloon thing, I'm thinking of Shenmue 2 specific. We'll get to that eventually too.
But at its core, at the baseline, the main reason why I think this draws me in is because I've always kind of had that attraction, I guess, to the macabre and the dark and all that kind of stuff. So the fact that this game deals it in spades.
It does, and it's unique how it looks at it too, I think.
It was so mind-blowing, especially for me. So I already said, like, I was far too young when I played this. I didn't really understand the mechanics. I didn't really understand what was going on, but I just loved it. I was like, this is great. And then when I got into Covenant and you know, subsequently from the New World, and I was like, oh, the story's really, really good. Like, I'm definitely gonna, you know, I want to like consume all that I can that is this series.
Sure.
And you know, the fact that they interject humor into it in such a kind of almost backhanded way, especially this one.
Mm-hmm.
The other two, it's a little more blatant.
Uh-huh.
But it's all done very smartly.
It is.
And I think from that, it I don't know, just what a wicked tapestry they weave.
And it's not, you could see this game, you could see this narrative element going wrong anywhere feasibly if it was not done nearly as well as it is.
Listen, it's not without its flaws, but what game is?
True, but you're right. The idea of this is not an easy thing to pull off, and of what I'm seeing so far, we're only about a third of the way through this game. I already think, or fine, you're saying what? Fine, a third of the way of the play. Let's put it that way.
We're almost. I don't even want. I don't want to say. I feel like we're almost half.
Fine, I'm only saying that because of parts, because like we're saying either 5 or 6 parts to this one, but either way, that's why I'm gauging. I was like, fine, I'll assume 6 for that, but either way, I'm looking at this that even that it's doing this just this much at this juncture, after we've run, I guess total a little under 9 hours of this game total so far, I think that speaks volumes. There must be something to be said about the fact that it's only going to get more and more. You said like, hey, this is kind of just going on and on and on as far as the fact that it's going to keep adding more and more and more. To it adds up to probably an impressive crescendo.
It is.
I would think. There you go.
You just wait until intermission.
I was saying
you were gonna lose your shit.
I was gonna say that is also
I can't wait.
And see, that's the other reason of doing this for a show. Why it would be interesting because it's like you can an audience element thing. Look at this and say like, hey, if you don't know what's going on, you're gonna be one to do this, and the idea of just saying like, yeah, you just wait. You just seem. I can tell this that excitement, not just the fact that you want to do this game before we did it. And while we're doing it, even now, as certain things are happening, this is excitement as far as it. Well, what have I talked over too much on dialogue here? No. The idea of like them saying like we got to get Alice.
So yeah, pretty much. Yeah, no, you summed it up perfectly. Day Y's got this thing with Roger Bacon where he's like, "Fuck him, I'm gonna do my own thing," even though they're both dark wizards.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Roger Bacon at all tonight. Interesting enough.
Nope.
But soon enough.
Yeah.
He'll be back. He's coming back. He has to come back.
He's gonna play a bigger role in this.
And now we're back in Shanghai. So
we finally made it to Shanghai.
They went into the map here, into another map here, which there's a reason for that, I guess. Well, right, because we were all in. Oh no, we were.
Okay, so up till this point, we have gone to singular points on the map. Now there are certain spots in the game, such as the larger cities like Shanghai. There are also other ones later in the game that have an overall on this map, and then you can go into them to individual points that unlock.
Okay, and that's this one.
We are going to go to Huayan.
All right.
Yep.
Huayan, you're right.
Yep, I'm going to go with it. And we are going to get a little bit of a flashback. Not a cutscene, just a flashback.
Okay.
And you're going to see some story points.
All right, yeah, because what happened 15 years ago, here we go, back in 1980 or 1889.
I was right.
Okay.
I said 1889, I was right.
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Hey Huai. Not Hey Huai,
Shuzhen.
Shuzhen, thank you.
I know, it's keeping track of the names is a bitch.
And I haven't written down, that's my problem. But even then, I wrote down his first name, Lee. It's like, wait, who's that? Oh, jeez, he's gotten,
He's a little fucked up.
Yeah.
There's a familiar face.
Yeah, there's Wu. Okay, so Wu Gui, yeah. Yeah, they're Master Zhu Zhen.
That's the highest
he's an adept. We've heard that a couple times before.
Yep.
And Tashun saying, you didn't think we'd let you get away, did you?
I imagine he's kind of got like a rat voice.
Yeah, I get that.
You didn't really think you'd let you get away, did you?
I get that.
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
split about causing trouble from Master Day White. Yeah, so they're all Day Y's underlings.
Yeah, they get squashed. But he's like, wait, no. But they're like, wait, hold on.
He's like, I'm an old man, but I got some fight. So Zhujian's 60 when we meet him, so 15 years earlier.
Okay. So middle 40s.
Yeah, 45. But he looks the same.
Yeah. Yeah, the infamous Day Huai calling him master.
Yeah.
If you wanted one, you'd better off declaring loyalty to somebody else, like
One of those mangy street dogs.
Oh, they tortured him.
Yeah.
Means you have any energy left to pose. So is he a runaway of Dehuai?
No.
That's what I mean.
From my understanding, he and Dehuai were. I'm presuming studying, under the same tutelage.
And they kind of went off their separate paths.
That's my assumption. I don't know if it's confirmed or not. But I guess we'll see as we go along. I know they know each other, from practicing.
Right.
Because they're both considered adepts. It's
Okay.
just...
Yeah, I guess we'll get more as far as what an adept is later, I would think, yes.
It's a master.
Okay.
Yeah, that's literally all. Because they call them sages, too.
Okay.
But, Zhujian's trying to stop the Demon's Gate invocation.
Yeah, so they were trying to do that 15 years ago.
Yeah, well, like they said, Dehuai tried it. And there was a military man who stepped in.
Wait, they said 15 years ago. You said this takes place in 1913. They said 1889. That's 25 years, isn't it? Oh, wait, there's a reason for that.
No, 1913 to 1889. Yeah, that's...
1889 would be 1898. Or in 1890, I think. Because, yeah.
Did that say 1899?
He said 1889.
Did it?
So I don't know. Maybe that's a typo that way because if it was 15 years ago, then it would be you go back to 1900 for 13, then take 2 off. That's 1898. I don't know if that's the idea, or maybe there's a reason for that.
I told you math is not my strong suit.
I mean, it's not necessarily a strong suit necessarily for me massively either, but still just the idea of like what that's looking like.
Yeah, I'm honestly not giving too much.
I think my point is I think you got it right.
It could be a typo.
The game might have gotten it wrong a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we find a typo somewhere in this game, damn it, and we did.
Oh, you'll find plenty. Trust and believe.
Okay. Well, I guess the idea is that we'll have to find a game eventually that we play that's not going to have one.
Yeah, I found how many weird little things in Majora's Mask?
2, I think.
Yeah.
And then the one for Space Channel 5, and then this one. And as I said, if the other games, I don't know if Mario Sunshine is going to be that way. I don't know when we do Kirby Superstar, because he called dibs on Kirby Superstar when we get to that one.
That's such a good one.
I don't think that really... Well, we'll find. Maybe we'll find one. Who knows?
Yeah.
And actually, when we get to that one, how do you want to handle that? Do you want to split off games on that?
I mean, a lot of them have co-op, so...
That's true. I mean, it's up to you as far as like which way you want to run that one. At some point we'll do that. I'll figure when we're going to handle that game. And when we play that, we're going to run the Switch only because I do have the Super Nintendo controllers to play with it, and also because the flashing lights on the... I have it on Super Nintendo specifically, but just so I don't have to edit as much,
yeah.
I'll run that. It's the same. They just make it less noticeable.
The Switch will make it easier.
Or actually, what I might do is I'll put a flashing light warning and just show what the footage of the Super Nintendo is to give a sense of why not. That's why not.
Oh, we have a quiet male voice. Who does this belong to?
Why? No, he's gonna kill him.
Well, who do you think it belongs to? I want to see what you think first. So remember, this is 15 years ago. This is when Dehuai is trying the Demon Gate's invocation, and they said it was stopped by a mysterious military man.
It was stopped probably by Alice's father. Or no.
All right, I'm gonna show him. You recognize him?
Sort of. Ain't no show. Get out here before you get hurt. Oh, Hugo. Oh, right. Right. Yeah, Yuri's father.
Yeah.
That was gonna be my next guess.
Okay.
In all honesty, it was gonna be one of those two.
Yep.
So-
No, it's because Alice's father was a priest.
Right. Okay.
So.
The streets of Shanghai become more dangerous than I remember, and so that was where Hugo was going at the beginning. But he's like, yeah, I remember the Japanese-Chinese conflict. Was like, yeah, you're Japanese, butt out of this.
Right.
Like, no, they have nothing to do with this.
Yeah, and this Zhujian doesn't know who he is either.
Right.
This is before he,
But he's also saying that, you know what, fine, he's bridging this gap that way. He's like, yeah, I don't want you to get hurt. And even he's saying, like, yeah, take that advice lest you don't go bad. He's like, no, you're in league with him, so Hugo was on the trail of him, I think.
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah, it's a little importance to you. Yeah, because you're going to die anyway tonight.
Oh, just wait for the shot.
in the rain. I love the way the look of the rain is here. The way the gray is also on the buildings there. The gold and the cypress behind there as well, and then how they're staging this.
Real.
All right, let's let go. Uh-oh. Oh, you played this. Okay, that's cool.
It's staged, but still.
Okay. Actually, I like just the.
It's staged in the sense that you can't lose.
I'll tell you one thing also I just like about this from a visual standpoint. While you have a Chernabog. Chernabog. It's dealt differently because I mean we had that in Kingdom Hearts.
Yep, it's actually based off of the same lore.
Yeah, which in that way, Fantasia. Yeah, what are you gonna run with it?
Okay, so I have this move called Revelation.
It just kills everything.
You've seen this move before.
Okay. Well, I'll place hit. All right, let's see how the Revelation's going. Oh, at the beginning of the game, I think.
It's a move Roger Bacon.
I was gonna say, yeah. Wait a minute.
You get access to this move later.
Oh man. Yeah, and they're dead in one hit.
They are.
She's not, or he's not.
Yeah, so what happens is he is immune to magic and absorbs it, and it heals him, so you just gotta finish him off with physical attacks, and
Alright.
he goes down pretty
You guys
easily.
punch him in the face. Actually, one thing, just to go to the visual design, is I kind of like, it almost looks like a black and white film a little bit, how this is set.
Yeah, like a film noir? Perfect. Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, I kind of think it's really interesting. I think that's the other thing I think about this game, though, is like, there's always a lot of things that seem like they're so surprising me.
I'm wondering if
Of
they
what
did
I'm
that
seeing.
due to the flashback aspect.
That would be very smart.
Yeah. I
do
never
that.
really thought much about it until you said it.
Because here's the other thing, it's not, or it's if you've ever seen Schindler's List by Spielberg, the idea is that that's a black and white movie, specific, but also there's parts of color in it. The girl with the red, the red scarf, or even right there with the gold on the letters there. So it's not 100%, but the idea that, right,
It's muted.
It's muted, but it's accentuating the past for that. So you're right, that is a very unique way of doing a flashback that way. Because, like, fine, you'll do, I've always joked the idea of the Sailor Moon Bridge saying that this is a flashback and you tell it as a blur filter to symbolize foggy memories or faded memories. So, in that case, well, they're doing something a little different with it here.
So he's sparing him and telling him to go back to Day Y and tell him to live out the rest of the season here.
Yeah,
So,
but,
this is Mr. Zhen.
alright.
Not to be confused with Zhu Zhen.
Right.
I don't know why they did that.
Dude, what?
His name has the same ending as Zhu Zhen's name. And it just, I don't know, it's weird to have two characters like that so close together.
Okay, and, I guess question, this character voice...
No.
Okay, because, yeah, I mean, it's like, I'm maybe I'm not trusting the voice thing anymore, specific. I mean, because, Ben Hugo, that's him, right? They say it's Matty Blaustein voicing him, but I don't know if I buy that.
He doesn't have a voice.
Well, then IMDb's wrong again. I gotta get it at IMDb.
I don't trust IMDb.
Okay, well, look, I'm not against it necessarily, but it's just a question of...
I don't trust IMDb when it comes to video games necessarily.
I don't trust them with this one. The
Yeah.
other ones seem like they're right. The other ones are on point. Even like Mega Man Legends, we played that. That I know is on point. I know that was right.
So it's funny.
Specific.
It's funny though that they call him Ben in this game because in the second game, they call him by his Japanese name, which is Jinpachiro.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Part of the translation that Midway was doing. But you're
I
saying even
guess.
Covenant, they changed that.
Well, in Covenant, they also give Yuri a middle name.
Okay.
I'm gonna make you wait on that one.
Okay. I won't look up for edits to say, like, by the way, this is what it is below. I'll probably put something that below saying, like, a joke of, like, hey, I'm totally fucking with you or something. I don't know.
No, it's Volt.
I-
VOLTE. I don't know why they picked that, but whatever.
Okay. I mean, I probably won't remember by the time we get to that one, because remember, we're not doing that one until after we do Kodelka. Mm-hmm. And how long is Kodelka? That's not as long as this, is it?
10 to 15 hours, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
But of course, it's crossing 4 discs on PlayStation 1.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of
It's fully
Movies.
it's fully voiced, basically,
fully
too.
voiced. There's movie. Yeah, it's a feat of its time.
Yeah.
Even though it came out late on PlayStation.
Very late. Well, I'll say that's one thing. I mean, even Final Fantasy 9 and 8 that were on 4 discs, they were not fully voiced. Although, fine, they were doing different things for sure. All right, yeah, be careful. Your movies may be worse than you think. Yeah, when it's such a state, though, I made short work of those bastards.
No, you wouldn't have.
Well, we saw him in battle, but then again, this is
His
15.
physical attack is next to nothing. He wouldn't have been able to touch Wugui.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, your injuries haven't affected that mouth of yours.
That's the problem. It gets him in trouble.
It is weird because Yuri, fine, his son, his mouth got him into trouble too. But see, it's interesting seeing this without Zhu Zhen because you usually get the sense of, and I guess this goes to one thing, which is why is he more stoic and kind of more, I guess, reserved to a certain degree from when we see him? Because back then he wasn't.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
I mean, it's 15 years, so that could definitely change a person. So, yeah, that was Zhu Zhen's flashback.
And that's when I first met him.
Yeah. Next thing I knew, he was carrying me piggyback, and I could feel my face burning red. He had a crush. No, I'm kidding.
A what?
A crush.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he does say, he's like, oh, he's handsome.
Well, I mean, yeah, you mentioned that with, who was his assistant again?
Mei Wan.
Mei Wan. So I almost wonder maybe that was that idea too. You think with that?
I don't know.
Potentially.
It's so arbitrary that I'm kind of like, whatever. It's fun dialogue, so I'm gonna take it at face value.
Gotcha. Okay.
Was he really that strong? He must have been amazing, and he had fusion powers
just like Yuri does.
I love how it ends with a period instead of an ellipse.
Oh, but she's picking up on that.
Of course he is.
Yeah, you're not gonna fight too many people in this world who can wield fusion.
Just 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to find out what the other 2 are later.
I threw you with that one.
Well, I wasn't gonna say just 2, but
Nope.
I didn't expect hearing that. But I was thinking, all right, who? But we'll find out.
Well, 4 that you see in this game, at least.
Okay. All right. So what happened to him? Well, hearing the great music, I mean, talk about, getting you in atmosphere as far as Shanghai. Yeah, I can't believe it was 15 years ago, though based on the text it said it would be 25.
Who the hell knows?
I don't know, we'll find out. I'll see if there's
We're going to see in the edit, make sure that they definitely put the wrong year.
I'll see.
Yeah.
Although, I also see, maybe I can find something about the Japanese version, if like, hey, they run the Japanese version, say that maybe there's something to that. Because didn't you say is it with this one, or was it with any of the other ones where they changed, or they had extra story elements that were not in ones we got? Or was that Covenant?
They marketed Covenant in a different way in Japan than they did here, and they made it seem. I think it was like a beta version.
Yeah, you said
it seem
that.
Like one of the characters who was in the beginning of the game was made to be a good guy and like your protagonist
is not.
I know, and they changed it here, so it's very strange.
You said that's also available, right? That other version.
I don't know.
Didn't you say there's something as far as like a demo version of something that goes into something more?
I don't know for sure. I never looked too deeply into it, so I'm not 100% on that. Alice is like, dude, sleeping it off. To be fair, he was sick as a dog on that boat.
That's true.
Exactly.
Yeah, fair enough. Everybody's got their weaknesses after all. Alright, so I'm gonna go take a walk. An old friend's place. Like, okay. Won't be that late.
Don't wait up.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I get the sense of how that's going to potentially go, but we'll find out.
Well,
you're controlling him now.
Yep, you get to play as Zhu Zhen for
Okay, I did not know that.
A tiny little bit.
Cool.
Alright, so equipment-wise, yeah, he had that other leather cap and needed originally, but no big deal. It worked out weird.
Yeah,
so we are in Shanghai. We did our flashback, and this is kind of the main area of Asia. You see Marguerite just chilling here. I'm gonna save.
All right.
Oh, whoops.
So I think we're going good on that one, and yeah, I guess there's the hotel clerk.
Yeah, really no need to talk to him.
Yeah, just weave. Oh wow.
Yeah,
this is nice.
Big
and good contrast as well as what we saw in the flashback too.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So you can kind of see how bright it really is.
Yeah.
So right here is a chest with Zhu Zhen's new weapon.
The Pilgrim Staff.
So free weapons. And then nothing. Here we have the lottery ticket.
Actually, can he play the lottery?
I think if you run into somebody, yeah, I think anyone can.
Okay.
Because it's all part of my main
your main posse.
Yeah, like it all kind of goes to the same place, so it doesn't really matter. I guess is what I was trying to say. Next screen.
Also, there's the entertainment show. I don't know what that's about. Right down there on the left. Go down the stairs again. Is this an entertainment show?
Not yet. That's story related.
Okay, it's coming from later. All right.
Yeah, I just want to collect all the items on the street first before I go anywhere.
Actually, we're talking Final Fantasy IX. This kind of looks like the opening of that game a little bit.
Oh yeah.
A little
Streets
bit.
Behind it. Oops.
A little. I mean, the way the color palette's going as well. I mean, I'll put a picture here as far as what that's looking like because you're walking around with PVS at the opening of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played a little bit of it, but it's like I have that horrible version, so I gotta get it on the PlayStation, which is not expensive. You'd think it would be, but it's not. Thankfully, it's like 20, 30 bucks. Alright, that's the B Dragon Horn, the Blue Dragon Horn.
Yep. So like and one more screen.
Okay. We get a nice element of the local color, and then come down by the water.
Yep. So this is where our boat is.
All right. And then that we'll get the seal. We'll get another seal of life.
Yep. Okay, so this is gonna seem really convoluted, but what I want to do. See if I can do the first one.
What's that?
Nope, because Alice has it on her. Damn it. Okay. I can't buy one yet. I want to go all the way back to the hotel.
Okay.
And I'm going to save again. Like I said, it seems really convoluted.
The lottery thing?
The lottery thing.
Okay.
I hate that sometimes they're so far away from a save point, but...
Okay. I mean, you're not going to have to walk super far, though, for this.
No. And honestly, I want this item very much. And it sucks because the item that I can use to make it easier is on Alice, and I cannot take it off right now.
Oh.
So it's... Things are kind of stacked against me a little bit, and I can probably go back, but I don't know, and I don't want to, like, lock it out.
Well, also, here's the other thing. Is this a game where... Is it like... I guess it's like a lot of games with the PS2, you can soft reset it.
Yeah, I can reload a save and all that, but
Okay.
the problem is, you know, the item that I need to make this easier, it's still on Alice regardless of what.
Alright.
Okay, so...
Oh, so this young boy, I guess, is a member of the lottery.
Yeah.
You want the star card, is that what it is?
I want the star card. Alright, so the top one is probably my better bet because it's a little bit wider.
There's more than one.
Yeah, but the top one's a little wider.
Okay.
So I want to risk that one. So if we go and stop maybe about here.
Ooh,
Close.
green. The pure seed.
Yeah. So generally what I'll do, if I have a couple of tickets, I'll give it like 2 chances before I reload the save.
Okay.
Just because whatever, I can spare a ticket.
Okay. There you go.
Like I said.
Yeah, perfect. Remember, we said that the other day. Oh, no. Well, I guess we should tell this story now. I was trying to think of a reason. We said that last time we said that Yasunori Mitsuda did the music for Mario Party 1 and 2. They came out on the Switch Online expansion pack on Wednesday.
Are you telling what happened yesterday?
I have to, I think.
Okay.
Because we'll have to get to that game eventually. But the idea that I was doing the Mario's Rainbow Castle place, and I was saying, I want to get a low number because otherwise I'm going to run into Bowser on that course and, you know, get a fake star that he sells me and force me to buy for 40 some coins. And I said, like, I need at least a 3 or a 4, maybe something between 4. It's like, he's like, yeah, get a 7. I roll a 7. And I was like, no, I'll tell you what I did. Like, I rolled a 7. I said, you son of a bitch. I was like, look, I love you, friend. But I was like, that was perfect as far as how that operated. Although then again,
I said it maybe 2 seconds before he actually clicked it too.
yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Even then, you were so like, yeah, you just seemed.
I was very matter of fact about it. I was like 7, and it just popped up. There it is.
Also, the other thing, I guess, the fact that I was sort of visibly, not necessarily angry, but also kind of like, I need to deal with this. How many times did I say, I swear to God, if something happens to this? Or when chance time came up, I think I just said so casually, I said, fuck you. And
Yeah.
I was like, I've never heard that out of you like that way before.
Yeah.
You kind of found it just a fascination.
It's just funny. So,
That's Mario Party for you. At some point we'll have to do that. I don't know which one we start with, and I got people for that one.
So we cut to a new side character, Lieutenant Sukatani,
Okay.
who is also part of the Japanese military, and this is like their main base in Shanghai that they're in. So
Alright, how's the package going? I was like, wait, what are you talking about?
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, let me postpone it. I think she had to change her heart on that boat.
Could be. Could be a rabbit.
Yeah, I love that idea. And we gotta do something. Actually, I was gonna say the Looney Tunes thing. I mean, we're doing that in 3 weeks as part of the Dreamcast showcase. I mentioned that game before already. You ever play that Looney Tunes Space Race? It is also on the PS2. If you ever want to play it, get that because it's way cheaper and way easier fun than the Dreamcast game. But that's a good one. The best car racing game the Dreamcast got by a pretty substantial margin. And I'm gonna show off actually 2 of the other ones.
Okay. Okay, so he dismissed his soldiers, and he's like staring Kato down, like, "Why didn't you leave?"
Mm-hmm.
And Lieutenant Colonel Kamishima actually like sticks up for him. Is like,
Yeah, this is
"No,
Sergeant
you can talk in
Kato.
front of him here. He's
Yeah.
good. He's cool. He's cool."
Well, this goes to what you're saying before, that Kato might have the hots for her, but then the idea that it's more than just like...
He's trustworthy.
Yeah. She sees the value he's got.
Sure.
Alright, so the investigative community arrived and he was cross-examined for the purpose of it. She's under investigation.
Yeah.
Oh, they think that she's doing something untoward.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's a twist. I didn't see that coming.
Uh-huh.
What? It's a spy.
Well, that's her suspicion.
Or to go to the Perfect Dark thing, it's a terrorist! I was like, it's not quite that.
Capital's pit of schemes. I'll be careful. Please continue what you were saying before. Dehua is fighting against the Japanese army. I swear they're the last to know.
I guess so.
Cast the Taoist magic needed for the invocation. A few more things.
So wait a minute, did Dehua get his hooks in the Japanese army or something?
No, he opposes them.
Okay. Or he hooks around to oppose the idea of what they're doing and
He's still
control
trying. Honestly, the only thing he needs is Alice.
it? Okay.
Only, yeah. And the 4 gods of the direction.
So I guess that's also where we're off to try and protect them.
Yeah, there's one standing in the way.
Okay.
And that's the White Tiger, because you figure so before all this happened, he already had the Red Phoenix banished. And then we stopped him with he did the Black Tortoise, and that's the Yamaraja Earth we killed. And then the Blue Dragon, which was the Yamaraja Wind, we killed.
Okay.
So he already got 3 of the 4.
All right.
So the White Tiger is literally the last one.
All right.
We gotta stop him.
Okay.
So, just to...
Get an indication.
A little backstory on that.
All right. I also love the way the sun is coming in that way, kind of reflecting off.
That's very pretty.
Nice.
Telling you, one thing that this game does above all else that I absolutely love is just mood and environment.
Yeah, which is to say, it's not something you can always take for granted.
Yeah, not every game does that as well, not nearly as well as this. Yeah, so that's there. Talking about the White Tiger.
It's interesting how this is doing it by mixing, as we mentioned last time, the pre-rendered backgrounds, but also some aspects that it's the in-game models, but also get the sense the lighting on one end of that probably is not pre-rendered.
Right.
Because it has to reflect off of the model.
True.
Which is interesting. That is a unique thing as far as even like a pre-rendered graphic element. Of the games we've done on the show, I know Parasite Eve, I don't even think Parasite Eve did that. Everyone was lost, there were no survivors. The monsters made a nest out of the ruins. guess so. Dehua isn't able to handle them over there either. I think she's got an idea.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just
You are correct.
She's gonna send us over there.
You're not wrong.
Okay. Well, fine. We'll defeat the monsters that way with a monster. Oh boy. Yeah.
Absolutely correct.
So yeah, Yuri's. You're gonna serve your country, one way or another. You're gonna do your duty.
That's how they pose it, Joe.
I was gonna say that would have to be that idea. It's like, I don't know what you're thinking. Like what? I don't know. Is this like the reverse of what you're saying? Like, hey, just make an educated guess and it ends up being right, like the 7 thing with Mario Party.
All right. So we're. Jijan is here.
Yeah, the boss is in here.
Doesn't this place belong to Mr. Jen? Jen? Can't say I recall the name. We are gonna have a cutscene, voiced cutscene coming up shortly.
When does that happen?
It's in this location. There is something that's happening beforehand.
Okay.
And I will give you better warning than I did in the last one. Yeah, sorry about the premature muting on the last one, guys.
That being said, it also did give a build up to the the build up to what was going on. I think honestly for the Sea Mother, I think we needed that.
Mm-hmm.
So in that way, I'm fine with it. And I said, what I'll do also when I edit it, I say this to you when we're muted, that I'll have a thing saying. So maybe it's not necessary saying that when does her dialogue actually start, but it's either way.
Like you said, it was a build-up.
Right, and that one I think above anything else needed the build-up. This one I don't know how much build-up you think this needs. Oh, whoa.
Okay. Right.
We'll be back.
You've grown into a beautiful young woman, Kuihua. Since I saw you last, the sound of your playing has become so much richer. So what do you think, Zhen? Why is it that the march of time, the endless rising and setting of the sun, has to be so cruel to us old folks? At any rate, Zhen, here I am, back in Shanghai. I intend to clean things up once and for all. The legacy of Hyuga, who passed on so long ago. Well, perhaps next time.
And we're back. Yeah, that was an interesting one as far as how that was, and actually that goes to what we were saying as far as the voice. Well, actually a couple things. This is one thing, thank you for bringing that up as far as the Sea Mother again. In that cutscene in this one, you almost got like this film grain thing going on, which I thought was a nice touch. The music's beautiful. It almost looks like a full motion video of Kuihua playing I think it's the shakuhachi. I think it is. I don't know if
I
that's
always
the-
just called it a Chinese fiddle, but I
think there's a name for what it is.
Okay.
I'll put in what it is below.
Yeah.
It's that, but also then the voice. Okay, so the voice performance confirmed as far as who Zhuzhen is. It has to be Scott Rayo, who we mentioned earlier in the show. Because I have on my notes, and I want to bring this up so there's a good element. We mentioned Maddie Blaustein, who voices characters in this specific. As I mentioned earlier on, she was Meowth on Pokemon. She was E123 Omega in Sonic 06, as well as Salmuto on Yu-Gi-Oh! As well as, this is the other thing.
Really?
Yes, and she was also the president in Shadow the Hedgehog, and we were talking about this we were off this. Is that you're saying that? Wait a second. Why is it that she doesn't? That sounds like fine. That sounds too much like a male character for that. But with Maddie Blaustein, I asked that when we played Shadow the Hedgehog, which was that she actually did a lot of voices as far as male characters to the point where you'd never tell. With Shadow the Hedgehog, I had no idea it was the president. I haven't gotten a question about that. In fact, even the other thing is also that ElecVerse asked, this is like, it's her. And at first I thought, wait a minute, is that a case of something else that I misgendered her? But no, technically not. But actually, she did do a lot of voice work as far as like trans characters, honestly, as far as some of the stuff that she was working on, until unfortunately then she passed away from a very weird stomach condition at 48. She was very young, which was another surprising case and a very tragic case that way.
Hearing you say that she voiced Solomon Moto in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes.
I can hear that voice in my head, and that makes me think maybe it is her.
But I don't
Because
think...
it sounds so similar.
But see, this is also the question, because is it... Fine, that's what... Fine, IMDb said it's Maddie Blaustein. Behind the voice actor said it's Scott Rayo, who, as we said earlier, was Shredder on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the poor kids one, as well as Ataki in Oh My Goddess, and then Ida in Bakuman. But I don't know. I mean, this is a question. Sometimes said this: play, tag with the 4Kids voice acting in some cases, but even then, as far as that, it's not exactly 100%. But even then, I'm like, I don't know, really, as far as it. So, but the thing is that, I guess it goes to what Maddie Blaustein was really good at, which is the sense that she played a lot of different characters, but even, because I even said this when we played Shadow the Hedgehog, going back to that one. And we're going to go back to that eventually because I have to do the super hard mode, and I want to show that, even though it's not a good game, I kind of think it's worth going into. I even questioned, I said at the time, I said, usually when you had characters, like male characters, young male characters, you have women voicing them.
Right.
In some cases, because, like, the high-pitched thing. But as far as Maddie Blaustein, I think she did that, but she also kind of went in reverse a little bit. And she was also Cook Kawasaki on Kirby Right Back At You, as well as Waddle Doo. And even, like, the E123 Omega, if you heard, like, the voice of that, that sounded like a male voice as far as that. It's not even, like, because I don't know how familiar with Omega as a character in the Sonic games. Because actually, that's a weird one, because in Sonic Heroes, which you played last year, that was John St. John, who's Duke Nukem voicing him.
Okay.
And they were bot-sized voice. With Shadow the Hedgehog, the voice of that was actually, I think, of something you and I played. I think it was Majora's Mask, I think. Or if that's wrong, I'll have below here what that was. And then it was Maddie Blaustein in Sonic 06. And yeah, I heard that voice. That sounds like a male, like, I said, like, that sounds like maybe a disinterested staffer or something at Sega. But I was like, wait, no, it wasn't. It was her all along. And she was very good in a lot of ways at kind of hiding voice and kind of doing things. And given the background of some of the stuff she was passionate about as far as some of the roles she was doing and some of the things she was kind of doing with herself, that makes sense.
Right.
It also makes her loss that much more tragic. She was 48 only. It was in 2008 she passed away that way. And that, because for years I was also wondering why they changed the voice of Meowth. Like, okay, they had to, clearly. And in case if they remade this game, they'd have to change that voice too. Alright, we do have Zhu Zhen doing a battle.
Yeah. So, Mr. Zhen was originally the owner of this bar.
Okay.
And it has since changed hands. Wu Bui is actually now the owner.
That probably is like a bad thing, I guess.
Well, yeah. I mean, nobody likes to see Wu Bui in charge of anything because he's an asshole.
Okay, fair enough.
So I'm just kind of spamming magic because that's really Zhu Zhen's only way of dealing any decent damage. As you can see. And these are Kappas. We fought them before. They're nothing new.
But yeah, he can handle it, no problem.
He still gets his experience and his money and all that good shit.
Alright.
So there's, I think...
Yeah, these bastards aren't even human. But he thinks that he can win the place back.
Right. I think you have to... Yeah, you have to fight this dude too.
Alright.
Hoodlum Khan.
Was there anything you also wanted to go over on that cutscene that we muted?
No, honestly, I think it's nice when they do those because I was talking about with pronunciation earlier. A lot of it tends to be like phonetic for me because I never really heard any of them pronounced. That was one of the times where you actually hear a side character have her name pronounced, like you hear him say Queequeg.
Okay.
So that's why I was like, oh, cool. Like, I like when they do little touches like that because it's helpful to me because I do like to make sure that I'm again, using proper terminology, proper names, all that kind of stuff that, you know.
But sometimes you might not know coming to it outside of that, but also the idea that for this game especially, it sounds like they clearly cared enough about this to say that we want to have that element and tell this story. They clearly believe in what they were doing as far as the people who developed it, and by extension, Midway for the publish, and then Xseed when they picked it up from the new world.
Right.
All right, but now we're fighting him. Yes.
Yeah, but he straight up tells him, he's like, yeah, remember your magic doesn't do anything?
So just take a stick out and beat him. Pretty much, I guess, yes.
Pretty much.
Alright. Oh, they're getting a little bit of a setup for this. Like, yeah, how about using your famous Taoist magic?
He's trying to bait you into it.
But don't, basically, just hit him.
Yeah, I don't waste time. I need to be fighting right now, so it's okay. So this is another one. Oh yeah, you kind of get to see what we...
Oh, he's Mr. Fantastic.
You think he's human still?
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm gonna say he's a demon or something. Well, fine. Mr. Fantastic was human, but he, had that explosion as far as the meteor, as far as the Fantastic Four is concerned. Or,
Demon qualities,
or actually, for that matter, also, you referenced The Incredibles last week with Edna Mode, the no capes thing. But also, that's a good one as far as that, in line with Brad Bird, who directed the picture, also voiced her. But also the idea that, hey, Elastigirl from that movie does that as well. Even has the same sort of red outfit, little sort of kind of, although Herc is a little less of one. Of course, that movie's voiced by Holly Hunter. In fact, I think she's not in the game based on that. Weirdly enough, they were able to get Craig T. Nelson for the game and also Samuel L. Jackson, I believe.
This is his big move. Pulls out. Called the Game of Death.
Reference to Bruce Lee, I'm gonna assume. Okay, it is a reference to Bruce Lee. It has to be.
Okay, something else I'm not aware of. Either way.
Not that. Okay. Oh, fitting also this because I don't think Game and Death. I don't think he finished filming that. We'll go into that eventually.
Either way, it's a scripted fight. You're supposed to lose it.
Yeah, talk about the I guess the colorful aspect of the dialogue. Imagine something half-pinted bastard or something. It was up there.
Something to that effect.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you die quickly, but yeah, you had to do too much. Yeah, we're gonna do the Daehwai thing, I guess, to you.
That wagging toes. To the rescue!
Hi, Yuri. What are you doing? I thought you were off eating pot stickers. I don't know. Maybe at this place. Maybe after he takes ownership. So I guess in that way, I don't know. Is the thought is going to be like Casablanca, where he'll take the bar over potentially, when all this stuff is taken care of.
I love this. You sound like you're actually starting to care about me or something.
Well, yes. Not wrong. Some of your friends, what are you talking about? Around people in the business, you're bound to get hurt. Yeah, but there's anybody who can handle demons, it's Yugi. Or, fine, Yuri. Well, hey, fine.
Yugi boy!
Well, we're talking Yu-Gi-Oh! I think that's why I said that. Fine, Yuri.
That's funny.
Yeah, I guess it's time to duel. Actually, I don't think his voice is in this game. No, his voice is not in this game because Dan Green. But he was in Shadow the Hedgehog, amongst other stuff. And he was in Cool Devices along with James Carter Cathcart. So there you go.
So, challenges to fight.
Yeah, challenge accepted.
Yeah, well, we know Yuri can take him.
Yeah, no question.
He's more of a physical attacker anyway.
Uh-huh.
The nice thing, he starts off with this game of death, right?
I'm afraid.
Shit, what we gonna do? Oh, wow, you think Yuri's gonna die?
I don't know. Actually, I never knew he had the brass knuckles with the spikes on him at the end there. That's cool. Oh, it missed. It's always gonna miss, right?
Yep.
Does he always do that as the first, okay, no, he does. Okay, that answers my question right there.
If there's text in the fight, you know there is. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
And yeah, it is a Bruce Lee reference. It has to be because he does the Bruce Lee yell as well.
I never pieced it together.
But hey, I mean, sometimes that happens. We've run into that case, whether it's me playing something as well. And that Game of Death was a movie he was in, or he was involved, I think, in it. I think he passed away while it was being made, I think. But honestly, my Bruce Lee element is a little out of date, sort of. And there's a game of him on Xbox, which Bruce Lee quested the dragon. And then there's also that movie, Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. He made a bunch of games based on that. A bunch of different systems. I don't know if they're supposed to be good. I know that Xbox game is not good, from what I've understood. It's basically the game that, I guess, I don't know, before Shenmue came out, or Shenmue 2 came out for that. Like that, but it's more of a beat-em-up.
Right.
But that was also the case of when 3D beat-em-ups are kind of not doing great, you know, elements themselves. I mean, we'll go on that, actually, with a game. Well, I'll mention it because we're going to play a game in a franchise for that December show, saying what we're going to do for December. I'll make that announcement at the end of the program. Because there's a 3D entry of that franchise. Like, that's fucking horrible. And it costs a lot of money, so it's a question of, you know, when we're going to show it, but we can show it. We'll figure that out. That's not the one we're showing in a couple weeks, thankfully.
See how little he's hitting it? Like, he's not really doing anything.
Yeah, I guess the idea is that Yuri's just laughing it off. Yeah. He's like, yeah, damn it, you beat me.
He ain't dead, though.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, damn it, you beat me, so now I have to disappear. I like that idea. It's not like the other bosses where it's like, yeah, you said he's not dead. So true to that as well, but also the thought of the other hint that he's not dead, he's like, hits the ground, like, he just looks back and he just disappears. He's like, yeah, I'll see you later.
Bye. Alright, so we defended Jin's honor, and we have Bar.
And, yeah,
I don't
girls came back too. Oh, yeah, but it said you're a demon. It's like, yeah, no, he's in touch with the demon side, but,
Well, who
no.
else does he know like that?
Oh, yeah, he knows his father. Yeah, I'm not gonna kill you anymore, which is also not a Yuri thing to do.
No.
But then again, even he's realizing, fine, it's probably smart if you send him back, but since I'm here, he better hide his pornos, because he could get killed any day now, damn.
Keep that in mind.
Oh, that's actually a plot point.
Not a serious one, but
Well, okay.
It's funny that he says it.
Okay,
Because it does play into something that we find in the tower later.
Okay, because I know I have other games this year. I know a Headhunter on the PlayStation 2 did that, and it was on the Dreamcast as well, and there's a sequel. And actually also Mega Man Legends. Which actually, the N64 version, they screwed up. They said, yeah, it's supposed to be a comic book for the US translation. It's a porno mag. The cover of it is the same as in Japan for the US release of the N64 version, weirdly enough. So we showed that when we played, for when Nocturne and I played that. Or I edited in what that actually looked like.
He goes, what is it, something in my face?
No, I know exactly who you are. You're the twin of Ben Huga. Or Huga, I should just call him that. He's crying, what should I do? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
This is Yuri. Meant to be Colonel... No, fine, there's Ben Huga, so there is his name right there. Huh?
He's like, who you know? What's up?
Yeah, let's go backwards. Nice. So, when I was in Tongliao, I believe it is, your father saved my life. Ever since, I accompanied him on his travels. Alright, so Mr. Zen is basically assistant and a helper to his father.
Right.
Alright. I'm gonna shop here because we make it our base of operations.
Just closer to Daewar.
And closer to that too, but did have concern for you and Kuihua. Kuihua?
Yep.
Kuihua, okay.
So, yeah, this is when Yuri talks a little bit about the farming thing that we, like, when you saw him, his father sowing the fields.
So talk about a perfect setup for tonight.
Right.
Alright.
So...
There's the one near the cold winter, but yeah, he wasn't there. That was when he left. Oh, something happened over there.
It'll be revealed at some point.
And this is also the first indication, as you said, the fact that Colonel had a Russian wife and a young son, which is Yuri.
Right. I had no idea that he would be alive.
Okay.
The son, meaning Yuri.
Yeah, my mother died. I'm almost wondering if Daewai came and, like, raided the place or something. Just my luck, I had to live. Right, how can you say that? I've been this thrilled in my life. Zhujuan must be happy for this too. Well, is he? You knew the whole thing from square one, but you kept it quiet. Well, fine. To Yuri, I would think so.
It's preservation.
Yeah, whether it's my father or whoever else. Yeah, why is everyone so damn secretive? Tell me, you stupid old man. So he's like, yeah, I would need to know. But do they think he's on the basis? But even else is trying to hold him back. He was agonizing over. Oh, yeah.
Because Zhuzhan was telling Alice about it earlier.
Yeah, I was gonna say then he's probably gonna be mad at her then.
I don't know if it's necessarily possible.
It was like, yeah, you were hiding the secret, but it's like I was the one. Oh, he killed his father. He thinks. But he's like, what did you say?
It's a misunderstanding.
Is this a mistranslation?
No, it's just a misunderstanding because of the way he said it.
Probably the fact he feels like he was responsible for leading him to his death.
Yes.
I first met him 15 years ago here in Shanghai. He was a special assassin sent to China when the Japanese army realized Dai Huai was up to no good. Spent a lot of time tracking him and found what the Demon's Gate invocation was, which we did mention tonight.
Right.
The stronghold was Kui Huai Tower, which you saw last week, and defeated him in fierce battle. And then he mentioned there was his father.
It's all coming together.
Yeah, he put his life on the line and stopped the valorization, so that's why it failed.
Right.
Okay. He died in service of that.
So that's what I mean. Zhuzhan didn't actually kill him, but like he was involved, so he does feel guilty.
Sure, yeah.
He's got survivor's guilt.
I mean, to be fair, that makes sense as far as this character. I would totally get the sense, even without knowing any of that, that he would be that way. But please forgive him.
It wasn't his fault.
Yeah, I think so. He didn't want to get involved in the same fight your father did. But yeah, I think he also said probably he didn't want him to go alone. I'd absolutely would have helped at the same time.
Always kicking shit.
I know. But Dai Huai is trying to do this again, which he clearly is. As we've an indication tonight. Master Jifa. Okay, I guess we'll see who that is.
Yeah, Master Zifa comes into play here and here alone.
Only this game?
Well, yeah, there's a reason why.
Okay.
But he... They're gonna tell you. He's the protector of the White Tiger.
Okay, place in the holiest place is Nine Heavens Taoism. It's protected by Master Jifa himself. And Dai Huai is nervous even about that, eh? As we heard earlier. Okay, so,
There. So you finally get some more plot points on Zhuzhan and Dai Huai a little bit.
I would say that, yeah, he was basically the apprentice to him.
I told you that they studied under the same person. I just couldn't remember exactly
who it was.
Yeah, which is so funny to me because this is actually like part of the story.
Oh, you honestly didn't remember that was who it was.
I don't necessarily care for the part that's coming up.
For what reason? Story-wise, gameplay-wise?
Where we're gonna go, I just gameplay-wise because it's one big fucking maze.
It's not gonna be Chrysler Building, I guess, where we have to write the maps out.
No, it's very kind of, but it's a lot of like the map looks the same.
Okay, that's gonna be next month's art case, I'm guessing. Yes. Or we're doing it now.
We don't have time to do the whole thing now.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't know where do you want to end tonight, and I guess to that matter, are we at a point at a point where you think we would be for ending tonight than we were last month? No, in terms of
I looked at my notes earlier, and we're in a good spot, but we're still a little behind.
Where you're expecting to be at the end of that tonight?
So at the start of the next part, we would have been entering Kui Huai Tower.
Okay.
So we're still a little bit behind, but not by a ton.
Okay, I mean that's fine. As long as the game takes, it's no issue. Long, difficult road ahead. We're gonna do it. Yeah, how can you ask that of them? Yeah, we don't have time to waste. You can't be on this. Grace gets time since they set their eyes on him. Or have their eyes on Alice, I should say. So you can find out why her father died if she fought him. No matter what the cost of a chance to see my father saw, I won't have a single regret. That damn Dehua is really going to release the Demon's Gate convocation, so he's not even saying it right.
No. True Yuri fashion.
I'll do everything to make sure it's canceled once and for all. Good for you.
He just lets it go. He's like,
Yeah, I'm not gonna correct him. It's not gonna be like the Star Road thing with Mario RPG. Yeah, we guide you through hell if we need to. But yeah, what about Marguerite? What are you doing? Just walking off? Or... Yeah, you weren't listening, were you? Yeah, no, like hell you weren't. Even Marguerite's saying, yeah, that's bullshit. Now I'm sure I hate you.
told you, she's been on our case the whole time.
Yeah, don't get so mad.
She got every right.
I got news I couldn't wait to tell you. Daeho, I went to Wuhan, and that's not all. The other military troops are stationed in Shanghai have been sent there. Yeah, she'd know, of course, because she leads them or is involved that way. But yeah, how do you know? Yeah, get the
bullshit.
Well, that's true that way, as far as the idea of that idea, but even she's saying, like, no, that's not true.
Yeah. Calling her on her shit.
Sort of, but we're saying that we have to trust her. Alright, what are we gonna do? I suppose you're right, he'll be tough.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll go with you.
No.
You won't? Yeah, you and Kuihua stay here.
They're civilians. No way. They're gonna take the bar back over.
Fair enough. You won't let them touch the white tiger. Right, back to the store, or the bar. Yeah, before you leave, stop by. Probably gonna want to do that. Oh, wait, she's wait, he's her uncle?
It's one of those cases where she calls him uncle, but he's not really.
Okay.
Yeah. She was only a little kid when they met, so it's kind of, I guess, a respect thing.
Okay, it goes back that way. All right.
Yeah. All right, so we're back in control of our peeps.
Okay.
Jen's in our party. Help screen is
The pit fights.
We're not getting into that right now.
Okay, we'll get that later though.
That'll be next part, yeah.
Okay.
But we are going to talk about the fact that now we can form a party.
Okay.
Which this is the first time the game allowed you to do so. And I think what I want to do, equipment for Alice, nope.
What's up?
I am looking for... Not you. Where does it really form a party? So normally, Wanderer Meiyuan, the guy who's always like hanging around for the acupuncture, that's what I use him for. He is, he's good for reforming your party.
You have to go find him somewhere, maybe back at the,
He's normally hanging at a hotel, but sometimes he's hanging in other spots, and I think here it's the bar.
At a hotel or the hotel?
Well, whatever hotel is in the area. He happens to be right here.
Okay.
So reform party.
Okay.
There we go.
So yeah, how do you want to run this? Because you're limited to 3 people in your party, is that it?
Yeah, and also if you look, Alice's level did get rubber banded.
No, there you go. And here's another question. Is it a case where there's certain characters you can't swap out?
Yuri.
Okay.
Yuri is constantly in your party. So it ends up being a little annoying, but it's doable. Normally I would keep Alice in my party, but... Well, I am keeping Alice in my party.
What is that?
I'm taking the pedometer. That's literally all I wanted Marguerite there for. Because Marguerite's actually in good shape. She's on level 15, so she can hold her own.
So you want to pump up Alice a little bit?
Well, I want to keep Zhujian in my party so he can get some levels.
All right.
But I also want to put the pedometer on him.
Okay.
So, like I said, the pedometer only gains steps in dangerous areas, and because we're going to be going into a dangerous area, I want to keep it on somebody.
Fair enough.
And there's a certain way I have to kind of go about it where I don't fuck up.
Okay.
So, there is a shop here.
Yeah, Kuro.
Weapons.
All right.
New weapons. And I have 37 grand.
Yeah, so you can afford a good amount of this.
You can probably afford all of it.
All right.
Oh, and you get to see the new card in action, too.
Okay, well, you got another one of those.
This is what happens when you have more than one. So after you get the first one, it'll ask if you want to try for a further.
Okay.
So now I can get a 20% off discount.
What happens if you miss that?
You don't get the 20% off discount.
Oh, you don't get that one, or you lose the 10?
I think you lose everything. You have to buy it at full price.
Okay.
But
So it's more of a risk, because basically, do you want to take the next step? Okay.
And most of the time, I do not. After I think 30%, I don't try.
Okay. Oh wait, you can. How far can you go then?
50.
50. Okay.
Which I can get all the cards. But I don't necessarily use them to the full extent because the wedges on the 50% card are itty bitty.
They're really tiny. Okay.
So I already got the Pilgrim's Staff for free, which is nice. So on the top right, it does show you what the full 20% off what I'll end up paying.
Okay.
So that's $23.20 for the Ninja Pistol. Studded harness. We'll do 2 of those for the guys.
All right. I was gonna say, it looked like. I'm going back to what you're saying. You said certain cases it looked like you were off on the wheel. So obviously that looked like it was maybe one of them, but hey, you may as well.
It's like real, like
you're right on the edge.
It's like a hair's breadth. All right, I did all right.
All right.
So now, do we flip all this shit?
Actually, yeah, you still are doing well because you're right. At first I thought, okay, even with the discounts, are you going to still be running low on money? But it doesn't seem like it.
And Marguerite's I'll just kind of leave hanging out until I get her back in the party. I'm not going to go switch out just for this.
Okay.
It's kind of useless. That was literally all just for the weapons and armor. And then... Is there like a place for accessories? I think that was it.
Who's that guy down there in the corner? That's not
this
him,
one?
is it? Oh, Kawa.
Yeah, I don't think... I think it's in another part. I'm not sure, but it's not really necessary. It's you know, that's what it is.
I don't know if you want to make sure you get it, but I guess it's more just about the weapons and the armors that you care about more.
Yeah, that's the biggest part because we get so many like accessories and shit from chests and whatever. You know what?
Actually, that's one other thing. With an item, when you're using it out of battle, it doesn't. You don't have to do a judgment ring for it. Okay. I don't know if I mentioned that last week or not.
Yeah, and I tend to not so much use items outside of battle that much.
So we're running the temple ruins.
Yeah, we're not gonna get through all of it, but we can get through a solid portion.
Okay.
It's.
Or how long would it take to get through the whole thing? I don't know if you want to go through it more or not. It's your choice.
Nah, there's a lot of dialogue.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So there. What it is there's actually like natural stopping points within this.
Okay.
Which is nice.
All right.
Because it kind of does allow for spots.
So yeah, in that case, it makes it good for like setting a part up. Because I mean, that is also your element of this because you're the one controlling this. You get the sense you have the control of saying how long do we want to go for this, and also where do you think is a good place to set up. And honestly, I think you picked a perfect spot for last week, really, because of that setup. I mean, showing the flashback of Hyuga specifically for that.
Yeah. All right. So this is these are the temple ruins that we're at now. We are going to see Master Zifa and talk to him about that white tiger votive picture.
All right.
Which we go up here. And boom.
Yeah, there's no one here, so he says.
Give me a break. I haven't gone that senile yet.
Well, he's only 60, you said, so that's not a case of that usually.
No.
Alright, so he has to do an unlock on this.
Yeah, he just needs to remember what they are.
Yeah, but he can't. Okay, so maybe he... I don't know.
So he just tells us to go, futz around.
Okay.
I
guess there's a question you're saying looking around. We'll see this. Yeah, she's like, yeah, we didn't mean it literally.
Right. So, what you want to do?
Wait, he's out of party then when you're doing this, or you can't leave?
He is out of party temporarily.
Okay.
But we're not considered in a dangerous area, so I don't need to necessarily worry about the, They just keep throwing new ones. You don't necessarily need to worry about, the, pedometer.
Okay.
Because it's not a dangerous area. It's not going to accumulate steps yet.
Alright.
But we will get there. So there was a lottery ticket behind the left pillar that I just grabbed. You're going to go down. Come on. Damn it. I hate when that happens.
We'll get stuck. Does it happen?
Stuck on the scenery.
I don't know. That doesn't seem like it's happening a lot in this game.
It happens too much for my taste.
Okay. What would you say is probably one of the worst games with that? I mean, I guess it would be a case where it seems like it's, the collision detection is off, so it seems like you're going off and it doesn't work that well.
Yeah. Alright. So, you pretty much have to talk to both of them.
Okay.
He's going to serve as a shop, like an item shop. Which pretty
Anything
much...
here of worth for now?
He has these caps. So these are the next step up from the leather caps. I took the belts off of Yuri. I don't need that on him. I do need a couple of these.
That one probably.
Yeah, the Leonardo's bear is super, it's super important to have, but I can't remember if I get one or two of them free.
Oh, okay.
I think I get one of them free.
Basically, there's a chest or something somewhere.
Yeah, so I'll buy a couple just to...
Yeah, a minute there, it almost looked like the second wheel was easier to hit than the first one.
Sometimes it does seem that way, because it's just one of those things where...
Actually, question that: when the item costs more, is that gonna affect how the wheel is? In terms
higher
of
the discount, it affects the wheel.
Higher the discount. Okay, so in that case, yeah, if it's more expensive, then yeah, it will be. Okay.
Yeah, and now you can see we have a new item in the shop, the seeds, instead of the leaves.
Okay.
So the seeds obviously are a bit more potent. And I stock up a little bit. I'll get like, a decent amount. Just something to kind of keep in my inventory just in case I need it. Alright, and then mana seeds. You can see I already picked up a couple, so I'll go to 18. I think sometimes too, I don't know if I'm right about this or not, but I feel like sometimes the quantity that you buy also affects the rank.
That's what I was thinking as well, because you're saying that, hey, depending on how much money you're spending, it's gonna be harder to hit because the fact that discount's gonna be a little bigger to some degree.
Yeah.
Sort of.
It's very strange the way that it works.
And since you're buying in bulk for certain things, like tents here.
Who knows? It could all just be an illusion.
I don't know. I mean, we have a lot of indications on screen of the Judgment Ring going. So in some ways, we have some kind of visual representation.
All right, so that's good there. So we're waiting for the Japanese army to arrive.
Okay.
I talked to both of them, and now we can go back and
See what he has to say. There's nothing on the right side in here, is there?
No. Nope.
Okay. So you had to get it down? Yeah, he did. All right.
So he is gonna unlock with his special Taoist magic.
There you go.
Great.
Yes, down there, yes.
Alright, so he is back in the party.
But he swapped out.
Such an ass. That's alright, it'll be fine.
I was gonna say, is that gonna be a factor for what you're doing?
It'll be fine.
Okay.
So, essentially what I'm doing, we're gonna follow the path and go through the store.
Okay.
And... Okay.
Yeah, was there an earthquake?
Yeah.
Or enemies?
Maybe. So this is a Samsara Pavilion. And this is Master Xiaofang.
Okay.
Meow meow. He is a little boy, or he looks like a little boy.
I think so.
He looks like a little boy. He was transformed into a little boy from a cat,
Okay.
but he's like a demon cat. So I have a feeling
Alright.
maybe he was potentially a Nekomata.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He's Meowster's Xiaofang.
Alright, he guards the temple, but I guess we gotta prove her worth.
Pretty much. That's exactly what this is. It's just one big fucking trial.
Alright, I'll kill you. Oh, wait.
Oh, he's brutal.
Alright.
He's not gonna kill us, but he's brutal.
Alright.
Apparently, he wasn't talking much when he first transformed from a cat.
Oh. But a long time no see.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an important part of the dialogue. I should not be not saying
Meow.
meow to it. Or is it'll be like what Rhapsody Musical Adventure was. It's like, no, that's literally the name of the character in that game. Not spelt that way, but still the same idea. Right, that's why I'm here, meow.
Meow.
As it, I gotta do it too. It's not right if it don't.
Yeah, so Shijen's trying to get us there, like, the quick way, and he's like, fuck you, no.
No, fuck you, meow.
Meow.
So
No
yeah,
way,
you have
meow.
to say that right there. Follow
Yeah.
the rules to get to Nirvana Palace.
Follow the rules.
Don't be that way. Yeah, we can make it worth your morale on this one, potentially.
Safeways men of the Japanese army will get here. Or both! They're all dead now.
Uh-oh.
Meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow.
As happy-go-lucky as ever, huh? If you keep going like that, I'll have to turn you back into... Oh,
Yeah,
Zhu
Zhujian's the
Zhen
one who did that.
Okay, awesome.
Oh, he ain't nobody to fuck with.
He's like, no, you're following the rules,
You
meow.
can't cheat.
You have to go to the spiritual trials. Meow. Yeah, we gotta make sure you're doing that. What?
Yeah. Little test of nerve. They're not tricky.
I was gonna say, for you,
The
no way.
Well, the trickiest part is the fact that literally each part of it is a maze.
Okay.
So that's gonna be the rough part, but
It's only because it looks not random.
identical.
Looks identical, not that it's like randomly set up.
No, it's the same every time. But
Okay.
so we have to go through the Dantian Court, Jiang Palace, and Niwan Palace.
Alright.
And that's why I said it kind of sets up natural stopping points.
Okay.
So like I think the first one was the Niwan, no, Dantian Court I think was the first one. Yeah. So what it is this is interesting because you are restricted to 2 party members per, and he locks something.
Okay.
And by lock something, I mean, for example, in one of them you can't use special abilities, in one of them you can't use attacks, in one of them you can't use items.
Is it random which one he picks?
Nope, it's the same pattern every time.
Okay.
I think the first one you can't use magic, which is fine because you have Yuri and you can just plow through everything.
Sure, alright, the trial begins.
Meow meow. I forgot how much flashing there was in this. My bad.
There will be warnings. Don't worry. It's not. It's not horrible.
Oh,
but I'll still
items
put
in the
in
first one.
I'll put in for that.
All right.
Well, I'm glad it's the first one as opposed to the last one. I thought that would be worse. I was like, wait, where'd my gear go?
So the items, I think it's only in battle that you can't use it. You can use it outside.
Okay.
So I mean, there's a benefit there.
All right.
But this shouldn't take too terribly long.
Meowch luck to you. All right, keep going.
Alright, so, and this is why I said I'm okay with Zhugen leaving the party temporarily.
Okay.
Because he's back, he has the pedometer, all is well.
Okay, it sets that because of it is always going to be the same order that they have to go in the party.
It's always going to be Yuri and Zhugen in the first one. And then it's Alice and Marguerite, and then it's, I think, Yuri and Zhugen again.
Okay. Well, you said only 2 can go through, so they're probably taking different paths. They're taking the door over there.
Yeah, you'll see how it goes.
Okay.
It's not, like I said, it's not too terribly, like, taxing. It's just that all the maps are the fucking same.
Okay.
So, you open your first chest, you get a 10. Some of the chests are empty.
Okay, I don't think we've seen an empty chest yet.
No, and actually what I'm going to do...
They don't have items in them, or they don't have enemies in them, do they?
No, just they're empty.
Yeah, maybe I have my Vietnam flashback to Paris of Thieves' last part.
Right. What I am going to do really quick, though, just for an insurance policy, is clear out my malice.
Okay.
Even though it's not high.
Just to make sure you don't get stuck in a bad case.
You have a potential to fight a lot of fucking battles in this area, even if you do know where you're going.
Okay.
Which sucks so bad. But I'm hoping at least I'll get... Yay! I get Evil 1. I haven't faced him yet. So another one.
Probably go down pretty quickly.
One could hope, especially with how strong I am now.
That's good in that case. Yeah, he missed. Actually, question for I don't know if I asked this for each of the positions on the ring there. Can you perfect every single one of those, or only the last one?
It goes nice, cool, perfect.
Okay.
Or cool, nice, perfect. I forget the order of the first 2.
Okay.
But perfect will only show up on the last one, and the other 2 are acknowledged as being hit on the red.
That's what I thought. I just wasn't sure about that.
Yeah, perfect will only ever show up for that 3rd one.
And is there a benefit if you end up hitting the perfect mark on the other ones, even though it doesn't matter?
Well, you can only get that perfect label if you hit the first 2 in the red zone.
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
That's how you get perfect. So you have to hit all of them.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so pretty much what happens is the guide that I'm using for this, because let's face it, I will get lost if I don't.
I don't know. We'll see how this operates.
What they do is actually really smart, because they use the chests scattered throughout kind of as markers.
Okay.
But the first section, you have like these warp panels.
Okay.
Throughout.
Okay.
Yes, and they're different colors. But you press X on top of it, and it brings you to the next area. And then you have, like I said, you have different colors and they will do like some different things. See? Treasure chest is empty.
Okay.
Okay. So.
It looks pretty straightforward so far, but I mean, it's going to change probably.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is actually one of the, I don't want to necessarily say simpler ones, but. Alright, so we are going to face off with some enemies. Pythons. I'm pretty sure the fire base.
I would say it looks like they are.
So we can still use our magic. And it's good too that Zhugen learned Nourishing Potion in this one, because at least then I have somebody who can heal me.
Right.
Without the use of items.
So the item thing is not going to really do much effect.
Honestly, all of it becomes kind of a moot point. And it's good because Zhugen's magic's strong enough to take those down in one hit. So it's also good because I'll get some extra cash. They were indeed fire-based. And, you know, Zhugen will get some experience. So, never a bad idea.
Alright.
Alright, so we want to head west.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, it looks like there's paths now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's where it starts getting confusing. So we want to hit the yellow panel. Okay, and then what we're doing is essentially... So he serves as like a traveling shop in case we need him.
Okay.
I don't need him. So we're going to hit past him. And we're gonna find an empty chest here.
So the empty chests are the guide points, basically?
Well, all the chests are used as guide points, honestly, in this guide that I'm looking at.
Or, I mean, just in general. Or if you're not using guide that way, that's how you can be able to tell.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember what's in them. But,
Okay.
so, Tio the Healer, east from this...
Oh, I see what you're saying when you look alike, because that main room does look the same.
Yep.
The other case is like, no, this seems like you could sort of find your way around, but this one looks like, wait, no.
This is the one that's very confusing, and it loops around in a circle on some of them.
Oh, which is what happened actually when Max and I were starting the Chrysler building with Parasite Eve. The way those maps went, like we were kind of crossing over. In that case, it's randomly generated.
Right, so you had a harder time because you had to literally draw it all out.
Yeah.
So I can understand, you know.
We're still going to have to draw it out as far as how we're operating specific, although by the time we get to that game, or get back to that game, I'll make sure that I get tons of DP so that, yeah, we won't run into what happened again.
Right.
But I have to figure a time to do that, just to get that figured. Maybe I can use some of the weeks we're doing, actually, January's mostly going to be that case, because honestly, I'm only playing 2 games in January.
Okay.
Well, sort of. I mean, him and I are playing half with Parasite Eve that way, but then, yeah, the only game I'm going to start is, I'm going to go, fine, not start again, is Mystical Ninja Storm Goemon. So actually, I think, of all the months I've done this show, I think that's going to be the one where I've played the game the least. Because like half the month is me not playing anything.
Right.
I guess good that way, only because of the fact that other people are going to play it. You with this, and then Ed Webb with Guitar Man. We'll get in a few minutes for a schedule for the next couple
Yeah.
months.
I mean, at least with this, you don't really have to. You just have to kind of just be here and be ready to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the idea, though. I did fail in one way, and I'll go to this again. I didn't take down the Japanese voice acting like I was going to. But then we found out... Okay, here's the other reason. We found out...
The voice actors are so up in the air at this point, I don't even know.
Yeah, the Japanese ones might be wrong.
Who knows?
Potentially.
I'm so confused at this point that I'm like,
But hey, if nothing else...
We're trying to give credit.
We'll give the credit that way, and somebody will come by and say, like, oh, I know the answer. I mean, wouldn't it be amazing if some of the voice performers in this came by and said, like, yeah, we did this, don't worry.
Yeah, right?
We'll see. I mean, fine. I mean, I'm going to tag Casey Rogers on the YouTube video for sure, but,
Wouldn't that be something, though? Like, if you get a comment, it's like, it's me!
Yeah, that would be interesting. I know, actually, I mentioned with Pilotwing 64, I know Dan Hess, the guy who did the music for that game, I think he'd commented some of the, like, remixes of the music that people did, like, this is amazing.
Damn.
I don't know if this is going to happen with our show, but that being said, the thought's still there.
Yeah, that'd be something.
Yeah, we'll see how it operates.
So, funny enough, we are almost already through this first part.
Okay.
Like I said, they are relatively short, but to do all of them, we wouldn't have time.
Okay.
Unless we, rang longer, which I know you never have a problem with, but...
Yeah, I mean, you're the one playing it, so it's your choice then. If you want to do it, you do it. If you don't, you don't. That's fine. But if you're saying, like, hey, you want more to kind of be in place, or you want to do that for next month, that's fine.
Yeah, no, I'm fine either way. Honestly, because I already got all the summons for all the fusions for all the elements, I'm good. Like, okay. I don't have to worry about necessarily, like, grinding stuff out.
Okay.
Which is good. I kind of did that enough.
In that way, I guess that kind of helped.
Yes. Yes, that was a very good suggestion.
From 2022, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. So in that case, you're saying, like, hey, if we don't be in line with this one, we might be more in line with another part. But that being said, for all I know, it doesn't matter to me, or it doesn't matter to me, period. But I also don't know necessarily. I mean, you know this game, so that's the idea.
Well, like I said, it's definitely going to go into a part 6.
Which is fine. Which is what I was planning for anyway. Right.
Okay, we're going to throw a bell bracelet on Juzhen so he doesn't get silenced.
Okay.
And what we're going to do is actually take the pedometer off of him.
Because we're just going to fight a boss here, is that the idea?
We're going to fight a boss here, and also we're not stepping in this area that much anymore. And we are going to throw that on him, right? Yeah, I'm going to keep that on him. Okay, and then...
get yourself ready for the battle.
Yeah, and I'm honestly just using healing items at this point because I have consumables that I want to go through.
I have tons of them, so it's not going to be much of a factor.
Yeah, I don't see the sense in wasting a tent if I don't have to.
May as well.
Yeah. Okay.
What?
I don't know why it said that, but that's fine.
Alright, gems embedded, so yeah, put your hand in.
Go for it!
Or, thinking Beautiful Joe, just go for it!
Okay, so this is the boss of Dantian Court, which is,
Oh, wow.
yeah, Zeishi.
I like the look of that thing.
Yeah, they're all hand-based, which is strange.
What's he,
Fire-based. So, I know it might seem a little weird that I'm fusing into a fire,
But you're saying it's sometimes, is it, I guess the question that, does it match element then? So if you hit fire, fire with fire, fighting fire with fire is available to do?
it kind of does a one-time whatever, instead of like a you know, it hurts more and it'll kind of just do normal damage.
Gotcha.
Which is good. That's not what I'm doing. I'm doing it strictly because I need the increased attack, because I'm just going to wail on it.
Right.
Which is kind of how I play the game in general. Just fucking wailing on enemies. So, also, because Yuri's a physical attacker, silence, I don't have to worry about it. Zhujian, I would actually have to worry about that.
Okay. That's why you put it on him.
Right, and he does have his healing, which is good. It actually cures paralysis, which is lovely.
Does this thing rock paralysis usually?
Yeah, that flaming arm of death that he just did, that's exactly what it does.
Wait, can it be random as far as what it is? Because this has got silence. It's going to be something else. It could be paralysis then.
Oh, my bad.
I don't know.
No, I confused my status effects. Sorry.
Well, I don't know either way. Because, I mean, I've sometimes gotten cases where sometimes you'll have, like, random status effects.
Yeah, it strictly does silence, and I don't know. I, for whatever reason, saw silence on there instead of paralysis. It's just dumb of me.
Nah, that's right, I guess.
But anyway, he doesn't have all that much health. That's the nice thing about these early bosses. They've actually, there's not really any bosses in this game that have like exorbitant amounts of health, except for maybe the last one.
If not like the 30,000 ran into in the story.
No, nothing insane. I think the highest I've seen is maybe like 12,000.
Okay. It's probably the last boss.
I think the last boss I think either was like 12,000 or 15,000. And even then, that's an approximation. That's not anything solid. Because I don't have any numbers on those.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna keep wailing on. What sucks about the silence is with Yuri, it does matter only because if Fighting Spirit wears off, I can't use it again unless I were to cure it.
Okay.
And I have no way to cure it.
Because of the item thing.
Because of the item thing.
Okay.
Exactly.
So basically just to take them out as quick as you can.
Pretty much. So what I am going to throw an Ogre Flame Dance on him. Why not? Do some extra damage.
Yeah, it was all burning.
Do some extra damage. Can't hurt. It's not going to heal him, which is good.
And there's no cases where, based on your element matching, that it can do that, is there, in this game?
I want to say no, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
I don't believe so. I think Wu Wei's one of those cases where he just absorbs all magic.
Okay.
And he's dead.
There you go, right in the chest.
Yeah, I knew it wouldn't take long. So.
That's a bye-bye hand.
I get a Jade Lariat for my efforts. They both level up. Zhujian doesn't learn his next move until level 17, which Yuri's already there.
Question, does the status hold? Because actually I like that effect of these in black and white, or black and white for his silence.
No, status effects do not carry.
Okay.
That's why I didn't bother to even heal it.
Perfect.
So,
yeah, it wasn't too hard.
I'm glad it's over. I guess it's the lady's turn next. So, yeah. That was quick. I mean,
yeah.
It was very kind of bing, bang, boom. Here we go.
Yeah, it's right there.
So yeah, he tells us like, all right, you're not going anywhere. Meow. And then it switches over to the ladies.
Yeah, it's your turn. Open the door to Jiang Palace.
So the one thing I am gonna do, oh yeah, that's what sucks. So now I can't cure by any means except items.
Okay.
So
That's why you bought all of them.
Alice is stuck doing special attacks or using items, and Marguerite, whose physical attack is not terrible, but it's not the greatest. You're kind of stuck. So I will say something I've noticed in this next area: the enemies are actually, I feel, weaker.
Because of that?
So yeah, they account for it, I think. I don't know if that's true or not, but it feels like it.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm just glad that they let you use it in the field.
Alright.
She's like, shit, I can't use magic!
Yeah, we can't use magic. Yeah, we can't. That's just rude.
Yeah.
Or, hey, Nikki's been on the show saying, rude!
So rude.
Yeah, there you go. So rude. That is her case. Or her case, it's not fair. Like, yeah, I get that.
Alright, so what I am going to do, like I said, I'm going to throw that wonderful little pedometer onto Marguerite.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I have a bunch of shit.
What's that? Oh.
New weapon, new armor, and that's it for now. And she also has brigand earrings, so I'm gonna get some money. I'm still at 17 grand.
There you go. So
Like,
good shape for that.
Those earrings were a good friggin' investment.
Probably so. Also, the other thing is, this is your final save. You can also go to save 2 on top of that if you do this one, because it's a backup save. We didn't actually show that on screen last week, but we can show that this week.
Alright, so this is this. Save complete.
Then do another save and go to slot 2. Yeah, this is the one of mine. I have one of these as backup in case something, God forbid, happens to his memory card or something, that we have some way of running this.
Oof, that would be nightmare.
I mean, if it was a nightmare feasibly that way, if something had happened that way, we could figure that. We'll deal with that, but we do have a backup. I made sure to get that set.
Yes, and honestly, I think that's a good place to call it for tonight.
Okay. That being said, you can leave the menu if you'd like. If you just want to see Alice take a look at everything.
Yeah.
Also, question as far as a thumbnail that is setting you interested, specific.
I'll have to, I'll just have her chill.
Yeah, may as well. Make her say, like, hey, there you go. Or you know what? I'll tell you, I'll do a better thing. I'm technically playing the game for the first time, just walking over. There you go. Just there's where we're going to be
Ready
going
to go.
Ready to go in the door next time. Okay. So you were going to say before I sign off?
Nah, I gotta think about thumbnail, but we'll go more into that.
Yeah, we got time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and as I said, technically you have until Wednesday for that, because that's usually when the uploads happen.
Right.
So it'll be the day the Neo Geo Pocket Color Selection Volume 2 comes out. You might have Dive Alert on that. I don't know. File Slay, I'm basically giving up. But that's either way. Okay, so there you go. That is part 2 of Shadow Hearts.
Part 2.
I'm already even more into this as I was before last week, or on with last week's show.
Just wait till next week.
Or next week.
No,
next
no
month.
I'm so used to doing this weekly now. No, the next part.
Yeah, next part, by the way, of that is going to be on December 5th.
Right.
So we'll be halfway done with the game, but about, give or take, by...
We will have definitely hit the intermission at that point.
Yeah, perfect. And then at that point, then we'll hold you over till the new year as far as that. So perfect moment of that.
If we don't hit the intermission, I would be very upset. But
I'm
I'm pretty sure we should.
I think we will,
Even if we
honestly.
have to run a little bit longer on that.
If you want to run longer, do it. It's fine. No problem. Okay, so that's going to be the case. He will be back on the show on December 5th for part 3 of Shadow Hearts, as we are going well for this, and I'm already having a great time. And thank you so much again for coming in for this week and for the past 2 weeks as it's been. Of course, I've had a great time and loving seeing more of this game as we go along and of what I've seen already. Even to the point where the edit's going to be interesting just for that, because at that point I can kind of watch it that way.
Right.
As an observer more than, an observer of me being an observer.
Yes.
It's very,
Inception.
Inception is, yes, absolutely. But all right, with that, there we go for Super Old Game Saturday for tonight. Let's talk schedule then of the next couple of weeks, because I do have an announcement we're doing for the December show that was emptied, or was an empty slot. Next week, though, we're going to play our next beat-em-up game. It's going to be Streets of Rage 2 for the Sega Genesis. It is over there, still stuck in my 32X. It's been there the whole time. This week during work specifically, I'm going to be practicing that game just so I get a sense of making sure that thing goes specific. You're actually going back and forth between Streets of Rage and Final Fight. But yeah, Sega's turn again. We'll have more of our beat-em-up action with that great music of Yuzo Koshiro to guide us. And yeah, what's seen as one of the best games in the franchise specific. So we're going to give it a play. And fitting, because we're getting close to its 30th anniversary next month.
Yes.
It is a wonderful game, and I look forward to do that next week on Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The week after that, ElecVerse in the chat. You wanted to see the Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse for the Super Nintendo. We're going to be playing that game. I got to start practicing that game. Not that it's supposed to be a hard game. When I played it wasn't that much. But you get a sense of how we're operating, because that's going to be on the day of its 30th anniversary, technically, because when it came out in Japan, by the time we start our show, it'll be 30 years to the day.
Nice.
And fitting, because we did that with Castle Evolution for the Sega Genesis 2 years ago, actually. So, hey, we did it with Sega's Mickey Mouse game that was, the first shot of that character on that system. There we do that with the Capcom game that they made for Nintendo's console. Definitely is an interesting one and a good one. We'll get to start that element of it. Then 3 weeks is going to be 2 days after Thanksgiving. We have our Dreamcast Racing Showcase going on with 20 games. Rush 2049 still over there for the purpose of that. I was telling you off screen, I only got to start taking a look at it today.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I had a fun time. Thank you so much, Dolly Finn. Thank you to everybody in chat, ElecVerse, Chasm22, everybody else in between for that. And actually, it was Dolly Finn's suggestion as far as, because I floated this early in the year. I said, I'm going to do a genre showcase. What do we do for this? And I said, I was thinking maybe something with racing games that way. And she said, yeah, I'd love to see that. I was like, okay, great. I actually got a lot of other things running. Actually, other games that I've been requested for by other people. In fact, I know Nocturne, there's one game that she's wanted to see. It's going to be part of that showcase. Great show tonight. Thank you to both, and it was well played. Absolutely. You definitely are handling this game like a boss.
Thank
As
you.
always is. But yeah, and it said we're going to have our showcase show for Thanksgiving. Looking forward to doing that. I got to get my elements as far as certain things with unlocks for some of the games that do not have codes for them, that I don't have stuff unlocked. In fact, one game, I have my unlock files going back actually almost over 20 years, actually, on my VMU for the purpose of that. But, yeah, I've got some good stuff going on, and thank you also, before I do the show, since it'll be the last time we'll be on before I do that, thank you for providing Rush 2049 for the purpose of the showcase of that. And thank you so much for the linkages so we can get around the music case with Crazy Taxi 1 and 2. Mm-hmm. And there will be an element. In fact, I'll type in the chat that way what these links are. Like, here they are. I'll be doing that in between. So I'll have the keyboard right next to me for the purpose of that, as well as everything. Yeah, you're not going to want to miss that show. And then the week after that, we'll be back, because we were playing Shadow Hearts for Part 3 on December 5th.
Sick.
Or no, December 3rd. 5th was tonight,
Yep.
or yesterday, technically, as it is. Or, fine, it'll be sort of yesterday again with the move backwards for
daylight savings.
daylight savings, unless you live in Indiana or somewhere where they don't have that. Weird. Actually, that was something brought up when Pokemon Gen 2 came out, because they said, what about places where daylight saving time doesn't exist? Like, yeah, just don't do anything. And, okay, let's talk December more then, along with Shadow Hearts. December 10th, Nocturne's going to be back on the program. We're going to be playing Mega Man X4 for the PlayStation, the Japanese version and the English version. Her and I are going to be playing that twice. She's playing the Japanese version, playing as Zero. I'm going to play the English version, playing as X. Looking forward to getting back to Mega Man X with, I think, her favorite game of the franchise. I think, but I'll get a confirmation of that when I talk to her. We do that show in a couple of weeks, or a month as it is now. Then December 17th is going to be our last Saturday show of the year. And I said, what are we going to do with this? And I was hinting at this earlier on the show, saying, like, there's a really shitty 3D entry in this franchise, but we're not playing that one. We're going back to Final Fight. We're doing this a little earlier. I said, we're going to do this because it was ElecVerse's thought. He said, I want to see the other Final Fight games, because we did the first one. I said, fantastic. Let me get the ones off the Wii U Virtual Console, because they have not been re-released, and that re-release method is going away soon, and the next two cost a lot of money. So, December 17th, we're going to the next Final Fight game. Final Fight 3 for the Super Nintendo. You ever play that?
No.
You ever play any of the Final Fights? Do you have experience with them?
The only thing I know about them is you play as the mayor or whatever as one of the characters, and I know that that's where Poison got introduced.
Yes, we did go into that when we played Final Fight 1, but yeah, Mike Hagar.
Yeah.
I guess it's a reference to Sammy Hagar. I don't know, it's Mike Hagar, I think, and he was also in Saturday Night Slam Masters. It was a wrestling game of sorts, kind of like Street Fighter a little to that. But yeah, we're going to be playing Final Fight 3, which actually, I was thinking, like, what are we going to do as far as this week? I was, like, tormented, like, what are we going to play? I was thinking, like, what can I do in one part for that? And so I said, we're going to do this anyway, and I did my practice to sort of play it a little bit. And I realized it's actually one of the easiest games in the series. It's surprisingly easy. I got to near the end of it on the first time playing it.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly easy, and it's weird. So in that case, it's one of the most approachable games in the franchise. That also is one of the most expensive, because it's almost $300 if you're going for that on the Super Nintendo, unless you download on the Wii U before March 29th. And even then, you're going to have a tough time doing that as far as your Nintendo Switch account linked to your Nintendo Network one from Wii U and 3DS. But yeah, I've got it. I've got it set. And then the next one, which is even more expensive, which is Mighty Final Fight on NES. That is an over $400 game. It's $5 on there. You're saving a lot of money if you get it, so go get it.
Build up that war chest.
The Wii U War Chest. I get to show the Wii U War Chest. In fact, for that reason, first thing we're going to do is I have everything bought as far as what I went through, and I went through like setup of that entire year. I will show off what we're running as far as virtual console elements on the Wii U or anything downloadable on it for the purpose of that. That is going to be December 17th. That's going to be the final Saturday show because the rest are going to be on Fridays for the holidays. December 23rd is going to be the viewer request for December. That is ElecVerse's. He wanted to see Tetris Plus, playing the Sega Saturn version specific. You said you had experience with the PlayStation version. He said that as well. So we're gonna have that element as well. And the final show of the year is going to be on the 30th. That's Parappa the Rapper for the PlayStation, and I'm looking forward to playing that. A nice one to end the year off. A nice motivational game in that way to get 2023 started right, which we will start right with Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. Me failing a New Year's resolution. That play has been sitting up there with no activity for 2 years. It's been bugging me. We're gonna get that game started again, and we will finish it in February. And then January 14th is going to be part 4 of Shadow Hearts with you.
Yep.
January 20th is going to be a Friday show. Nikki and Edwack are going to be on for a Guitar Man for the PlayStation 2. He's going to be playing that. And then at the end of the month, Meg's come back for the finale of Parasite Eve. I think we get through the Chrysler Building. I'll be set by that time so that we can. So yeah, we got a lot of guests coming on as far as January is concerned. So we've got some good stuff coming up in the pipeline. Thank you very much for adding so much to the show tonight. Everybody in chat, thank you for joining us for everything you've done for the show and for this game already.
Appreciate you having me on.
No problem, man. All right, well, thank you very much. Good night, everyone. Dolly Finn says good night to you as well. Thank you so much for watching Super Old Game Saturday. I'll see you next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Streets of Rage 2. Till then, have a great rest of your night, great weekend of the rest of it, a great week coming forward. Enjoy your extra hour of sleep as well. And till then, keep being awesome. I'll see you next week. Take care, everybody.
And since I'm not going to be back until December, I just want to say to everyone who celebrates, have a happy and safe holiday. Thanksgiving to you and your families. And I'll see y'all in December for... we're going to get to the intermission. Okay. I'm excited.
I'm definitely looking forward to it, but thank you again so much. Have a great night, everybody, and see you next week.